Career Data Systems new office at 400 R Street in Sacramento, which is in and of itself a momentous occasion. We'll celebrate that in a few moments, but I want to run over a couple of housekeeping details that are really crucial for access and engagement with the broader public, go through the agenda for today, and then set the stage for the discussions that we're going to have during our governing board meeting throughout the day. First, interpretation services. I wanted to make a quick note about interpretation services and their availability. We have ASL interpreters with us and helping us interpret the meeting. Please note that the interpreter will be pinned to the screen, so it is visible for all members of the public during the meeting. Also, a reminder for all members speaking today, we ask that when you introduce yourselves and say your job title or affiliation, please say your name slowly and then pause briefly before proceeding with your comments. This will help to ensure that everything is interpreted appropriately. So let me model that for the group. My name is Robert Tagorda, and I serve as the chair of the governing board for Cradle-to-Career. I want to extend a note of gratitude to Paula DeMuro and Daniel Swartz for interpreting for us today. So thank you very much for your assistance. In addition, we offer translation services in Spanish. To listen to comments given in Spanish, please select the globe icon at the bottom of the screen that says interpretation. Then select language interpretation audio and your language, such as Spanish. You'll then hear a live rendering of the comments in Spanish. So I'll pause for a moment for our interpreter to translate. Thank you to Mark Gutierrez and Jeanette Hernandez for your help today.
Thank you, Chair Tagorda. Really appreciate that. We'll repeat the same instruction for the benefit of our Spanish listening audience. Muy buenos días a aquellos que nos acompañan. Queremos dejarles saber que tenemos interpretación disponible para la sesión del día de hoy. Para poder acceder al canal en español, en breve aparecerá un icono de un globo terráqueo en la parte inferior de su pantalla que dice Interpretation o Interpretación. Selecciónelo y de ahí seleccione su idioma Spanish o español y podrá escuchar el programa enteramente en su idioma. Muchísimas gracias y que disfruten el programa. Thank you, Chair Tagorda. Back to you.
Thank you. As we begin today, we acknowledge this virtual meeting is taking place throughout the unceded territory of California, home to nearly 200 tribal nations. I'm joining today from Sacramento, the traditional land of the Maidu, Miwok, and Nisenan people, whose presence, past, present, and future, we honor and respect. So I'd like to pause right now for a moment to reflect. We humbly recognize the ancestral land on which we are collectively gathered and our responsibility to support and foster learning through the dissemination of knowledge consistent with the Cradle-to-Career Data Systems work to advance equity. We hope this acknowledgement encourages individuals to think about what it means to occupy space on Indigenous lands, and we invite attendees to learn more about the ancestral lands on which they reside here. The website is native-land.ca. So thank you to everyone for that moment of reflection. Before we dig into today's business, I want to take a look at what's in front of us. In total, there are 21 items on today's agenda. Our agenda, which is posted on the C2C website, specifically notes the agenda items that we will be accepting public comment on. Today, members will be voting on 8 agenda items. Members, please note There will be 2 separate votes for Agenda 6, and there will be 10 opportunities for the public to engage with the governing board. We intend to open it up for general public comment at 2 points in today's meeting, once this morning, and then again at the end of the meeting as agendized. If you're a member of the public with us here in Sacramento and would like to make a comment, I request that you complete a speaker slip so I can call you by name at the appropriate time, and that the record of this meeting can be full and complete. However, speaker slips are voluntary. If you decide to complete one, please give the speaker slips to Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez. Stephanie, can you raise your hand so that the public can acknowledge? See? I'll do my best to call upon everyone who has supplied a slip for the agenda item and recognize those who wish to make a last-minute comment. In addition, we may have members of the public who are joining us via Zoom. Please raise your hand to signal that you would like to make a comment. We'll first take comments here in Sacramento, and then we will open it up to comments via Zoom. Although we traditionally allot 2 minutes per public comment, if we have 10 or more people who'd like to comment on a particular agenda item, we will need to reduce speaking time to 1 minute to accommodate all speakers. A couple more notes. We have a very full agenda today. We plan to end today's meeting in the late afternoon. We anticipate breaking for a 45-minute lunch around 12:25 p.m. and hope to have 2 5-minute breaks, one in the morning around 11 o'clock and one in the afternoon around 3 o'clock p.m. Now, before I call this meeting to order, a few reminders and updates. First, I ask that all members of the governing board and the public silence their phones. We also ask that all those in the room be as quiet as possible for accessibility purposes, since background noise can interfere with the interpretation services. Also, as a reminder for members of the public who have joined us here in Sacramento, copies of meeting materials are available to you in the back left corner. Additionally, you may notice board members accessing their laptops, phones, or other devices during the meeting. They are using their devices to access board meeting materials that are in an electronic format. I ask that when members of the governing board offer a comment, they say their name before speaking. The camera angles here can be a little bit tricky, and we'd like this meeting to be as transparent as possible for those who are joining us virtually. And I think it's particularly important to keep that in mind since we're in the new room and we're using this space for the first time. Lastly, today's meeting will be run according to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act as required by law. All right. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:40 a.m. and ask that Mary Kate Cruz Jones please call the roll.
Member Tagorda.
Present.
Member Payne.
Here.
Member Cifuentes. Member Cochran.
Here.
Member DeGear.
Present.
Member Evans.
Present.
Member Fong. Member Ferjueli.
Here.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Here.
Here.
Present. Here.
Here.
I'm going to jump in here. Mary Kate, we can't hear you. You might, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. Can we hear me now? Fabulous. So for folks following along at home, we just did roll call on about at least 2/3 of our members. Everybody's here minus member Fong. That's what you missed in the room. I'm on member Nellam.
Here, thank you.
Thank you for my microphone reminder, member Nellam. Designee Riskachova for member Ohanian.
Present.
Member Romero? Member Soblé?
Present.
Member Van Natten?
Here.
Member Vu?
Present.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Wonderful. With the quorum established, we now move on to update from the Cradle-to-Career Governing Board outgoing chair. And we'll actually begin with something a little bit more ceremonial and celebratory this morning, which is a little ribbon cutting commemoration of this new space. So, Marianne, instructions for us. We stand up and proceed.
You and the new chair and a couple of people will go over to the seal where we'll do the ribbon cutting. The remainder of the members. Testing.
All right. Before we formally begin the ribbon cutting, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge some important people who have contributed to the opening of this space. First and foremost, our leader, our fearless leader, Marianne Bates, our executive director, who has been shepherding this organization since its inception, and now finally have an official office space. Leslie Taylor, our director of operations. Leslie, can you raise your hand? Leslie not only helped to shepherd this project, but as I understand it, also helped to design the actual space. That's a reflection of how hands-on our team gets, and also a reflection of the creativity that we hope that the office stands for in the state of California. And while this is just a space and a place where we gather, I think it helps to exude the kind of values that this organization stands for. Innovation, collaboration, technology, all of these principles that we continue to espouse and that the governing board affirms with every decision that it makes on behalf not only of the state of California, but indeed of all Californians throughout this great state, particularly those who have the greatest needs. So with that, I want to hand the mic over to Marianne so we can proceed with our ceremony.
Thank you so much. I'm so thrilled to welcome all of you here into this space today. It's a really exciting moment. And I want to echo Robert's thanks of Leslie Taylor. She truly spearheaded this from the initial inception of ideas to every choice around, the furnishings and the carpet and the inclusivity of the space. So really want to thank Leslie for that. We designed this collaboration hub with you as a board, our advisory boards, and our communities in mind. We want you to feel welcome here. We're really excited to have you here. So thank you for that. It's an exciting moment worth celebrating. The data system has been built. We have our very own home now here in Sacramento, and I'm just incredibly excited to share that with you. And today, before I hand the mic to Secretary Tong and invite her if she'd like to say a few words, I also want to echo the thanks for GovOps. As you may know, we're incubated within the Office of the Secretary, and it's been a wonderful home. And GovOps has just been our champion and been there for us so many times over the last few years as we've been building out the data system. So huge thanks to GovOps. And with that, I'll hand it over to Secretary Tong.
Thank you, Marianne and Chair. Congratulations on this wonderful new space. And we cannot be more thrilled to, help you with this ribbon cutting and setting this office down in a well-deserved space. And the pleasure is all ours to have C2C being part of our family in GovUp. And for someone who is a data background, a little bit of data geek, but grow up in tech and innovation, this is exactly the initiative we need in the state of California, really using data as the basis of driven strategy in developing our students, our workforce, or just the future of California. So we're so thrilled to be here, and I'm looking forward to a lot more great work to come.
Thank you so much, Secretary. And now we'll hand the mic to Michael Wiafe from the Governor's Office.
Thank you so much, Marianne, and a pleasure to see all of you. I just want to say, as I kind of stand here and think about all of the conversations that went into this moment, about all the work that went into it, it's one of those things where data is crucially important, and the governor understands that as well. But also that there's a lot of intentionality that comes into this, that it is not just moving numbers. It is about how do you do that? It's about how do you serve Californians? And it's about creating something that is a beacon for the nation, that is going to stand and outlive our administration, and be able to allow us to make the kind of changes that are necessary in order to move the ball forward. So on behalf of the governor, congratulations. And just want to say a big thank you to all of you who do this hard work every single day to make all of this possible. Thank you so much, and congratulations again.
You want to say anything more? Then we can prepare the scissors.
No.
Here, I can take this.
No, all right. Okay. Well, yeah, we can have, Assembly Member Irvin here leaving without saying a few words, since I know she's been a huge champion of this. So there you go.
Yeah, I had said I was going to skip the words because we have plenty of people with plenty of words here. But this is, going back to when I first ran for the state legislature, I was really astounded to know that California, which leads the nation in so many different areas, did not have a longitudinal database. And I, just like Secretary, am a data nerd, and I don't think that we can really do good by the people of California, especially our most vulnerable, if we don't know what the data says. And so this has been a long time in coming. I have to say, the work of the work that the board has put in over the last few years has been astounding. Everybody has their own job, and they're here really driven by passion for improving the lives of folks here in the state. So, and I'm also very proud that that we got Marianne here, who was really, there was a lot of discussion about whether we should have an out-of-the-box thinker, somebody that really is very innovative, and she has just proven herself to just be really up to the task of making this all work. And we are hearing now that we went from not having a longitudinal database to really leading the rest of the nation, to being able to show off what we're doing to states across the country, whether it's the red states or it's the blue states. So we really should all be proud for everybody's contribution to this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Irvin. Let's give her a round of applause. So I guess I'm supposed to do a couple of oaths for new members. make before they change their mind, we'll make sure they're on the board.
That's exactly right. So we can all go back to our seats.
All right. And I think we have a re-oath for one of the member as well. So come on up. Yes. Okay. All right. And we're going to have, okay. All right. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think what do we do? Would you like to do it together? Yeah. Come on together. Yeah. Just two hands. There you go. All right. We can make the efficiency right here. We're talking about it. All right. So it's my privilege to well, we'll make sure our camera gets here too to capture the moment. I'm here. My pleasure to be here as the Secretary of a Government Operations Agency to do the oath of office for both Mr. Brian Subley, as well as Meredith Lee. All right. If you could repeat after me. I, your name, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully
and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, you got one more step. You got to make sure you sign it. Right here.
Thank you once again to Secretary Tong for your time with us today. I'd like now to provide a brief introduction about our new member Subley. Welcome to the board. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause for joining. We want to start with applause because it may very well be the last. But just as by way of introduction, Brian Subley is a retired annuitant for the California Privacy Protection Agency, where he served as the agency's initial acting chief counsel and later as the probable case hearing officer. Member Subley has experience in a wide variety of regulatory issues, including regulations governing auto insurance, premium rating factors, autonomous vehicle testing and deployment without a driver's licenses for undocumented immigrants, and CPPA initial privacy regulations. Member Subley brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to our board, and we're honored to have you with us, seated officially as a member of our board. So welcome once again.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. In addition, I wanted to acknowledge the reappointment of Member Lee. For more information about both our new member and member reappointment, please visit the Cradle-to-Career website. I'd also like to thank the office for updating the page with helpful appointment information and term limits. I encourage everyone to take a look. But again, a note of gratitude to Member Lee, who has been an active governing board member with us since we began this adventure. And we thank you for your continued involvement in numerous committees and your contributions and your thought partnership here at governing board meetings as well, Member Lee. Thank you. And one happy note with both Member Lee's reappointment and Member Sublay's appointment. I'm happy to announce we're officially a complete 21-member governing board once again. Let's take a moment to celebrate that. So please join me in a round of applause. So we have a full board. And on that note, now that I've got the full board in place, it's time for me to relinquish this seat. Today marks the capstone of my tenure as chair, which I proudly served in this capacity. Later today, we'll be having elections for chair-elect. But before I pass the gavel to my esteemed colleague, our new chair, Chair Payne, I'd like to share a few words in reflection in light of my time here as chair. It's been a great journey, and I commend and am grateful for your collaboration throughout the year that I've spent in this position. When you've got 21 members, you need everyone to be able to come to consensus, and you need to steer the ship in the right direction. And everyone here has played a wonderful role, both in advocating for individual positions, sometimes even institutional positions, but also coming together to see the big picture of what we need in the state of California and to prioritize that as governing board members. So I thank you for making this particular tenure of mine a pleasure for me to conduct. A couple of things I'm really proud that we were able to accomplish over the past year. Obviously, the first data ingestion that took place in October of last year, but also, and perhaps even more importantly, routinizing and institutionalizing the data transfer during the March exchange. That one did not come with a press release from the governor, but may have been even more important because it signifies that the commitment we've made to creating the platform that Californians deserve is something that is now becoming a core part of what we do day in, day out. In addition, we added new contributors to our data system. We added new metrics that we're tracking to the data system, all of which have emerged from stakeholder feedback, not just from our advisory boards, but also from members of the public who have come here to address the board and share their ideas on how we can truly create a world-class data system. And then lastly, as you're all well aware, because we are trying to ensure that we have a foundation for long-term sustainable service to Californians across the state, it was a priority of mine to have a culture of governance that prioritize ambassadorship and contributions in that regard. So, everything from contributions that governing board members made to our executive director review process, which is, a core business practice. But we need to do that very well to ensure that Marianne has the support that she needs from us and that the office overall can conduct its work with full support from governing board members. The establishment of board liaisons, such as Member Lee, who have contributed in many different respects to ensuring that we can follow through on our commitments. And then lastly, just being able to uphold and establish and affirm the habits of a healthy and strong governing board. So we still have a long way to go, but we've laid the foundation, in my estimation, for this initiative to continue to thrive. So I want to thank you for joining me on this journey. And with that, let me pass the gavel over to Gavin so that he can take over as chair.
Thank you, Robert. That won't be the first time today that you get applause. I was reflecting on this a little bit in the last few weeks about what to say. The thing that I've appreciated most about you throughout this time as we've worked together is the sort of the grounding that you've given all of us on what we're doing this for and what we're doing this about. And that's been huge, and it's sort of a daily constant reminder that I think we all need to take to heart. You've been focused on the needs of Marianne and the team. You've brought a massive calm and even manner to all of our activities. And you've, as you said yourself, set the tone for the ways in which we have to all work together to get the work done that is so important. Information is power, and good information, the kind of information that we're building, that we're putting together, is going to be extraordinarily powerful for the young people in California for generations to come. And you set us on a course with your actions and your tone and your words to meet that. So thank you very, very, very much. And now, because we have to give you something, on behalf of Marianne and the team and the rest of the board, I want to present you with this certificate of appreciation for your good work. Thank you. Thank you so much. And you're not going anywhere. How do we need to do this? Thank you, Shannon. We forgot.
Yay, okay.
Thanks. Before we move on to the next item on the agenda, I want to give a special thank you to all of my fellow board members who are here with us today. Robert mentioned it as well. I really appreciate everybody being diligent and able to engage and able to get here, because I know travel is a challenge for most of us these days. Appreciate the time that people spent to get here. With that, I would too love to open it to the group to share any words about Robert that they might, but I also know that I will be sharing sort of more personal sentiments tonight at the reception after our meeting, and people can feel free to do that as well. But I thought I would open it up to the group with no pressure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for everyone being here, as I said. So now we'll move on to the next agenda item 3. First, mic check. Can you on the Zoom hear me? Perfect. Thank you very much. And everybody in the room can hear me as well? Thanks so much. The next item, agenda item 3, is an update on the Office of Cradle-to-Career data and presentation and preview of the report to the legislature. I want to now invite Marianne Bates, our fearless leader, Shannon Serrato, our director of engagement, and Paige Kowalski to speak to us. She's with the Data Quality Campaign, is its executive vice president and one of its early founding members. Marianne.
Thank you so much. My name is Marianne Bates. I'm the executive director here. It's very exciting to welcome you all here. I'll just mention one more thing on the mics because I'm finding it hard to remember to push the button. Shout out to Leslie, who thought a lot about our experiences and the wonderful space that we've been so lucky to use over the last 2 years, but which had drop ceiling mics, which had its pros and cons, as you know, where every rustle of paper was very audible to our friends on Zoom. So my one suggestion is help your neighbor. If the person sitting next to you starts to speak enthusiastically and forgot to push the button, maybe you can help them out. And together we will remember to turn on our mics. The other thing I wanted to do is just invite the public. If you're listening in, we're actually curious to know, how is the audio? Are you able to hear us more clearly in this space than before? If you have any notes, feel free to drop that in the Q&A or send us an email at info@cdc.gov. c2c.ca.gov, our info address. So for that, I'm going to kick off my ED update a bit differently today, and we'll first hand the mic to my colleague, Shannon Serrato, who's going to give you a sneak peek of the report to the legislature.
Thank you so much, Marianne. Next slide, please. So good morning, members. Again, I'm Shannon Serrato, C2C's Director of Engagement, and I'm glad to be with you all today to talk about the office's FY 2023-2024 report to the legislature. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was created for this agenda item 3. And if you're a member of the public following along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. So as mandated by Education Code Section 10866, the Office of Cradle-to-Career Data is required to submit regular reports to the governor and the California State Legislature related to updates to the office and to the progress made by the data system. The office's report to the legislature documents the progress made during FY 23-24, the third year of C2C's implementation, and the report highlights the office's key milestones and accomplishments, as well as outlining the priorities, goals, and objectives of the office for 2024-2025. The report is due to the governor and the California State Legislature on September 1st. So in lieu of the final report, I'm going to provide a high-level overview of C2C's progress by the numbers, highlighting accomplishments and milestones achieved this year. So next slide, please. So we are on the cusp of a very exciting time at C2C. We are soon to be delivering on a key milestone with the launch of our first data dashboards later this year. But it's important to note, as Marianne said earlier, we are launched. The data system is here. We are doing the work, and we're very happy to be with you all today. We are very busy in our third year of implementation, and the office is building upon the planning process and the foundations put in place to build the data system and the office more broadly from the ground up. And I mean literally from the ground up. As you've heard today, a few months ago, this room was just studs and rebar. So thanks to Leslie again, Leslie Taylor, our Director of Operations, who led the work and the build and the move, which is very important. You got to get the stuff inside. You're all sitting in our brand new collaboration hub, our dedicated space for engaging with the public in C2C's new office on 400 R Street, Suite 140. The name of the room reflects one of C2C's key values, collaboration, and it's important to note the development of the space is rooted in our values. The office is centered an inclusive office design process that focuses on the needs of staff and visitors to the workspace, and we work to ensure that the office is not only ADA compliant, but prioritize the needs and well-being of those visiting the space. This includes ensuring the technology is optimized for hybrid meetings such as these and for our virtual audiences, to making sure that our staff have access to natural light or comfortable furniture that is ergonomically supportive. And we also made sure that we created a wellness room for our families to support our engagement with the public. Along with the physical space, we're building upon the foundation that is the C2C team. We are small but mighty, with a mix of full-time staff, retired annuitants, and fellows working towards building something that's never been done in the state of California. I always say that every person who works here is doing the role that is meant for them. And I'm very, very proud of this team. I really feel like we've got lightning in a bottle, truly, but it's going to take ongoing engagement, listening, and investing in one another to make sure that this work continues, and also investing in work that's going to help sustain the office. So this year, as part of our Equity Action Plan, the office conducted C2C's first employee engagement survey, Q12, facilitated by 34 Strong. The office had a 100% response rate and held full and small group sessions to review the survey's outcomes to ensure that we heard from everyone. And we look forward to learning from this year's work and how we can improve on the next. So I'm going to pivot a little bit from some of our internal progress to the work that we've done with strengthened partnerships and engagement. So last year, you heard me say this in November, we launched the C2C website, c2c.ca.gov. After half a year of development that included in-depth feedback from the public, the office relaunched a website that engages visitors with attractive visuals, intuitive navigation, and concise messaging. The new website is easy to use, increases functionality, and centers accessibility to ensure equitable access for all visitors. Since we relaunched in November, the C2C website has seen 71,519 site engagement. This is as of June 30th, the official cutoff, so we've got lots more. And we've also had 15,000 unique visitors, which is an uptick of nearly 50% more in both categories compared to the previous year. Importantly, the site is ever evolving, and soon the website will house our first data dashboards that will launch in a few months, fully realizing the potential for c2c.ca.gov. As C2C grows on its own, in 2023, the office bolstered its work with the California State Legislature, bringing on Eric Flores, C2C's Deputy Director of Legislative Affairs, to strengthen our work with the California Legislature. And thanks to his leadership, this year alone, we've engaged with 63 legislative offices. So a huge shout out to him for all of the work that he's done. In August, Governor Gavin Newsom issued Executive Order N1123, which charged the state's top education and workforce leaders to develop and submit to the governor's office a proposed new master plan on career education to integrate and align the programs funded by the state's historic investments in this space. The Office of Cradle-to-Career Data was highlighted in the executive order as part of the foundation of an integrated and coordinated career education system. And as part of that work, Cradle-to-Career convenes an e-transcript and career passport task force this year, which developed nearly 80 concrete and actionable recommendations as part of the California Master Plan for Career Education. And the last thing I will say about this, as far as partnerships, we can talk about one of our most important, the people of California. C2C actively engages with the public, soliciting input and feedback on our work. And following conversations and recommendations from community members this year, the office worked to revise the advisory board proposal process, allowing members of the public to submit their own proposals for sponsorship by advisory board members, which will help increase our feedback loops with the public and making sure our data are actionable, making for a more inclusive process that centers educational equity. The office received 5 proposals from the public in its first year of implementation, and we look forward to seeing the work unfold and iterating to strengthen that work in the coming years. Next slide, please. So I talked a lot about the program side, but I would be remiss if I did not talk about all the work that has been done in partnership with our key stakeholders and the public. So C2C has a robust leadership structure with a total of 53 members, including you all today, as mentioned, a full 21-member governing board, and we also have 2 16-person advisory boards. The governance team led by Mary Kate Cruz-Jones effectively doubled at the end of 2023 with the addition of Stephanie Gutierrez-Valdez, and that team has worked to streamline and grow the processes that really drive the governance work. That work, much like today, is driven by stakeholder and community engagement via public meetings. Transparency is another C2C value that we take very seriously. And in addition to meetings like these, we engage the public to share updates on the progress and receive feedback on development of the data system. Last year, the office conducted in-depth engagement with Californians across the state, convening 29 meetings with the public, which includes governing advisory board meetings, community conversations, both virtual and in person across the state of California, and task force meetings. As noted earlier, C2C is committed to fostering an inclusive and equitable environment with accessibility central to that work. I just spoke about public meetings, but I would be remiss if I did not highlight a key component of these engagements, our interpreters, who help ensure that we are making these conversations as accessible to as many Californians as possible. In FY 2023-24, we received 99 hours of interpretation services. So a big thank you to many folks who are on the line today who help us always, and we are just so grateful for CIT and their support. So saying this publicly, thank you. We appreciate this. And I just would like to note that that does not include the many hours of translation services provided to make sure our meeting materials, forms, applications, and social media posts are accessible as well. So what are we talking about in the meetings? A lot of this is, besides our governing board meetings, we're talking about our planned data dashboards. That's a big goal this year. So we spent a lot of time with the field getting the word out. Last year, we asked stakeholders for their feedback on the data story, previewing the research questions and 6 data visualizations that display the journeys of millions of high school graduates through linked data. The work is ongoing, and I will just make a quick plug for our community conversation that's coming up on August 26th. So you'll all get a look at the data story today, but the public will have more opportunities to engage in the coming weeks. So just wanted to flag that. And speaking of linked data, we are excited to be linking more. Earlier this year, the participation agreement, C2C's Master Data Exchange Agreement, were updated to include the California Department of Developmental Services and the Center for Data Insights and Innovation, CDII, for a total of 18 signatories, which will provide key insights into the lives of Californians living with a developmental disability. And along with building C2C's analytical tools, we are charged with expanding access to operational tools to better serve educators, students, and families. We are proud to work with the California College Guidance Initiative, who are here in the room with us today, so thank you, and californiacolleges.edu, which is intended to be the state's one-stop shop for applying to public colleges and universities and for financial aid. In FY 2023-24, over 2 million 6th through 12th grade students were enrolled in districts that partner with CCGI, increasing the reach of California colleges by 1/3 from the year prior. So that's a long-winded way of saying that we've got a lot done. We're doing a lot of good work, and we're excited to be doing that all with you. And we look forward to the years ahead. So with that, I'm going to end my presentation and hand it back over to your Executive Director, Mary Ann Bates.
Thank you so much, Shannon Serrato. I wanted her to start the ED update because the summary of all the work that we've done over the last fiscal year, which she prepared for the legislative report, but is also such an important way of telling the story and telling our story. I thought that would set the stage beautifully for the work that's coming next. So what I'm going to start my update by reflecting a little bit over the past 5 years. Or not the past 5 years, the last 2.5 years and the first 5 years total. Oh my goodness, it's been a long 2.5 years. I've doubled it in my head. And just think about what happened across each of the different years, right? So in year 1, you were seated as a board. You selected an executive director. We signed those first legal agreements. Remember that happened towards the end of the first year. And then in year 2, we worked a lot on procurements. Shout out to Dan Lamry, who's here, who heroically led us through the PAL process for that. We built the leadership team. We designed the initial branding and brand identity for Cradle-to-Career. And I think what Shannon just did in the last few minutes is such a great summary of why that work was so important. Because the leadership team that I'm so incredibly proud of, who's now expanded the team even more, is what's enabled this work. And not just enabled all those numbers you saw and the incredible scale of what we were able to push out in this last fiscal year, but also the ability to tell the story. Right. Last year, when Shannon did the first ledge report, when she was here, she said, "Do you mind if I do something a little different? I was thinking of this by the numbers visual." I said, "Yes, go for it." Right. Having someone like Shannon who has that vision of not just writing, bullet points like I would, right, but really telling a beautiful story visually, and that has those numbers that pop out that help people appreciate how are we building this work is really important. So thank you, Shannon. Thank you to the whole team who put in so many hard hours over the last year to be able to describe all of those accomplishments. So year 2, was procurement, start of the data system build, leadership team, brand and communications. What did we do in the last year that just closed? You just heard all of it from Shannon, but really focusing on that build of the data system. That first data submission, the second data submission, the focus on cybersecurity, and all of that. And as we now move into our 4th year, we're in our new space. This is really happening, right? The question that so many people have had is this data system going to be built? It is. And we're really looking forward to the first release of that data story and doing that with so much input from you and from the public. So if we can have the slides displayed again, thank you. So I'll spend the rest of my ED update highlighting a few wins that I think are particularly exciting and thinking a bit about where do we want to be by 2 years from now. You have the detailed 5-year timeline later today. You're going to review our 12-month work plan. So we'll go through that in detail later today, but I want to talk zoom out a little bit about where do we need to be by 2 years from now to make sure that the value of all of the data that so many of you as data partners have trusted the data system with and have put here, how can we make sure that we really see the value of that? So first, a couple of wins that I want to highlight. Our partners at CCGI, californiacolleges.edu, as you know, we're charged in statute with expanding these practical tools or operational tools to reach all of California's public high school students. And as we just highlighted, the expansion of reach of California colleges.edu over the last year and over the last 2 years has been really impressive. So really excited about that extension in reach. There's also been a lot of work around data alignment, the development of the California High School Transcript and Student Record Portability Standard. It's a mouthful. Really appreciate the collaboration of CDE, the higher education segments, and everyone together with CCGI in developing that standard. Another example of reducing administrative burden for students, the coordination with UC on importing the CMP imported A to G courses and grades. Let me translate that. That basically means helping students know whether the courses that they need to apply to a four-year college are the ones that they've taken, and really reducing that administrative burden for students. The last two bullet points, again, this is a room full of people who are a little bit, data nerdy. We talked about that at the ribbon cutting. We get really excited about this. And what I appreciate about, Robert's leadership and that Gavin really highlighted is why we're doing this work. We might be some of the few people who get excited about a transcript portability standard, right? But why, right? Why? Because we know that doing that hard work of aligning data standards, making it easier for information and data to flow from one place to the other is such an important part of us as a state working together to serve students, right? We should be taking on that burden, not the students. So really, really thankful for all of the hard work on that. And then the e-transcript task force, I'm really excited. This is agenda item 17. If you're dialing in from the public, dial in again this afternoon, stay with us. I'm really excited about the work the task force did. And I think recommendations are often either bold or specific, but rarely both. And I think the recommendations from the e-transcript task force are really both. And I'm excited about that. I'm really excited to celebrate that with you. So huge thanks to our partners at CCGI, our partners at the Chancellor's Office who work so closely with us on the e-transcript work. Next slide. I want to highlight a few exciting partnerships. I usually have a slide like this almost every meeting about new partnerships that we're beginning. The Office of Data and Innovation, also housed under GovOps. You've heard from our friends at ODI before. We were selected for their Modern Data Stack Accelerator, and this means that our team will be able to benefit from ODI's bandwidth and expertise as we continue to build out our tools. So we're really excited about that. We were also, Cradle-to-Career was also recently selected by AISP. That's Actionable Intelligence for Social Policy. This is a group run out of the University of Pennsylvania, but they have national reach and have long worked with states' efforts to link data and data systems. They have an equity and practice learning community that's really focused on being a technical assistance program on how to center racial equity and data integration. So it's super salient for work, and we're really excited to have been selected for that. Next slide, please. All right, let's zoom out a bit and think about our data from cradle to career, if you can advance it. I'm going to oversimplify the data that comes into our data system a little bit here and think about, from cradle to career, what does that mean? We have early learning and care data, we have K-12 data, we have post-secondary data, we have workforce and earnings data. If you can advance it one more. So if you think about most of the data that's come into our data system so far, a lot of it, not exclusively, but a lot of it is about K-12 education, and a lot of it is about post-secondary. And as we look ahead over the next 2 years, two really important aspects of that to add to it are the bookends, right? So you heard from the Department of Social Services, I think in February, about their work to build ESIDS, the Early Childhood Integrated Data System, early learning and care. And we'll be hearing from CDE later today about their work in bringing in data from preschools. So this is important. This is a long known need for having more early learning and care data. And it's really exciting to be able to uplift the work our partners are doing to bring more data in early learning and care together here at the state. So that will be an important first bookend to the cradle to career data. And then the workforce and earnings piece is also incredibly important. If you look at those half a dozen or so data stories that many of you and your organizations helped develop during the planning process, we have the student pathways data story that we're starting first. There's one planned on transfers. There's one planned on financial aid. Many of those descriptions, the kind of final so that, the thing that really, the outcome that we're really focused on is how are people doing when they enter the labor market? Are they landing the jobs they want to land? Are they earning enough to be able to pursue their dreams and have the opportunities that they'd like to have? So the workforce data is incredibly important. And right now we have one very important data point from EDD, which is the wages earnings from the W-2s. But we're kicking off a process together with our partners at the Labor and Workforce Development Agency, and many others to really think through how can we expand the workforce and earnings data that's coming to the data system. So this has been on our 5-year timeline from the start. It fits really nicely with the work the governor's office is spearheading around the master plan for career education. And we're really excited to focus on that in the coming fiscal year. Next slide, please. All right, one more thought, and I recently released a series of 2 blogs together with Marco Misch, who was until recently the undersecretary over at Cal HHS, on thinking about how data gets used and what's our job as a state and what's our role. So wanted to share a couple pictures with you. So at the outset, I think it's really important for us as a state to be clear about why we're bringing this data together. I like to call that setting a learning agenda. It's prioritizing the key questions. We did a lot of that work during the planning process. And shout out to Kathy Booth, who's here, and led that process of identifying why is it that we're going to link this data? Because we want to answer these specific questions. We want to be able to develop these specific dashboards. So we set the learning agenda. We do the work of linking the data, creating the data tools, creating a data request process. And then what's the role of communities, of researchers, philanthropy? One really important role is to conduct studies. Because it's important that our office is a neutral source of trusted information, it'll be really important that other entities take the data that we've brought together and do those research studies and make the policy recommendations they believe the data speaks to, because that's not necessarily our role. An opportunity as well would be for philanthropy to create innovation funds to ensure that there's equitable access to the data and those studies, that both well-resourced researchers and organizations and researchers with fewer resources have the bandwidth and the ability to access the data and crunch the numbers and bring this data to life. So I think that's really important. And then finally, when those studies are done, it's as you look through a statute and the planning documents, it's contemplated that we'll create a research library that really captures those lessons so that people can not only see the data in our dashboards, but can also see the studies that have been done with the data. And there's a real opportunity in how we do this to foster research transparency best practices so that all the studies that are done with our data, the public can know about them, they can learn about them, they can see what was learned from the data. So this is really important. There's a lot of work that's going to need to happen to get even just through the first line of that. I want to flag that. Data providers, for the data request process, our legal team will be reaching out to your legal team to start working through and finalizing what are the foundational legal documents that researchers would need to sign. We want to start that work soon so that that's all in place before the infrastructure is completed. But there's a lot of work that needs to happen here. But I think, as I think about the power of bringing this data together, really ensuring that the data gets used for insights and for learning is one of the most important parts. With that, next slide. I would like to turn it over to someone who's become a wonderful friend. Paige Kowalski was involved in this process from stage 0, has worked with many of you even before the planning process kicked off, and has a wonderful perspective about data system work, not just here in California, but nationally. So we're really grateful that Paige is here today, and I want to turn it over to her for a few minutes.
Thanks, Marianne. Good morning, everybody. I'm Paige Kowalski. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Data Quality Campaign, and I am more than thrilled to be here. I love the opportunities to clap a few times because there were many times where you were doing things where I wanted to clap and it was inappropriate, but that's just how excited I am. I have actually also teared up 2 times. So it's just phenomenal, really, to be here. This is my home state. I'm a product of your public schools. I'm a product of the University of California. For the last 20 years, I've been in DC and working on the very agenda that brings me here today, really just to celebrate with you all and applaud you on the incredible hard work that you've done to get here today on August 14th and open this beautiful space and talk about this really truly nation-leading data work that you're doing. For those of you that aren't familiar with DQC, we've been around about 20 years, which is about as long as I've been doing this work. We're a state policy focused organization, though we're doing more in federal. As Marianne was talking about workforce data, there's lots of work to do at the U.S. Department of Labor to help you be able to do a little more with your data, FAFSA, that kind of stuff. But really our big idea at DQC is that everyone has access to the information they need that helps them make better decisions, whether you are in the governor's boardroom or at a kitchen table in your home and helping your child chart their own unique journey through education and on into whatever the workforce looks like for them. And as an advocate, I don't often get to show up and celebrate and cheer. And so I'm just real happy to be here and do that for you all today. I can't stress enough how important this board is. The decisions that you all make are transparent. They are inclusive and accessible. They are informed by stakeholders and experts. They weigh the trade-offs. There are many. And ultimately, the decisions that you all make will help to secure the trust that is critical for Californians to feel that you're taking their privacy seriously, that you will use this information in an appropriate and ethical manner. Leading states often don't feel like they're leaders. They beat themselves up a lot. That is an actual hallmark of being a leader. It's sort of like crazy people where like we never question our sanity. If you're really crazy, you know what I'm saying, the analogy there. But I want to just give a shout out to some of the leadership things that you all have done with this initiative. You are the fifth state, not the first, but the fifth state out of 50. One, if you include my new home, Washington, D.C., the fifth state to pass a data governance law. You are the second state to include the public as members of your board. You are the second state to have public board meetings like today, so I'm thrilled the public has joined. You are the first state to center individuals, especially families and educators, in your authorizing legislation. You are the first state to include advocates in your decision-making. You are the first state to lead with tools and dashboards designed to inform decision-making outside of Sacramento. You are the first state to mandate and brilliantly execute stakeholder engagement. We're going to be doing a resource on that in the next year, and you will be featured heavily. You are the first state to include legislators on your board. Since you all passed this law in 2021, and I hope you all have a copy somewhere that you read when you're feeling bored or why am I coming to this board meeting, we wrote a case study on the work that you all did from 2019 through 2021. Since that case study came out, Montana, Rhode Island, Alabama, and Colorado have passed versions of your law. They look a little different. They feel a little different. They're different states. Massachusetts, Kansas, and Tennessee have introduced your legislation. They will get those over the finish line. We are currently working with Ohio and Virginia to hopefully get that done in 2025. People are calling us every single day. How do we get that? How do we get that? How do we get that? Or they've passed the law. Now they want to know how to implement. And then I have to do my own weighing of the trade-offs of, is this worth bugging Marianne about? Because you truly have the best leader in the country. This is what good government looks like. This is a legacy for your governor, for the legislators who were involved in passing this bill, and for this board. And I hope you're really proud of this. Behind every data point is a person, and I love those slides with all the numbers. But when we think about how many people are accessing this information, we can sometimes get caught up in how do we make the number bigger. But if you hone in and think about what are we really doing here? What are we really making decisions about? It's kind of easy to get lost in the fact that we're talking about a data system and this is data. And maybe in 8 years, you'll be like, oh, they're doing fine. We don't really have to pay attention to this. But behind every one of these data points is a person. My son starts 12th grade on Monday, not out here, we're in DC. And he's going to start filling out college applications. He's figuring out, where am I going to go? What do I want to do? What does a career look like? How am I going to get in? How do I pick a major? And information is scarce out there. Actually, there's a ton of information. It's not very accessible. It's not very meaningful. A lot of it is very weird and biased, right? You go onto a college website, we're the best. But getting that trusted information when you need it most to make maybe the biggest decision of your life, whether you are a high school senior or there's a pandemic and you've now left your job at a hotel and need to make a switch, whatever it is, that's the most important decision for you and your family. And they may only access this website one time in their whole life, one hit, but it's meaningful and it has impact. And that is your legacy, not the data system. It's helping young people or old people. Some of us are still trying to figure out what's next, helping all of us make better decisions, helping the legislature and the governor allocate resources in good times and in times of crises where you're wondering, what is working in our state and for whom, and what are the potential consequences, and how can we allocate those resources to have the biggest impact? That's why you're here today. It's not about a data system. It's about making evidence-based decisions that are transparent. I want to make sure that I not just celebrate, but leave you with a charge. I think to Marianne's point about the next couple of years and thinking about workforce data, the Data Quality Campaign encouraged for the first time states to link up their data with workforce data in 2009. I don't know how many years that is, 15 or something like that. It was a long time ago. And we've seen very little progress on that, mostly because when you're talking about doing work across agencies, who's in charge? That's the power of this board. You actually can have a conversation. You have the authority to make a decision to get that important work done and done in a meaningful way so that those kids that are hopping onto your website to choose their path can figure out the one that helps them get there, the easiest, the cheapest, the fastest, whatever their own values are of how they want to get there. And I will say, if you can get that done in the next 2 years, I guarantee I will come back and say again, you are the first state in the country to get this done in a meaningful way, and everybody's looking at you for how to do it in their state. So thank you, and please know that we're a resource and reach out anytime.
Thank you so much. Thank you to both Paige and Shannon for joining me for my ED update. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the chair for any member deliberation.
Thank you all for, there was so much to take in, especially, well, besides being a data geek, I'm kind of an acronym geek. And so I really love this work, especially because there's a whole raft of new acronyms we get to learn in the process. I'm struck too, because I myself say to myself almost weekly, is this really happening? Yes, this is really happening. And I think I appreciate those words that you put into it. So with that, I'd love to open it up to the group to see if anybody has any comments or questions for our guests, for Shannon or for Marianne. Okay, seeing none. Well, here we go.
I do
Hi,
have Debbie Cochran, Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education. Thank you so much, all of you, for the presentation. I too love the slides. And I'm just thrilled to see all the progress. I have a question, and at the risk of looking or sounding glass half empty rather than 3/4 full, which is of course what we are, I am actually just very curious about your analysis of the state data system for California compared to other states. You know, first in this way, second in this way, first. Are there areas, as we're thinking about this, not just on the 1 or 2 year plan, but 4, 5, 10-year plan, are there other aspects of states that we don't have that we should be thinking about?
Great question.
At this point, no. At this point, you honestly are the leaders. And so I'm looking to learn from you all at this point for how we can nudge others along. When you all started this process in January 2020, that was my last time out here with those in person until they were on Zoom, working group meetings. It was, how do we go from zero to leading? Right? You were honestly in the bottom 5 when I showed up to that first meeting in January 2020. There are about, I don't know, I might be exaggerating by 5, but maybe 2 or 3. There are only a couple of states that have not linked up their data systems across, K-12 early learning is a little different, but at least K-12 and post-secondary. And but you had a real opportunity, and the process that you went through really did look with WestEd's great leadership, looking at the best practices across all the states. And so you set your sights on being the leader, and you built out the process such that you could accomplish what the leading states out there were doing and then innovate on top. And it's that innovation on top that everybody is now kind of looking at you to figure out, what does it look like to get that granularity on workforce? What will it look like when you get early learning done? What is this tool going to look like? Can you really scale CCGI across 1,000 districts and all those millions of kids and guidance counselors? They're looking at you for that. And it's harder to go, you were at 0, you're trying to like gun it and go 0 to 60. There's a lot of states out there at 55. It is harder to go from 55 to 60 because there's always a risk that when you make a change, you undo some of the progress that you've made. When you're kind of starting at nothing, it's sort of like, well, we can't mess it up. So really, honestly, you are leading right now. Your infrastructure is not 100% there yet. There are certainly states that have the dashboards out and the tools and the reports. You can look at the KY Stats website. Kentucky has been the leader for a long time. But as much as 50 states or 47 have a system like this, there are still only three or four states with these public dashboards so these states hate this analogy, but they've got a Ferrari and it never comes out of the garage. They hate that analogy, but it's true. I've been to every state. I've traveled around certain leading states. I have conversations with community college folks and K-12 folks and community members. They don't even know the data system's sitting there, or they know about it. They don't have access to it. They're not getting anything out of it. And so I would just encourage you always to think about, and you did this in your planning process, how do we focus the mom and the dad and the high school principal and the community? The furthest one away from Sacramento, not the ones right outside that we probably all interact with all the time, but way down in San Diego. How do you focus on them? Because if you focus on them, which no other state has, you really did center those folks. No, everybody else built it for research and policymakers, which is fair. That's kind of how we started talking about these 10, 15 years ago. But you started here. And generally speaking, if you can take care of the folks with the least amount of power, you will probably also taking care of the legislators and researchers and such. So.
Thank you. Anybody else? I was furiously scribbling notes, Ferrari, that kind of thing.
Meredith
Meredith.
Lee, board member. Thank you so much for that trio of presentations. Really appreciate it. Marianne, your slide on maximizing the value of C2C data and specifically mentioning communities and philanthropy. I actually have a question for Paige, but it's connecting the two presentations. Paige, do you anticipate that part of DQC's analysis and case studies and so forth is going to look into the evolution of stakeholders that support the work? Probably don't need to say in this room, but particularly given the state budget outlook, I'm curious on connecting Marianne's slide to what you're seeing throughout the country and individual state budgets.
One thing that we have found over 20 years on this state budget question is that when times are really good, actually, we see less investment in data. When times are not so good, like 2020, we see big investments in data because that's when the hard questions are getting asked. And the questions that are getting asked are getting far more complex. 15 years ago, we were talking about third grade reading. We wanted a data system that would help us understand a simple data point. Now they're very complex. If I have a high school degree and I am dual enrollment and I go to community college, what is the job I'm going to get? And that's a very complicated question requiring data across a lot of sectors. So we see budgets for this kind of work actually going up in bad budget, because usually if your state budget is struggling, then so are things like jobs, your economy, post-secondary enrollment starts to go down, layoffs start to go up. That's when governors and legislatures start asking really hard questions of their cabinet and their agencies. And that's when it says, well, we don't know. We don't know an answer to that. And so we see those budgets going up. Did that answer your question?
Absolutely.
Okay, because you also said something about stakeholder engagement, so I wasn't sure I got to that.
With philanthropic and other partnerships potentially being at the table, but what you said was excellent already. So
Wonderful. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
John Hetz, the California Community College's representative. I just wanted to take a minute to I feel like sometimes I'm the one that pulls out the pom-poms a little bit. And I just want to channel the executive director's kind of nerdy excitement. Like, this is a huge thing. What we just heard is that California went from the very back of the pack to leading the country. And I want to take a moment to recognize the work of the executive director and the entire Cradle-to-Career team for taking us on that journey together as a state, because I've been on the sidelines of these conversations for a long time, and the state wasn't playing ball. And we are in the game and leading for the first time. And that's super exciting. So I just wanted to recognize all the work, the tremendously hard work that's the team has put in to get us here for the entire state. And so I'm personally grateful. Our system is grateful. And I just want to make sure to recognize that.
Cheerleading is always welcome. Did I see another hand? Yes, Jessica.
Unfortunately, less of a cheerleading, more, I guess, adding. So, I mean, right. So Jessica Moldoff, California Student Aid Commission. So one thing that I didn't see is something that I think I harp on every meeting in terms of how the data returns to the data providers, because the dashboards are great in providing information to the public, but they're always backward looking. So I do hope that part of the focus for this next year can also be about looking more into how data can flow between data providers in order to relieve more of those administrative burdens that we often talk about, because that's when things can really become actionable rather than just relying on researchers to do something with their data rather than just publishing about the data. So making sure that that always stays in the front of mind too, the fact that we do want the data to move between the data providers rather than just going into Cradle-to-Career. Thank you.
This is Marianne Bates. I'm so glad that you highlighted that, Jessica. I think it's incredibly important. As Paige mentioned, part of the reason that we focused first on these dashboards is precisely because that's at the heart of Cradle-to-Career's mission. But you're right. The public dashboards, as important as they will be for all of the communities in California, that's separate from what the Master Data Exchange Agreement enables, which is that if we've done the work, right, of linking and finding out how to connect people across all of these data systems, we would love to be part of the solution of not having all of our data providers continue to reinvent the wheel on that. So I will just say now, I know you and a couple of your other colleagues have come forward with a few ideas of either data linkages that you've done in the past or ones you'd like to do, where our work may be able to smooth things, make it more efficient, and make it easier, especially if it's something where our annual cycle of data ingestion is soon enough for it to work for you. We would love to work with a couple of our data providers to pilot this. We have not yet used the MDEA, and we'd like to work towards that. Our data infrastructure team is right now heads down on that first dashboard build, and we want to make sure we release that as soon as we can, because that is part of our timeline that is a bit delayed. But once we're on the other side of that release, we would like to explore this and think about some especially like high impact wins that can make a meaningful difference for things that young people experience. So I'm really grateful that you highlighted that. Thank you.
Thank you. I love a yes and. Anything else? Anyone else? Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. Okay, now moving on to the business at hand. Thank you. Thank you very much, both of you, for joining us, and thank you for a great report. Moving on to agenda item 4, approval of the minutes from May 1st our May 1st board meeting. Members have all had an opportunity to review those minutes. And are there any members here here or on Zoom who would like to make any additions or corrections to those minutes? Scanning. Seeing none, let's move on. Can I please have a motion to approve the May meeting minutes as submitted?
Move.
Moved by Mr. Vu, thank you. Second?
A second.
Thank you, Ms. Cochran. We have a motion and a second. Before we vote, of course, we need to do our public comment. If you want to comment on this agenda item, the minutes of the May 1 meeting, please note that your comments should be limited to that. Do I have any speaker slips for this? Nope. Is there anybody else in the room who'd like to comment on this item? Mary Kate, is there anybody on the line who'd like to comment?
Let's open it up to Zoom.
Good.
So if there's anyone on the line that would like to make a public comment about this, please raise your hand. I just want to share that I'm not seeing any hands at this time, but we'll just give it a moment here.
Great.
Seeing no hands raised,
Great.
we will close public comment.
So then let's move on, please. We have a motion and a second. Can I please have a roll call vote?
Member Payne.
Aye.
Member Cifuentes. Yes. Member Cochran.
Yes.
Member DeGear.
Aye.
Member Evans.
Aye.
Member Fong. Member Furgiueli.
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Hetz.
Aye.
Designee Bierkey for Member Irwin.
Aye.
Member Jazz.
Aye.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird.
Aye.
Member Lee.
Aye.
Member Moldoff.
Aye.
Member Nellum.
Aye.
Designee Rikachevska for Member Ohanian.
Abstain?
Member Romero.
Yes.
Member Sublé.
Abstain.
Member Tagorda.
Aye.
Member Van Natten.
Yes.
Member Vu.
Yes.
We have 2 abstentions on the record, but with 18 ayes, the motion passes.
Perfect. Motion passes. Very much. Very good. Thank you. Now on to agenda item 5. We're doing the same thing in this instance, we're approving the minutes from the June 27th selection for advisory boards committee meeting. It's the committee of this group that was convened to put before you an item that's coming up about the advisory boards. I want to, in that process, once again, thank Member Gonzalez Vasquez, Member Ohanian, Member Romero, and Member Vu for all of this work on this committee. The committee won't meet again, and so we want the meeting minutes to be available to the public, so we brought them here to you for approval. On this one, from committee members, are there any additions or corrections to the June 27th selection for advisory boards committee minutes? Seeing none, hearing none, can I have a motion from one of the committee members?
Member Romero.
Thank you. Member Romero.
Second.
Second by Member Vu. Thank you very much. Before we vote again, let's pause for public comment. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that they should be limited to the June 24th selection for advisory boards committee meeting minutes. Are there any speaker slips? No. Is there anybody in the room? Seeing none, how about on the Zoom?
Perfect. Let's open it up for public comment online. So if there's folks online that'd like to comment, please raise your hand. Noting that there's no hands raised at this time, but we'll give it a moment. With no public commenters, we will
Great.
close this agenda item.
Marvelous, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Mary Kate, can you please do a roll call of the members of that committee?
Chair Payne.
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Aye.
Designee Rikachevska for Member Ohanian.
Abstain.
Member Romero? Member Vu?
Yes.
With one abstention, but 4 ayes, the motion passes.
Perfect, perfect. Now, with that business concluded, I appreciate that from members. We have time for a brief break. Let us return promptly in 5 minutes at 11:01 by my clock. Thanks very much. Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming back so promptly. We'll move on to our next item. The item is an update, discussion, public comment, and possible action on the Data and Tools and Community Engagement Advisory Board's committee members. I referenced them just recently. I will be providing this update with Mary Kate Cruz-Jones, our Chief of Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships. And right now I will hand it over to her to introduce the item.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Chair Payne. Good morning, members. I'm Mary Kate Cruz-Jones, Chief of Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships with Cradle-to-Career. I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public and if you'd like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. Please note that there are also supplemental letters of support for this agenda item as well, which can be found in the same place. Members will find an additional letter of support that's printed in front of them. That's available to everybody. Just the letter was received after the deadline, but we still wanted you to have access to it. During this agenda item, we will walk through the selection for advisory boards committee process, and we will have the opportunity to review the slating of candidates and runners up for the Data and Tools and Community Engagement Advisory Boards. Before I hand it over to Chair Payne for his presentation, I wanted to inform members that this agenda item will consist of 2 separate motions. At the conclusion of Chair Payne's presentation, I will walk members through motion 1, at which point members will have the opportunity to deliberate on the motion before them. And after the conclusion of motion 1, and once we do deliberation, voting, all that good stuff, we'll take a look at motion 2 and follow the same process. So this is a little bit different than what we normally do, but we'll get through it together. Fabulous. Chair Payne, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Mary Kate. Next slide, please. There we go. The Governing Board received an update from the Selection for Advisory Boards Committee on our May 1st Governing Board meeting. The first meeting of that group was held on April 12th to approve and provide input into the application process, the application itself, the rubric, and the selection process and the plan going forward. So you see that there. I want to give you a little bit of a visual for the data and tools of the composition of the Data and Tools Advisory Board members. We have 5 vacancies to fill. The members who are terming out represent 1 advocacy organization, 2 community organizations, and 2 practitioners. And so that's what we're faced with going forward. If you want more detail on that, please see attachment A on the staff report for detailed information on the current Data and Tools Advisory Board members. So the composition, if I could have the next one, the composition for the Community Engagement Advisory Board members, we have 4 vacancies, as you'll see. Those who are terming out represent 1 advocacy organization, 2 community organizations, and 1 practitioner. The same attachment B in the staff report reflects much more information and a detailed look at the board members of the Community Engagement Advisory Board. So for this process, the office received a total of 28 applications for the Data and Tools Advisory Board. Applicants had the opportunity to self-identify based upon their selection, had the opportunity to self-identify, excuse me. So based on the application's selection and information disclosed in the application and that identification, the applicants were grouped into vacancy categories, and you can see these in the slides. The student category in this instance, because there was a robust conversation in our committee meeting about enfranchising student voice on advisory boards, The student category was reserved for applicants in this instance in high school or in college. You'll see here 3 applicants were grouped as advocacy or community organization representatives. And then there were 25 applicants from the practitioner researcher category. 2 of them disclosed they were students themselves, obtaining a doctoral degree or taking an educational course for teaching. So those individuals are placed in this category, but they are asterisked as students as well for our consideration and talking. So at the second committee meeting, the committee approved 5 applications to be recommended to you for appointment to the Data and Tools Advisory Board. That based upon those applications that we've received, and as I said, a robust conversation among committee members, and thanks again to the committee members, please, especially because the process of evaluating those was a personal and a committee process, and it took many hours and a lot of people's time to do that. Subsequent to that slating, the office received information from an applicant disclosing that the person was not a California resident. And as you know, that is a requirement for us. It is one of the things that we have set aside in the governance manual in our processes in the past. And so we have taken the step of amending the item before you, and you'll see that in your packets and in your item as it came through. So if I could have the next slide. The committee slating for the Data and Tools Advisory Board, as discussed and voted upon by the committee, is Lauren Reed from Oakland Promise, Yulia Tarasova from the City of Roseville, Daniel Milan from the City of Los Angeles Youth Development Department, John Watson from the San Diego County Office of Education, and Mirtha Ortiz Villar from Students Rising Above. At the same time as we discussed the slating, we discussed 5 runners-up, or we discussed runners-up for those, for that Data and Tools Advisory Board, with the idea that if one or more of the members that were selected could not serve the full term, we would take someone from that list rather than have to undertake a completely new process to make sure that we had a full complement on the Data and Tools Advisory Board. And so what you have on this slide is the committee's decision and slating for those runners-up. In this instance, the idea is that if one member cannot continue in performance of their duties on the Data and Tools Advisory Board, we would just go through the list in order so that we don't have to do a reselection or a reprioritization based upon what was going on. And so that slide is what you have demonstrated on your screens. Those alternates are Carolyn Durdella from the Rio Hondo Community College District, Alex Notbaum-Popelka from Regional K-16 Education Collaboratives Grant Program, Carlos Rodriguez from the Los Angeles Unified School District Division of Adult and Career Education, Tammy Pham from the Environmental Charter Middle Schools and 23-24 Teach Plus California Policy Fellow, and Josh Sussman from the University of California, Berkeley. So that's the Data and Tools Advisory Board slate and runners-up for you. I'll now move on to the Community Engagement Advisory Board, and you can see that there on the slides. The office received a total of 38 Community Engagement Advisory Board applications. They basically had the same opportunity to self-identify, and then based on the application selection and information disclosed in that application, the applicants were then scored and grouped into vacancy categories. So 6 applicants were grouped as advocacy organization representatives, 6 applicants were grouped as community organization representatives, 22 as practitioners, and 4 were grouped as students. Student category, as I said, was reserved for applicants in high school or college. In addition, 5 applicants disclosed that they were students obtaining a graduate or doctorate degree in an apprenticeship program. They were placed in the appropriate community organization category, but as I said before, had an asterisk to indicate that they were indeed as well students. At the second committee meeting, a committee approved 4 applications to be recommended to you for appointment to the Community Engagement Advisory Board. The individuals have an asterisk are also, as I noted, students. Those four are Daryl Jones from Blue Element Educational Foundation, Lisa Countryman from Jewish Vocational Service, Natalia Gonzalez from the Riverside County Office of Education, and Scott Azeltine from the Karuk Tribe. At the same meeting, we also approved 4 runners-up. You can see those on the screen now. And again, the asterisk denotes a student. Those 4 are Marissa Johnson from the Campaign for College Opportunity, Pang Vang Yi from the State Center Adult Education Consortium, Christian Reyes from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and Anushka Tarakonda, a junior in high school now. So I now want to turn it back over to Mary Kate Cruz Jones to walk us through the motions that we have before us.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chair Payne. So as I mentioned earlier, there will be 2 motions before us, and I'll walk us through motion 1, which is noted here on the slide. So staff recommends that the board move to approve the proposed candidates and runners-up for the Data and Tools Advisory Board as specified in the staff report. And I will now pass it back to Chair Payne. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The time is upon us now to open it up to the floor for any member questions or comments, either about the process or about the individuals. Yes, Jessica.
Jessica Moldoff, California Student Aid Commission. I'm just curious, so since the students are on the runners-up for the Community Engagement Advisory Board, is in the scoring process, since I haven't been part of the committee yet, I mean, is there almost like you grade them on a curve because they are students, they don't necessarily have the same wealth of like experience and I mean, I guess we'll just say experience as like some of the community members or the advocacy groups. So I know that there was the prioritization, like we want to have students on, but I mean, if they're going against people who have been doing this work for like 10 or 20 years, like it's understandable to see why they're on the runner-up list rather than actually slated for a position.
Yeah, it's a very good question, and I will invite committee members to reflect on their thinking about this in the conversation that we had. It was a very robust conversation, as I mentioned, over the course of a couple of meetings, and people were very sensitive to student voice being present in the work, because after all, the work is about them and for them in main form. I think part of what we struggled with too was that it's not having a student category necessarily in the conversation, and wanting to make sure that we maximized the ability to contribute was, I think, a lot of the rationale and the reasoning behind what you saw with the asterisk. And that is, if we have somebody who is both a student and can contribute because they're members of an organization or are advocating on behalf of something, then that's sort of almost a double for us. And I think our emphasizing the sort of the studentness as well as other activities, I think helped us to put together a slate that can get all those voices in front of us. But I would encourage any other members of the committee to speak to that issue. Okay, thank you. Any other questions on the slating itself? All right, seeing none, let us go to the next. Any speaker slips on this issue?
We also don't have a motion on the table.
Oh, I do not. Oh, I kind of went a little too fast there. With apologies. Could I please have discussion having concluded? Could I please have a motion on the slating for the Data and Tools Advisory Board as specified in the staff report?
So moved. So moved. Sorry. Nathan Evans, CSU, so moved.
Moved by Mr. Evans.
Second.
Second by Mr. Romero. Thank you very much. Excuse my lapse in procedure. Okay. Now let's pause for public comment. Hey. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to the Data and Tools Advisory Board slated candidates and the committee members. I have a number. Do I have a number? Any speaker slips on this issue?
None in Sacramento.
Okay. Do I have anybody in the room wanting to comment on this issue? Okay. Let's see, Mary Kate, how many people are lined up waiting to talk to us on Zoom?
Thus far, we have 3 hands raised.
Great.
I'm going to give it another second just in case. So uplifting what Chair Payne just said, if there are folks on the line that would like to speak to this, please raise your hands now. Another part of this is, should we get more than 10 folks wishing to comment, our speaking time will change. So if I could just see the pool of folks that would like to speak, this is now increased to 4. If we're going to get 6 more hands in the next few seconds here, this will change. So not trying to say last call, but trying to give a gentle nudge. Okay, I see 4 hands raised.
Great.
So we'll go with the 4 commenters. Edward Gomez, we'll go with you first. I saw your hand. And then, so Edmund, I'll allow you to speak momentarily. And please try and limit your comments to 2 minutes or less. You can now speak. Thank you.
No technical issues?
Edwin, we can't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Edwin, we can. Thank you. Okay, so let's try
Wonderful.
2 minutes again.
Okay. Okay.
So feel free to get started here. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Sorry for the little mishap there. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Edwin Gomez, and I serve as the Riverside County Superintendent of Schools. I'm here today to strongly support Natalia Gonzalez's appointment to the Community Engagement Advisory Board. Natalia is a very important member of our team here at RCOE. She's always proven to be a dedicated and passionate advocate for educational equity. She has a track record in community engagement. Her expertise and commitment make her an ideal representative for the Inland Empire and for college students, communities that lack a voice on this particular board. And so I respectfully urge and recommend her to this particular appointment. I know that she will do an outstanding job. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Christian Reyes. So Christian, I'm going to allow you to speak. Can we just do a test?
Hello, testing.
Okay, we can hear you. Perfect. Your 2 minutes has begun. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the governing board. Thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm currently calling from Washington, D.C. My name is Christian Reyes, and I'm a first-gen Mexican-American student from McFarland, a town in California Central Valley. I recently graduated from my undergraduate program at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and will soon pursue a master's in higher education, counseling, and student affairs. I join you all today to respectfully request a reconsideration of the nomination for a student representative on the Community Engagement Advisory Board for Christian Reyes from runner-up to slated candidate. I will serve as a student representative, but will also be a practitioner as a graduate assistant for Cal Poly Scholars, a program supporting first-gen low-income students of color. I pride myself on my identity as a student and hold it highly as I deem advocacy a responsibility to uplift not only my voice, but the voices of my peers in my community. So I vividly remember my experiences in the K-12 classroom and as an undergrad, yet I'm seasoned enough to make well-informed decisions through my collaborative work in education. My direct experience working with students, coupled with my passion for driving systemic change through policy and advocacy, makes me an effective and reliable candidate. And a prime example of this was my position as a finalist in the most recent CSU Student Trustee Search. In my roles, I've been involved in initiatives that address educational equity and access, and I'm passionate about amplifying student voices in the decision-making process. As a member of the Community Engagement Advisory Board, I would bring a dedicated focus on ensuring that the perspectives and experiences of students, particularly those who are first-generation low-income students from the Central Valley in particular, are represented and valued. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next public commenter will be Ortiz Vilar, excuse me. I'm allowing you to speak, and if we could just do a quick microphone test.
Testing.
We can hear you. Your 2 minutes have begun. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Lisa Ortiz. I'm one of the recently slated candidates for the Data and Tool Advisory Board. And just want to say thank you to this committee and all the committees that have been working with C2C to making this process very seamless. As somebody who has recently come back to California and have learned more about C2C, I'm just really inspired by all the work that you're doing and really excited that it was a process that was really welcoming to community members, something that had the rubric really, out there, open for folks to really digest and use as their application tool. So just want to reiterate just how open this process was and really thank everybody that was a part of that decision making to make it as open and community driven as possible. Again, really excited to hopefully be part of this committee and this advisory board and continue contributing to the C2C system and the execution of this policy, and just really excited to connect practitioners to the data. That's something that drives me in my day-to-day work at Students Rising Above, but also just as a personal interest, making sure that folks know that data can be used to work in their day-to-day and hopefully encourage more practitioners and educators to use data in their day-to-day service to our students. So just want to say thank you again, and I'm really excited to be part of this opportunity.
Thank you very much. There was another hand that we had, and it's since been lowered. So just in case that was a mistake, I just want to give it another moment here.
No worries.
Okay, with that, we'll close public comment, having heard from 3 folks. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Just want to note for the record and for you all that the caller from the county office and Christian was calling about the next motion. So please apply their comments to the next motion, the Community Engagement Advisory Board. Right now, we're voting on the Data and Tools Advisory Board. There being no other discussion and comment, Mary Kate, could you please call the roll?
Member Payne.
Aye.
Member Cifuentes. Member Cochran.
Aye.
Member DeGear.
Aye.
Member Evans.
Aye.
Member Fong. Member Furgiueli.
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Hetz.
Aye.
Designee Bierke for Member Irwin.
Aye.
Member Jez. Aye. Designee Stivers for Member Laird. Aye. Member Lee.
Aye.
Member Moldoff. Aye. Member Nellam.
Aye.
Designee Rikachevska for Member Ohanian.
Aye.
Member Romero.
Aye.
Member Sublé.
Aye.
Member Tagorda.
Aye.
Member Van Natten.
Aye.
Member Vu.
Yes.
With 19 ayes. Excuse me, sorry. That's 20 ayes. Miscount here, but I'm glad I corrected it. With 20 ayes, the motion passes. Thank you very
Marvelous.
much.
Thank you very much. The motion passes. That is motion 1. Now we move on to motion 2. Mary Kate, take it away.
Thank you. So the motion in front of us is to move to approve the proposed candidates and runners-up for the Community Engagement Advisory Board as specified in the staff report. Thank you, Chair Payne.
May I have a motion?
I so move. This is Agnieszka Rakacheska, Degnan Signy for member Ohanian.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you, Nathan. There's been a motion and a second. Any comment, any comment or concerns or questions by members? Thank you. Do we have any speakers? Oh, yes, Sujan.
My comment is more about the process. This is the right time to raise those.
Certainly.
I was wondering, as I look at sort of the materials and as I'm sitting here and then the comments coming in about the candidate about sort of moving up into the recommended group, I think one thing that I'm grappling with is I'm bouncing between who are our current members, the ones that are leaving, who's recommended for the slate, and just like I wish there was a way for me to easily see, like, if the slate were approved, what would the boards look like? And so I'm trying to figure out, do we have a student on? Should we have a student on? And it's kind of hard, I guess, to sort of assess that with the current materials. And there's bios for the members that are leaving, but not for the members that are proposed in the materials, I should say. There's probably somewhere else I'm not able to dig up quickly. So I think I'm happy to like provide this feedback more concretely for the next round. But I think it's also challenging to have a conversation around the slate at this point. If like when that comment came in, it made me realize this process probably isn't set up for much more beyond approving the slate than like, than moving the slate around. You know?
Thank you. Thank you for that. Very good points. The visualization and the sort of the pie chart of the materials is in the packet and in the materials. It's a tough thing to sort of draw a picture of what if, what then. The thing that I can say to you on behalf of the committee is that we sort of had that in front of us in whichever manner we could make sort of sense of it, and we'll endeavor to do a little bit better in terms of how to visualize that. But everybody there was sort of cognizant of sort of how we were trying to place and how we were trying to replace. And by the same token, the team was doing exactly the same set of activities. But points taken. Thank you. If you like to.
Sure. And also just jumping in here. We do have two students that are, the one that spoke to you, the two first comments that came in related to community engagement, as Chair Payne noted, there are two students currently seated. So they're just wrapping up their first year. They'll have 2 more years on the board. One student is a PhD student. There's actually more than 2. There's another PhD student, and then there's a second year at Cal who we'll be hearing from in agenda item 14. So there are at least 3 students that have self-identified on that board currently serving, if that's helpful information.
Thank you. We have any other questions on this from the group? Yes, Chris.
Chris Verduelli, University of California representative. Yeah, as I was scrolling through the bios and reading the bios of the departing members, I was kind of left wondering like what their experience was having been a member of the board. Is there a way to sort of get a brief statement for outgoing members about what their experience was or what takeaways so we can learn from that going forward?
Yeah, sure. Mary Kate Cruz-Jones here. Happy to speak to that. We uplifted on social media. There are statements that they did share with us. That's not a comprehensive view, right? That's a social media clip. But so there's some thoughts there. And just procedurally, internally, for all members that are off-boarded, they are provided with an invitation to an off-boarding interview. Since technically today is their last day, they have not yet been fully offboarded. They're in transition, but all 9 folks that are being offboarded have been given that invitation. I sent that email out last week to them or over the weekend. But, and if there's thoughts that the board would like to hear, if you'd like, a report out of that as a future agenda item, I'd be happy to share or send an email with governing board members, should that be something y'all are interested in.
Yeah, it seemed like it would have been a sentence or two at the end of the bio about. it seemed like it would have fit nicely as a sentence or two, sort of coda to their bios about what their experience was from Cradle-to-Career Advisory Board.
And also thinking through, as member Jazz mentioned, what we could do next year, integrating into the materials. There could be the full bios. That was something that was provided to the committee. Happy to repeat it with governing board since we have the material ready, and we can integrate comments for governing board members as like a special section of the staff report. So happy to do both those action items. Thank you.
Another set of great suggestions. Thank you for that, Chris. And also, as you note, best practice. Other comments from the group? All right, let's go on to public comment. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that all of them should be limited to the Community Engagement Advisory Board candidates and the selection for advisory board committee members. Do we have any speaker slips for this?
We do not have any speaker slips.
Do we have anybody in the room that wants to comment on this item? Okay, Mary Kate, you want to throw it open for public comment on the Zoom?
Perfect. So we'll open it up to folks on Zoom. I see one hand raised at this time. I now see a second hand raised, 3 hands raised. So we'll just give it another moment in case we get up to 10. Okay, so we'll start with public comment. I saw the hand raised first by Neftali. So we'll open it up with you, noting that we don't have more than 10 folks. We'll keep the 2-minute time. And you've been allowed to speak. Can we just do a quick test?
Test 1, 2.
We can hear you. Thank
Oh,
you.
good.
2 minutes begin.
Hi, good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. My name is Neftali Galarza, and I serve as the Director of Community Engagement and Partnerships for the Rivers County Office of Education. And I'm just calling in support of Natalia Gonzalez, who I've had the pleasure of directly supervising over the last 3 years. Natalia is a great individual who represents our communities very well. She fulfills the need to have a voice for a practitioner, but also for a student. Given that she's still in college, she's getting her EDD at USC. Recently completed a master's, and so she's engaged and well represented. I also want to mention that the selection committee for community engagement that met, I believe, about a month ago, had this long conversation about the same subject at the earlier meeting, and I have had the pleasure of listening into a lot of the same comments that are being mentioned about the college student and all that I was taken in as these. This current pool of candidates was selected. And so again, calling in to support Natalia Gonzalez. Hopefully this appointment goes through. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. The next hand that I see raised is from Christian Reyes again. So I will allow you to speak now. Let's do a microphone check, please.
Okay, testing.
Testing, great. We hear you. 2 minutes have begun. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone, once again. I'm Christian Reyes. I will be beginning my master's program at Cal Poly in the fall. And I know earlier it was mentioned that there is 3 students on the Community Engagement Advisory Board. However, 2 of those are doctoral students and 1 is in their 2nd year. And there's no graduate student who's pursuing a master's degree. And I think because of that, I would be a great benefit to be added to the advisory board. And in addition, I've done a lot of community work with organizations like the Education Trust West, the Campaign for College Opportunity. And a lot of that work, I have been a student voice in elevating not only my story, but the story of my peers and my colleagues. And I think it's critical that we push students to engage in opportunities like this in order to ensure that it's not only those students that have had access to these opportunities historically, but that we're also uplifting the voices of our underrepresented communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Natalia Gonzalez. Please, I'm allowing you to speak. Let's do a test.
Testing.
Fabulous. Please start your 2 minutes now.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. My name is Natalia Gonzalez, and I have applied for the C2C Community Engagement Advisory Board. I currently work in community engagement and partnership and also serve on the Desert Recreation District Board of Directors, which is a Parks and Green Space board in the desert region. Also a full-time doctoral student, as mentioned earlier at USC, and my research is centered on creating impactful, evidence-based, data-driven strategies for community improvement, specifically here in the Inland Empire. Being a longtime resident and committed advocate for the Eastern Coachella Valley, I am deeply invested in the betterment of the community. As a product of California's public school system education and as a UC system grad, I believe my unique blend of experiences, education, and passion make me an ideal candidate for this board. I support the mission of using data and research to improve education, economic, and health outcomes while ensuring community voices are at the center of everything that we do. I want to thank the selection committee that met about a month ago for slating me as a potential candidate for this board. I look forward to the opportunity, if granted here this morning, to work alongside some of the colleagues on the board. And I just want to reiterate that I am dedicated to making an impactful and meaningful contribution to this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the last hand I see raised is from Elizabeth Vallejo. So I'm going to allow you to talk and let's try a test.
Testing.
Fabulous. Your 2 minutes have begun, please.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Vallejo, and I am the Community Engagement and Partnership Representative for the Riverside County Office of Education. I have been working with Natalia Gonzalez for over a year in this unit, and she would be an amazing candidate to be on this advisory board. She has amazing leadership skills to where she not only empowers the youth, but she empowers the community, and she creates inclusion and equity for all aspects of everyone involved. And she is not only a leader, but she is a mentor as well. She has mentored many of our college interns to go above and beyond and to make an impact in our community. And she would be a great leader on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that was all the hands raised. But just in case there's anyone else that would like to speak, I just want to pause for another moment. Seeing no other hands raised, we can close public comment.
Great, thank you. So there's been a motion and a second. We have had full public comment. Can you please call the roll?
Member Payne.
Aye.
Member Cifuentes. Member Cochran.
Aye.
Member DeGear.
Aye.
Member Evans.
Aye.
Member Fong. Member Frigiueli.
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Hetz.
Aye.
Designee Bierke for Member Irwin.
Aye.
Member Jez.
Aye.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird.
Aye.
Member Lee.
Aye.
Member Moldoff.
Aye.
Member Nellam.
Aye.
Designee Rekachevska for Member Ohanian.
Aye.
Member Romero.
Aye.
Member Soblay.
Aye.
Member Tagorda.
Aye.
Member Van Natten.
Aye.
And Member Vu.
Aye.
With 20 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you very much for all of that. I want to also just do another shout out to committee members for a lot of time devoted to doing this work, to reading tens and tens of applications and having a series of very robust conversations amongst ourselves. And so thank you very much for all that process. And I'd encourage anybody to apply to or to volunteer to be a member of that committee in the next year. More eyes on these applications is always a better thing than fewer. And so thank you again, and let's move on. We'll now move on to the next agenda item. An update on linking records in the data system. And I want to invite Dan Lemery, Director of Data Infrastructure, to provide this update to us. Take it away, Dan.
Okay, volume good? Great. Good morning, members. I am Dan Lemery, Director of Data Infrastructure. In November 2023, C2C celebrated its first data ingestion. In March of this year, C2C completed its first regular annual data submission from data providers. This summer, C2C is focusing on linking of records, the metric calculations for the first dashboard, and the integration of data with visualizations. The updates presented today will include information on the data quality collaboration with C2C's data partners, the continued process of implementing security and privacy controls with collaboration from our data providers as the functionality of the data system expands, and initial reflections on the process of linking records across different data providers. Next slide, please. I'm happy to report that all of our data providers have submitted the required data during the March annual window, and all the data has been validated. This was a massive undertaking as C2C and its partners worked with each of the data provider subject matter experts to understand and ensure the submitted data met the data quality expectations of the data system. Previously, during the February governing board meeting, I explained the types of data quality checks that we were employing. Those were data type, referential integrity, regular expressions, and uniqueness. For this annual submission, C2C also examined external referential integrity. To do this, C2C aggregated the submitted data and compared it to publicly published reports by the data providers, and noted examples where discrepancies were significant. Two examples that follow highlight the scope of the challenges and the necessary interplay between people, processes, and technology. The first discovery was the discrepancy between the publicly reported graduates for a few local educational agencies and the enrollment data submitted to the data system. It appeared that the submitted data did not contain values for graduates for a few specific local educational agencies or LEAs. This discovery was discussed with the subject matter experts at the California Department of Education, who identified that the data initially submitted were valid and correct, but due to a change in data collection timelines that occurred during the year in question, it required a resubmission of enrollment data to capture all graduates. On the surface, this may seem like a simple resubmission of enrollment data, but this could not be further from the truth. Resolving the discrepancy required the involvement of subject matter experts from multiple source systems collaborating while under a very tight timeline to supplement the data. This is one of the many instances of the collaborative nature of C2C and the California Department of Education to ensure the data quality of the data system. The second discovery was that C2C observed a significant degree of missingness for variables that exist within two similar data sets. Specifically, C2C discovered the data originating from the Department of Social Services had a higher than expected degree of missingness prior to the 2015 calendar year for the identified variables, due to that data not being collected by the department during that time span. C2C discussed the discovery with the subject matter experts and then collaborated with the Department of Healthcare Services to supplement the missingness of the variables, thereby increasing the fill rate of the variable. Again, this may appear to be a simple resubmission of data, but this required the collaboration of many subject matter experts from two separate departments that own and operate two disparate source systems. Next slide, please. Thank you. A great deal of effort has been made to ensure the necessary security measures have been taken to secure the data system against malicious attacks, namely implementation of zero trust architecture, as outlined in Technology Letter 2301 issued by the California Department of Technology on May 17th, 2023. The technology letter 2301 states all state entities must work toward a zero trust architecture model as outlined in NIST 800-207, refer to the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, Zero Trust Maturity Model version 2. By May 2024, all state agencies entities must have passed, planned, and implemented the initial maturity stage of each of the 5 pillars, including devices, networks, applications and workloads, and data. So what is zero trust architecture? As mentioned in the technology letter 2301, it's a term for a cybersecurity framework that aims to move toward the traditional castle and moat method of security to a more sophisticated focus on all users, assets, and resources. In this analogy, the castle is thought of the system network, and the moat is the network boundary or the perimeter. That is to say, the traditional method assumes that attacks originate from outside the system network, but once inside once inside the system, all of the users within the system network can access all applications and resources. So organizations using a traditional method of boundary protection focus most of their efforts on the preventative or of the prevention of penetrating the drawbridge or access points using network firewalls and other means of protection. Once again, inside, the infiltrator has free rein to exploit or attack any resource within the system. Zero trust architecture assumes no trust is granted to users or assets, regardless of location within the network boundary. The mantra of zero trust advocates is never trust, always verify. This represents a shift in the traditional method of protecting the network segments, and instead of protecting resources such as assets, services, workflows, and so on, zero trust maturity is even more critical today as users are increasingly more remote, use their own devices, and utilize cloud-based resources outside the enterprise boundary, given the proliferation and popularity of SaaS products. So while the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, has loosely defined principles for zero trust architecture and general models for deployment, the zero trust maturity model released by CISA is a more structured approach to achieving the goals of zero trust in a rapidly accelerating and ever-evolving technology risk and threat landscape. So, zero trust maturity model is meant for federal agencies, but as stated above, the California Department of Technology has provided guidance that the state entities should refer to zero trust maturity model as the best method for achieving zero trust compliance. To achieve compliance, the Zero Trust Maturity Model assesses organizations on 5 security pillars, with each pillar having multiple functions within the pillar, and then each pillar having 3 cross-cutting functions. The 5 pillars are, as mentioned before, identity, devices, network, application, and workloads, and data. So the 3 cross-cutting functions are visibility and analytics, automation and orchestration, and governance. An example function within the network pillar is network segmentation. So the network pillar is defined by the cybersecurity, the CISA, or Cybersecurity Infrastructure Agency. A network refers to open communication medium, including typical channels such as agency internal networks, wireless networks, and the internet, as well as other potential channels such as cellular and application level channels used to support or transport messages. As mentioned above, the zero trust architecture advocates moving away from the traditional focus of the network boundary, and instead security controls are closer to the resources themselves. And these controls are meant to bolster the traditional security controls and protections for network traffic. In that vein, network segmentation is the ability to separate networks in microsegments and to operate independently from each other. Only authorized users for the identified microsegment may access the resource within it. This prevents an infiltrator from moving laterally through the network to attack and exploit other resources. So similar to a ship taking on water, having fully watertight bulkheads prevents the ingress of water to other parts of the ship and isolates flooding to a singular compartment. The criticality of implementing zero trust cannot be overstated given the recent data breaches in the news. Roughly 1/3 of all data breaches are the result of an insider threat. So the insider is a user that could be a vendor, a contractor, a board member, an employee, or former employee. Often the threat is accidental and not malicious, and is the result of lapses in security policy, processes, standards, procedures, implementation, and training. A recent example of a high-profile data breach was largely due to 3 primary factors. Multi-factor authentication was not configured and enforced for employees. Compromised employees' accounts were stale, such that the accounts were inactive but not disabled, sometimes remaining enabled for years. And network traffic was not allow listed or otherwise restricted. I'm pleased to report that the majority of all functions across all pillars are above the traditional level of maturity. The majority of all functions are above the traditional level of maturity and are either at the initial, advanced, or optimal levels for zero trust maturity. With the diligent efforts of the office and its partners, the assessments have been completed, the necessary planning undertaken, and the work of progressing toward optimal continues as we build the data system. The effort was not trivial and required pushing our schedule out longer than the office had anticipated. However, it was critical to ensure the security of the data system, particularly given the sensitivity of the data housed within the data system necessary for record linking. Next slide, please. Okay, record linking is explicitly mentioned as a directive in statute for the data system. As stated in statute, the data system shall enable the linkage, management, and monitoring of information of student progress through education, workforce training, employment, health, and social services. To that end, the data system collects elements as defined in the participation agreement that allow for record linking, and these elements include name, date of birth, address, and social security number. As mentioned in February governing board meeting, there are 3 primary challenges with linking records within and between the submitted data. No singular identifier can be leveraged to identify individuals as they progress in the educational journey. Social security number is a necessary submission element to the EDD or Employment Development Department for the work history of an individual, and the largest data set, the California Department of Education, does not contain social security number as it cannot legally collect it as defined in statute. So the data system must supplement missing or unreported social security numbers from other data sets using other attributes of the individual, as stated above. There are a number of barriers that prevent this from being easily achieved. It could be the case that an individual may report a social security number or not report a social security number, rather. The reported social security number may be invalid given the rigidly defined or allowed values as defined by the Social Security Administration. And some of the data providers do not have the authority to validate the social security number with the Social Security Administration. For example, individuals may submit values of a single repeated number for the entirety of the reported value for social security number, or a pattern of numbers going from 1 to 9 or anything in between. Additionally, the social security number element in some data sets has synthetic values or an entirely different identifier submitted in the absence of a reported social security number. Once all the valid social security numbers have been identified, the office must then incorporate the above mentioned variables to link the records. This too has challenges and typically comes in the form of 2 modes, collisions and mutations. So a mutation is effectively the change in reported values for an individual over time. While birthday is thought of as having a high degree of durability, in other words, remaining static, the reported date of birth may change for a variety of reasons. For example, the date of birth for an individual may have been transposed when input into a data collection form, but then corrected later. The nature of certification periods for data submitted to our data providers from originating entities also presents a challenge. Once a certification period has passed, the data are no longer updated, but rather a new record created in the next reporting period to reflect the change. In data modeling terms, this change in reported values would be classified as a slowly changing dimension. And the specific technique used to capture the change is to just create a new record. While date of birth rarely changes, as mentioned before for individuals in submitted data, the address of the individual and the name to a lesser extent does change over time. Each of these are captured with a new record submitted by the data provider each annual cycle, provided the data were not resubmitted to rectify the error prior to the certification period. Consider an individual applying to a higher education institution while still enrolled in high school and living at home. The parent or guardian is helping the individual with the application, and the parent accidentally inputs their own social security number. They also transpose date, month, and year for the date of birth. They input the correct home or the current home address of the individual. And finally, they input the legal name of the individual instead of the preferred name, or vice versa. So 1 or more years later, the individual corrects these issues, and those records already made their way from the application to the institution, to the data provider, and then finally to the data system. Even if the data provider were to fully resubmit the application or enrollment data for an individual, the issue would still persist. Further complicating the issue is that it may be the case that the natural key used to identify the individual previously changes so that the new record may appear as a wholly different individual. And alternatively to mutations, a collision occurs when 2 or more individuals share the same identifiers. This is more frequent in specific populations that cluster geographically and share a high degree of similarity of identifying attributes. Consider the Vietnamese population of Westminster, California. Westminster has one of the highest concentrations of individuals reporting Vietnamese ancestry, coupled with the fact that the top 4 most common Vietnamese surnames constitutes nearly 60% of all Vietnamese surnames. So if the record linking elements of address are limited to zip code and we only have last name, then this presents a significant challenge that may be difficult to overcome with a simple deterministic match, as many of the individuals would share the same record matching elements, resulting in a high number of collisions that disproportionately impacts this specific population. So a deterministic match refers to the exact match between the compared elements. In the above example, if an individual from one data set had reported their legal name or preferred name in high school and then used their preferred or legal name for their higher education application, then they wouldn't match. This makes matching individuals between disparate data sets challenging, as data do change over time, as talked about before. Additionally, there is a delicate balance that must be maintained between the number of record matching elements, as more elements incorporated into the deterministic match increases the accuracy of the match rate, but so too does the attrition rate as the overall match rate is reduced. That is to say, the number of matches is reduced as more elements are introduced because there is a greater chance that 1 or more of the elements do not match. And all of the elements must match in the deterministic match. There are hybrids or alternatives, like a stepwise or rule-based approach may be employed to increase fidelity, but either top-down or bottom-up approaches suffer similarly with mutations as described above, and collisions. So probabilistic matching. Tamer, the selected master data management tool, has been deployed to the production environment in the data system, and the process of model creation has begun. Tamer employs probabilistic matching, which helps increase the match rate while keeping the accuracy of match rates high. More specifically, Tamer leverages human-guided or supervised machine learning to build this model. This interactive record linking, record linkage allows subject matter experts to iteratively fine-tune the results. At a high level, this takes the form of reviewers, verifiers, and curators collaborating together to complete the following steps: generate unified data sets, group records with identified or identical values, generate initial pairs to identify matches, train the model by labeling the pairs, and then finally curate and review the record clusters. So what does that mean? Step 3 and 4 Step 3 and 4 really consume the bulk of the effort for the data, for the model development. Step 3 requires that the curators to create a blocking model or binning model. A blocking model effectively rules out potential pairs that very clearly do not match. This is done by tokenizing the values and requiring a threshold of similarity. For example, a trigram tokenizer would chunk the text of a value into sets and then compare the values with other chunked values after lowercasing the values. An example would be the word Google would be chunked into tokens of G, GO, GOO, OOG, OGL, GLE, LE, and then finally E. So you'd have all of those tokens from that one value. And so if another record contains the word ogle or Google, or goggle, excuse me, or glee, then some of the trigram tokens of those values would match. This is then controlled for by creating the threshold for matching values. It should be noted that the trigram tokenizer in conjunction with cosine similarity, there's a few different similarity functions, but cosine similarity for this example is computationally expensive. As you can imagine, each record for that one attribute then gets split up into 10 plus or more. The number of records that have to be compared explodes. So large text values require performance implications to be considered. So once step 3 is completed, then the supervised training of the model can proceed by creating an initial set of record pairs that pass the blocking model created in step 3. This initial set of record pairs is then labeled a match or no match based on the experience of the curators and verifiers. This is going back to the supervised machine learning approach. This process continues iteratively until the 4 important metrics are satisfied. Accuracy, or the overall correctness of suggestions given subject matter expertise. Precision, or the overall effectiveness of the model by true positives divided by the sum of true positives and false positives. Recall, or the ratio of correct guesses by the model calculated by true positives divided by the sum of true positives and false negatives. And then the F-score, or the harmonic mean of the precision and recall, with a perfect precision of recall being 1. So you would consider a 2x2 matrix effectively of match and no match, indicating true positive, true negative, and false positive, false negative. And once this process has been done enough times to satisfaction, the record clusters contain all the matching pairs. Effectively, a cluster is the set of records that identify an entity and only those records. Lastly, each cluster has a cluster ID that uniquely identifies the entity to be used to unify the individuals within and between the data sets as they get pulled back into the data warehouse. And with that, I would like to pass it back to Chair Payne for any questions.
Okay, I'm blown away. So that was fascinating. At the beginning of your conversation, you said our matching process is complete. And then, did you?
Oh, our matching process has begun.
Okay.
I apologize if I, yeah. My apologies there.
That's fair, because there is going to be all sorts of celebration if that was the case. But it's fascinating to me what you've described as necessary between all of these bits of data that we've ingested. And I think we could do well to tell lots and lots of people out there in the world how complicated really this process is. No question about it. I've said, I love acronyms, but I also love words, and I love putting new words into my lexicon. Allow listed. Collision is a new one for me in this context, and I love it. And so I'll talk to you more about them later. But I think this is a fascinating process and an extraordinarily complicated process. And I can't for a moment imagine how to describe this to sort of my peers or anybody, but I think we would be well served for us to try to describe this to lay people in the world and legislators as well, and members of the administration, just how complicated this process is and just how much of a challenge you're undertaking. So thank you for that. With that, any comments or questions from members of the, yes, go ahead.
Jessica Moldoff, California Student Aid Commission. Thank you so much, Dan. I know that's basically my request to have this very dense item. And I appreciate all the unpacking and also the transparency, because obviously the privacy of the data is a very crucial cornerstone of it. So I'm glad that things are very serious and are progressing at a very high standard. I can definitely appreciate the messiness of the data because we only see a small piece of it at CSAC because we link the FAFSA records, which often have bad data in them, to the LEA records, which often have bad data in them. So trying to figure out which is the right birth date is definitely a challenge at times. I say this as someone who once had their own birth date on my passport, of all places. So thank you so much for you and your team for all of the work and getting these really foundational elements put together.
Thank you.
Yes. Nathan Evans, California State University. I also want to just express deep appreciation. I looked up and I saw John's head nodding and Jessica's head nodding, and like we could envision each of these scenarios that you described, what we experience within our own closed system. So imagining bringing together these disparate data sets and the depth and work that's occurring to ensure the quality of data is really remarkable. So thank you for explaining that to the nth degree, because also adding to lexicon and everything else was quite impressive. But on behalf of data providers, first commiseration, but also deep appreciation for everything that C2C and your team are doing to make this successful.
Thank you.
Liberty.
Liberty Van Atten, California Department of Education. I want to echo what my colleagues here have said as well. Having been in those nitty-gritty, deep conversations, getting to solutions has been fun because I am a data nerd, but big and challenging. Somebody once said to me, this work is reminiscent of other projects that they that they experienced in the past regarding data quality. We want today's processes and needs to apply to data collection processes from the past. And I think that that is a lot of what we were doing over these last 2 years, coming to solutions. And so again, our data, they're relatively linked within our system, and thinking about not only just our data, but linking all the other agencies' data. It's fun, but it's a huge deal. And you guys have been doing a phenomenal job. And we really appreciate the patience and the learning that you have been doing all along the way, because you're not only learning about processes, but you're learning about all of our data as well to understand it. So thank you.
Yes.
Brandon Bierke representing Assemblywoman Irwin. I just wanted to kind of uplift and applaud your focus on data security. The Assemblywoman has been a major proponent of zero trust architecture at the state. To see that you're getting to advanced and optimal levels in zero trust architecture this early on is really encouraging, and something that I think we all should try to focus on, that Cradle-to-Career should be a shining light of data security. We're taking a lot of other people's data, and people are very sensitive about that, and being sure that we can control that data, have confidence in the data system is important. The Assemblywoman wants every single state entity to be at the optimal level for zero trust architecture. But if we can start here at this young agency, young office, we can really show all of the other state partners that it is possible. So thank you.
Meredith Lee, Senate appointed board member. Definitely +1 on the best practices from CISA and the security community. Dan and team, as you were describing some of the very critical role of the subject matter experts in improving the data quality, it made me wonder if perhaps, especially for the public, it would be helpful for you to comment on the extent of the human in the loop process for data quality moving forward.
That's certainly something. Is the question whether we would consider this in the future, or?
If I was listening in, I guess I think the data quality of previous data is one sort of whole chunk of ongoing work. But in terms of the maintenance for data that is coming in, like to what degree do we envision human in the loop and subject matter experts really needing to roll up their sleeves moving forward versus in the past?
I think there will always be a need for subject matter experts to help guide the office, particularly with changes, whether that's legislative or statute, whatever, or it just could be different processes, different technologies, as moving from something like mainframe to like a SaaS product like Snowflake or Databricks or whatever it may be. There's always going to need to be people, process, and technology, and so I think that's a mainstay.
Excellent. Just wanted to uplift that. And thank you for cosine, similarity, and trigram tokenizer. I did not have those on my bingo card for the board meeting today.
That was perfect. Thank you. Any other comments from members of the board? Yes, Chris.
I just definitely want to echo all the comments about the sophistication of the methods you're using to match the data. I'm really appreciative of all the extensive information you provided on that. Just the other day, somebody was asking me and by the way, this is Chris Virtuelli, University of California. Somebody was asking me the other day within University of California, how is Cradle-to-Career going to do all this? How are they going to match? What's the common key? Because most people are used to doing this deterministic, you either match or you don't on one or two pieces of information. So I'm deeply appreciative that you're taking this really sophisticated approach. My question is are there going to be resources provided that we can go back and explain to our SMEs, to our subject matter experts, to our stakeholders, to explain to people how all this is being done, and potentially even match rates, success rates, what the results of all this methodology is? Because I think it could really build confidence in the data, in people's experience with the data as they use it for more and more critical uses. And last question is, I just want to make sure I understand the deterministic versus the probabilistic. Is it an either or, like we're not doing deterministic and we're doing probabilistic, or is it we start with deterministic and if that fails, we go into probabilistic?
It is. So I'll take the last question first. It is generally the case that if you use a probabilistic approach, it will almost always perform better than deterministic. And so that goes back to the blocking and bidding model. If you set the threshold at 100%, you have just made yourself a deterministic match at that point. The other point the other question about providing materials about the model itself and how it's done more specifically, I think that's something that we could certainly explore because it will be helpful to communicate to the public exactly what's happening, what's going on under the hood to some degree. Did I answer your question? Yeah. Okay.
Marvelous. Perfect. Any other comments? Great. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Member Gonzalez. It seems, Dan, that you also echoing, this gratitude for all the work that you and your team are doing to ensure the integrity of the data. But it seems like you've also learned a lot from integrating so many data sets. I'm wondering if there is an opportunity for you to share lessons learned so that in the future, we can make sure that the systems are talking to each other and we don't experience another set of issues as well.
So funny you mention, because in statute, actually, there is a data quality component of that. And so one of the charges of the office is to help with the quality of the state overall. I don't have a timeline for when we would execute on that, but that is definitely something that we're looking into.
Again, I heard a yes and. Marvelous. Thank you. I'm sorry, I missed it, guys. Any other comments from the group? Perfect. Thank you. A little bit of a time check. We're running a little bit behind, so we're going to go on to item 9. Excuse me. We're going to go on to item 8, and then we'll have our lunch break and move item 9 to after that lunch break. We may shorten the break by just a little bit. So the next two things up are the 12-month work plan, and then we'll have a general public comment as we do usually before we adjourn for something, and then we'll take our lunch break. So Marianne, up to you.
All right, thank you. This is Marianne Bates, Executive Director. This item is coming to you for a vote. This is your opportunity to review and approve the 12-month work plan for our office for the fiscal year that just started. So if you're following along as a member of the public, there's a detailed staff report for this one with a lot of materials. So just to give you a bit of context, this 12-month work plan is the thing you're voting on. This is shared with you in the context of the 3-year strategic plan you all adopted a year ago. So we aim to match against that. We also have our updated 5-year timeline, and we have last year's work plan. And for last year's work plan and the old 5-year timeline, we've given you the cheat sheet as we usually do with the check marks and the partially filled bubbles. So it's easy for you to see what's done, what's partially complete, what got deprioritized or wasn't started. So all of those materials are in that same PDF, and we're going to walk through it at an overview level, because I want to be conscious of time, and I know you've had an opportunity to review all of this ahead of time. Next slide. Oh, nope, this slide. Okay, so I want to reflect on one thing. So big picture on the 5-year timeline. One of the things, as Dan highlighted, that was pushed from this past June to the current fiscal year is the release of our first dashboard on a priority topic. Now, I'm reflecting on Paige's comments earlier, which makes me feel a bit better that leaders are very self-critical, because I'm noticing that on the slide, I did not mention the 17 bright green check marks for year 3 of the 5-year timeline. I'm highlighting for you only the one that's partially complete. So thank you. Thank you for bearing with me on that. Next slide, please. All right, so now we're going to go into the 12-month work plan. As I mentioned, this is tailored to the strategic plan and follows the same structure that you've had in prior years. So let's go to the next slide and look at operations. If you're following along, this is the purple page. So accomplishments for this past year, we reached a team size of 26, which includes fellows and retired annuitants. That's why you have that note that our team size is 26 with 4 vacancies. So we still have some positions to fill. Want to give Leslie Taylor and the whole team a huge shout out for the tremendous amount of work that went into hiring and filling those positions last year. Another major accomplishment, which we've mentioned multiple times, is moving into our new office space. Focus for this year, employee engagement. As we mentioned last time, we did the Gallup Q12 survey for our team, and in our continued effort to be the opposite of a Dilbert cartoon, we didn't just do the employee engagement plan, we actually shared the results with the whole team. We talked about it, and we're writing down specific actions that we're going to take this next year based on what we learned from the feedback. So we're going to keep doing that. Continuity of operations plan. That is a capital letters acronym that also exists. It's something all state entities do. It's about making sure we have a plan in place for anything from a natural disaster to turnover in leadership. Leslie Taylor is spearheading that and doing that in alignment with GovOps's processes. For the first time, I think, we're not going to talk about filling all of our new positions. We're going to talk about minimizing vacancies and continuing to have a fully staffed team, which will remain a top priority for our work. Next slide. All right, now we're moving from the purple page to the blue pages, highlighting accomplishments from this past fiscal year, of course, our first data ingestion and our second regular first annual data submission in March. One thing I want to highlight, if you're looking at the last year page, we strategically prioritized the build of this first dashboard and paused work on the query builder. So this time last year, we had hoped to do both and realized quickly that focusing on one thing at a time is better. So we made the strategic decision to pause the query builder development and just focus on the first dashboard. So as you look ahead to this year's focus, a major priority is the data mastering, which you just heard about in detail, the additional workforce and earnings data, the public process to discuss that, and new dashboard development. You'll see that we have on deck after our student pathways dashboard, we've written in here the transfer outcomes dashboard. That's a very high priority for the state. The state has a task force specifically looking at that, a committee, excuse me, looking at transfers, and then the teacher training and retention dashboard that we're doing in partnership with CDE and the commission and many other partners. So that's what's on deck for those. And then for both the query builder and the research request process, we want to develop the framework and get as far as possible on both of those in this fiscal year as well. Next slide. All right, practical tools. Now we are on the green page. This is about our partnership with CCGI and our work on e-transcript. Major accomplishment for this year was convening the e-transcript task force, conducting a student experience audit, and facilitating and being supporters of CCGI's work with our data partners. And I just want to highlight, the bottom half of both the last year's work plan page and this year's work plan page details the work that CCGI has done successfully and will do in the coming year with CDE, with the community colleges, with CSU, with UC, with CSAC, and the true C2C spirit. There are really specific things that everyone agreed to work on last year and got done. And there are very specific things that everyone has agreed to work on this year as well. So we're really, huge fans of the effort and really grateful for all of the collaboration that our data providers continue to have with CCGI. The one thing I want to highlight on this year's green page here on practical tools, there's a new section called eTranscript California work. And we've sort of organized it in the same way. There's work that we're doing all collaboratively, working on the implementation of task force recommendations, potential work with the master plan. There's things the chancellor's office is going to do, like running the RFP process for a revamped e-transcript. And then there's things that Cradle-to-Career is facilitating with our data partners. So CCC has agreed, that we can convene CSU and UC and AICCU so that the technical specifications, right, that are written into that RFP meet the needs of all segments. And so this can really work. So I think that's a great example of what Cradle-to-Career can do. It's sort of, we host the Zoom call, right? But having that space to bring everyone together and say, okay, if you're revamping this, if you just did the following, here's what that would do for us. That's what we're doing. So huge thanks to all of our partners in that collaborative work. All right, next slide, please. Now we're on the orange page for engagement. A couple of highlights. We did a demographic survey. Thank you for going first as the governing board. You've done 2 rounds of that now. The advisory boards followed suit, and we did collected demographics for all 3 of our boards. We've gotten a lot of feedback on the dashboards from communities. You'll hear much more about that from Ryan this afternoon. We've refined website accessibility. Our focus in the next year really is about continuing to get feedback on our released and planned data stories, which includes focus groups, and really thinking carefully about the expansion of our reach to all California communities. And I want to call out specifically, if you look at the communications section here of this engagement plan, it's about strategy and it's about metrics of saying, here's our plan, here's what we want to do, and now let's see, did that actually reach the folks that we wanted to? Okay, next slide. Now we're on to the yellow orangish page about boards. This is you. Remember, every time there's that magnifying glass next to a box, that means it's coming to you for a vote. So this is sort of your annual plan of what you do at your 4 meetings across the year. And I do want to highlight one thing that we didn't even have in this plan a year ago, which was revamping the feasibility process and including the opportunity for members of the public to submit ideas to our advisory boards. So that's been a great win. Mary Kate and her team have just continued to transform our processes and systems for onboarding new members, for ensuring we have refresher trainings and things like that. So we're very excited about that. And this is a great cheat sheet for you as you think about what happens at the different meetings that you have 4 times a year. Okay, with that, I'm happy to turn it back over to our chair.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thanks for that conversation with us. I want to open it up to the floor for any questions for Mary Ann. Chris.
Chris Virgilli, University of California representative. Thank you very much for this this detailed plan, and I'm really looking forward to the release of the first dashboard, and I'm glad to see it slated for the end by the end of this calendar year. And I can totally understand prioritizing that, given how much work that's been and how important that first product is going to be. My question is about the process by which we will go about the query builder development and the secure data enclave development and design. Do we envision a similar process that happened for the dashboards with a task force with various subject matter experts, or will the office handle that primarily?
We expect to follow a similar process in having regular meetings with the data provider subject matter experts to ensure that you're kept in the loop, especially around the privacy provisions that need to be built into the query builder, and some of the cell suppression and all of the things that go into that component of making sure that we're using your data responsibly and not inadvertently revealing information that shouldn't be. So the query builder will be, I imagine, will continue to have regular meetings with our data providers on that. The same is true for the research data request process. As I mentioned at the start, I think the first thing we want to tackle with you all is nailing down the specific legal frameworks for that, which we got pretty far on that in the planning process, but still need to refine that. So I think that's the main next step from a data provider's perspective on that piece, which will also encompass more specifics as we develop them of what the enclave will look like in practice. So that's a long-winded way of saying yes.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, may I please have a motion to approve the 24-25 annual work plan as presented?
I'll move. John Hetz, California Community Colleges.
Thank you, John. Second?
And Nathan Evans, California
Second,
State
Nathan
University.
Evans. Thank you, Nathan, very much. Let's, before we vote, obviously, let's pause for public comment. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to this agenda item, the 24-25 work plan. Do I have any speaker slips?
No.
Nope, great. Any comments in the room? Seeing none, are there, and now we'll open it up for members of the public. Mary Kate, any comments?
Perfect. So if you'd like to comment on this item, please feel free to raise your hand. Sharing that I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, but I'll give it a moment. Seeing no hands raised, we'll close public comment.
Great, perfect. Public comment having been closed, we have a motion and a second. Mary Kate, would you go ahead, please, and call the roll?
Member Payne.
Aye.
Member Cifuentes. Member Cochran.
Aye.
Member DeGear.
Aye.
Member Evans.
Aye.
Member Fong. Member Virgilli.
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Hetz.
Aye.
Designee Bierke for Member Irwin.
Aye.
Member Jez.
Aye.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird.
Aye.
Member Lee.
Aye.
Member Moldoff.
Aye.
Member Nellum. And voicing over, Member Nellum has walked away, which is why we do not see him on camera. Thank you. Designee Rikachevska for Member Ohanian.
Aye.
Member Romero.
Aye.
Member Sublé.
Aye.
Member Tagorda.
Aye.
Member Van Natten.
Aye.
And Member Vu.
Yes.
With 19 ayes, the motion passes.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, as I mentioned, with Leslie's forbearance, we will move to her item after lunch, but I want to, prior to us breaking for lunch, want to open up for general public comment. And wanting to open that up to members of the public in the room. Seeing none, any general public comment on the Zoom?
If you're with us on Zoom, please feel free to raise your hand to comment on generally. I'll give you another moment here in case you'd like to say something. Seeing no hands raised, we can close public comment for the first time today.
Marvelous. Then the only thing remaining to us is lunch. I see 12:35. Let's make sure that we're back here at 1:15 if we could, please. We'll cut 5 minutes off of our break. A little bit of us. Thank you. A little bit of an update. We were going to take item 9 immediately after lunch, but we do have guests here from other agencies and other places. So with your forbearance, we will take items 10, 11, and 12, and then return to item 9, which is the annual budget conversation. So with that, let's go to item 11. Excuse me, 10, my bad. For that, we have Member Van Natten and Glenn Miller from the Department of Education. Who'll be presenting on their contributions and future and past contributions to the system. Just for reference, Glenn is the Information Technology Manager for the California Department of Education, and all of you know Member Van Natten on our board. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to you.
Thank you. I think we can share this, yeah?
Sure.
I think so.
Pause for 1 second, please. If I might, I just want to note for the record that we have a quorum and we will continue.
Perfect. So as I think most of you know, I'm Liberty Van Natten. I'm the Director of Education Data Management Division. I'm joined by my esteemed colleague, Glenn Miller, who is an Information Technology Manager. Together, we kind of maybe are the nuts and bolts of Cradle-to-Career within the department. There's a few others who we should absolutely consider in that group. But today we're excited to join you and give you some updates on our progress and also some updates on looking forward for the work for us with Cradle-to-Career and as an agency. Next slide. So for today, we're going to start with an update on our CDE C2C data transfer work. Then we're going to go into a brief update on our practical tools data work with CCGI. Following that, we're going to move into some information on our data collection at the agency and reporting by the CDE. It's all part of this larger family of our state data. And then we're going to conclude with an overview of our work around a new preschool data collection system. Next slide. So as the largest data provider to the system, we thought we'd share with you all some data because we're all here and we love data on the sheer scale of this work. So to date, we've provided 11 years of transitional kindergarten to grade 12 student level data. This is a total of over 800 million records for 15.6 million students. So it's huge. For context, Glenn was telling me that represents about 40% of California's current census population. That is also, there are only 4 states in the US that have a population higher than that number of kids. So it's big data. So we have started the work originally with 75 data points that were in the participation agreement. We have nearly tripled the elements that we are now providing. So in March of 2025, we're going to be transferring 223 data points to the system. Moving forward, we'll be transferring those annually in about 200 million records. So as you know, this work of providing data to the system is really only part of the work that we're doing at CDE. We love to sing our praises because we're proud of the work that we do and contributing to the system. But we also have other data projects that we work on with our partners at CCGI, specific to the practical tools. Next slide. So as we shared last time we presented, I think it was about a year ago-ish, we have a phased-in approach for our work with CCGI. So for phase 1, we're really focusing on standing up universal basic accounts for all students in grades 6 through 12. To do this, we actually recently upgraded or revised our MOU with CCGI. so that we could even provide more detailed data. So that sort of cyclical work, we're engaged with CCGI in the same space. That detailed data is on school enrollment, and the detail is really to support accuracy in their creation of student accounts. So CCGI is now getting approximately 3 million records weekly from the department for all students in grades 6 through 12. Those accounts, as noted in the annual plan, are scheduled for release this fall. So super, super exciting. Next slide. For phase 2, transcript-informed accounts, this work has actually started. This phase is really about creating these transcript-informed accounts to support students in their planning for and applications to college, among other things. I don't want to oversimplify it. It's huge. For CDE, or for CCGI, they created the California High School Transcript and Student Record Portability Standard. That's the mouthful one. I'll call it the standard. We were one of many data providers here who provided input on that standard. So the transcript standard, it's closely aligns with our K-12 longitudinal data system, otherwise known as CalPADS. And that alignment was intentional to reduce burden on districts for the near real-time transcript data reporting requirement under Education Code Section 60900. So for that phase, we're going to work closely with CCGI to expand on our existing relationships and partnerships with schools and districts. That's going to include working with student information system vendors across the state and our partners at CSIS, California School Information Services. So they're the other arm of CalPADS out of the Kern County Superintendent of Schools. So phase 2 is going to be a huge step for the state. We are really excited about it because not only will it open up the operational tools under CCGI, it's going to include further collaboration with CCGI in support of student success. And that relationship and collaboration is a pleasure to have. But as you know, our work with education data is not just for Cradle-to-Career and CCGI. Next slide, please. So you guys may be familiar with this visual. We shared a version of it last time we presented. It's really to help you see or understand our data work and data flows at the agency. It's not representative of all data inputs and outputs for the department, but it can help you understand the cycles that I'll go into a little bit more further in detail. So on the left in purple is the LEA, Local Education Agency, data collection. So LEAs are collecting data in their systems all the time, and they send those data up to us through a variety of inputs. And CDE staff take those data. Sometimes we link it to other datas. We process the data and we prepare it for a variety of outputs. And some of those outputs are shown on the right. We made Cradle-to-Career, we've highlighted it a little bit. For the data that we share with Cradle-to-Career, those data are primarily reported by LEAs through CalPADS. So that's the top left green square. This is our transitional kindergarten through 12th grade longitudinal data system. It's a pretty complex system with specific data collection cycles, and they serve a variety of purposes. Next slide. So this is a very colorful, I haven't seen it that big, visual. This is to help understand some of the ongoing PK, so that's preschool, through 12th grade data reporting that we have within our department. So all of the collections here shown on the bottom of the timeline, these are only our certified data. And on the top are some key dates and outputs that are correlated with those collections. So this visual is beginning in May of this year. This is representing this year's sort of timeline and ends in April of 2025. But it's important to note that there's really no beginning and end to our annual reporting. It's going on year round. So what's also important to note is that this timeline does not show our operational data reporting that we have. So we have data coming in daily, weekly, and sometimes monthly, or actually now monthly, for purposes of sharing with CCGI, for summer EBT, for our collaboration with CSAC and FAFSA, and for testing of students. So in addition to what you see here, there's a lot of other ins and outs going on. Next slide. So the data flows and the certification calendar are really important because they're the foundation to the data reporting that we do by the department. Next slide. So this is a brief history of our CDE data reporting. So we've actually been collecting data long before 1999, but collecting and reporting since 1999. We started providing aggregate reports to the public using aggregate data. So we were only collecting aggregate data at the time through Datagate, which it predates me, and it feels weird to say that because I don't even know this system, but Datagate and CBEDS. In 2009, we implemented CalPads. This collects student level data, and this provides us detailed and rich longitudinal data to support our requirements under No Child Left Behind. So that was sort of the why we started collecting with CalPads. And then in 2010, we began publishing aggregate reports using those CalPads data and CBEDS collections. And we started publishing those in DataQuest, which is still in existence today. So these reports cover about 30 different topics-ish, depending on how you bucket things. And we are continuing to expand and publish new reports, which we're super excited about. For example, in 2021, we developed a student stability measure and a report that links to that one. It's now the basis for distributing $300 million a year in funding through the LCFF Equity Multiplier. So we're excited about that report for sure. In 2023, we released a new homeless enrollment by nighttime residency report. And in this release, we provided 4 years of data so that you could go back to 2019-20 school year and see transitions across time. Super excited about both of those. Next slide. So in addition to the number of reports that we produce, we have one of the most extensive reporting features of any state in the US because we have such rich data. So we report 7 program student groups and 8 race ethnicity student groups. Those are reported at 7 different levels from school all the way up to statewide, as well as 5 other reporting categories. So we have a lot of ways that we can slice and dice the data. Next slide. And that slicing and dicing of data, they go out into a number of different reporting platforms that folks can go to access our CDE data. So we have the California School Directory. This is a live database where you can go and look up any school at any point in time. We have downloadable data files. We have the California School Dashboard, as well as CASP and LPAC assessment outcome sites. Ed Data Express is where you can go and see California's data in comparison to other states. And my favorite is DataQuest. In May of this year alone, DataQuest had over 250,000 page views and 20,000 unique visitors in May. So it's a pretty big site and we love it. There's a lot of stuff there. And then finally, next slide. We actually engage in a number of data research partnerships. So in addition to those reports, we're engaging with researchers to really start exploring other things that we can't necessarily or don't have the time to do within our department. So we have I think actually we have 25 active data sharing agreements for student level data. These agreements are with various public and private institutes of higher education and researchers from nonprofit organizations that seek to progress the needs of student groups and educators and provide valuable information to the public and policymakers. We've also benefited from 3 partnerships that were awarded IES funding from the U.S. Department of Education. This research was focused on pandemic recovery efforts, college and career readiness standards, and the most recent, improving education stability for foster youth. That project is slated to begin very soon. So this is a lot, and now I'm going to hand it over to Glenn, who's going to talk about new stuff that we're doing as well.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for your time. So my name is Glenn Miller. I'm an information technology manager for the Department of Education. I've worked with Liberty for a number of years. I've moved through the department in several different levels, including education data management, which runs CalPads, accountability, measurement, and reporting division, which does all of the state's reporting, and also now in IT, where I run one of the development teams. So next slide, please. So in July 2022, Assembly Bill 22 amended the California Education Code and added 60910, which mandates that the department collect the data for LEA, so school district-based state preschool program children, the same data that we collect for transitional kindergarten children. So that's the demographics, the classroom engagement, the teachers, the staff assignments, the discipline records. And so This is a very large change from what the department has been collecting for the state preschool program. It's really been focused on supporting the programs, ensuring program quality. So it's very qualitative data. And really the numbers that came in were to support the funding. So they essentially just submitted an enrollment report every month to us. So this is a this is a very, very much, they mandated an entirely new collection. And because it was to be modeled on CalPads, which is where we collect the transitional kindergarten children, we had a very large, heavy lift to start off with. And next slide. So where we started, the CDE staff crosswalk with the existing collections, which were both CDMIS, which was used by our early education division, and PLIS, which is their relatively newly mandated in 2021 family language collection data. So you can see the parallels, starting to get the parallels with CalPads, where there's a child and family collection and a language collection. And we crosswalked that over to CalPads. In other words, out of all of the domains that CalPads collected and all the elements, what did we have there? So my team, we interviewed the early education division staff on their program needs, identified changes needed to align to the that we would need to take from the CalPads model and align it to their needs. Because preschoolers are very, very different than K-12. They don't have to go. There's no mandate. They don't have performance expectations. They're not assessed. They don't have weapons, education code about carrying weapons in schools. So there are huge gaps. And really, and also you think about the early education teachers and how they work with the students and their engagement. It's about socialization. So a lot of the program information we collect is not there. And also the cadence of the data and the frequency of the data. We have to fund these programs monthly. In K-12, they get payments regularly based on enrollment, based on ADA. You know, the LCFF is enrollment-based, ADA is attendance-based. But for preschools, they get payments monthly to support their population, so that we have a different cadence of data. And so as we went through and did that, we had to consider the other future needs. About 50 to 60% of the programs that are state preschool programs are not district-based. They're based in community organizations or community colleges. There's no mandate for us to collect that data, but we can't see the legislature not seeing that gap in the data and wanting to know that and wanting to know about how those programs are serving children. So very much in practice, this was a complete change in data, an entirely new system for the division, for the department, and now for all of our LEAs. And next slide, please. So in the requirements analysis, it really was that one of our goals was to take this monthly reporting burden away from the LEAs, and really that would cascade into any other program. But to go from the repeated monthly submissions to essentially how we operate CalPads into where it's more of a maintenance. They tell us once about a child, they tell us once about a family, and they never resubmit that data again to us for that year unless there's a change. And that takes away that monthly repeated files coming in. And so that's one of the benefits that we have in CalPads. Child moves into your district, comes in and is enrolled, nothing happens. The LA doesn't need to tell us ever again. They don't need to resubmit the data. However, if we do have, as Liberty brought up on the mobility reporting, we have frequent movers. And I think about the migrant education program. I think about even our hotel workers who are highly mobile. As they move, we expect the LAs to keep that data updated to us in the system at a frequent basis. And so we want to have that same provision for the state preschool system. So in a portion of our analysis, one of the things we found that generally, and the question always get asked, why don't you just do this in CalPads? And it's because the state preschool programs are completely separated from LEA K-12 operations. They're a different population. They have different qualifications for the staff. They manage the children differently. They have how they intake a child. It's completely different. So in K-12, every child's welcome. They can come in, they can enroll, they can attend. You have to qualify in for CSPP. There are specific elements and rules to bring that family in. And also in state preschools, we collect family data. We don't collect that in CalPads. We collect who the parents are, but we don't collect income. We don't collect qualifying attributes. We don't collect their language preferences. We just collect information about the child. CalPads is really very child-centric, and CSPP is about the family community is the best way I can describe it. That's ultimately the decision we made for this having to be a separate system, but closely aligned to CalPads. Mm-hmm. And next slide, please. And I want to emphasize that 60910, that change to the education code, only applies to public school districts. And so we have no rights or authority for the CBOs. And CalPads is limited to TK through 12. And CAPSTAC is 2 through 5, not kinder. So they cannot be in a kindergarten program. They are going to childcare if they're once they're out of the half-day kindergarten program, but they're not part of the CSPP. One of the other things that we discovered is that not all LEAs actually operate their own state preschools. And so there's a complex relationship between the LEA and a vendor, or a provider rather. They contract with a service provider. The example actually that we're working through right now is San Joaquin Unified has their own preschools, or sorry, Stockton Unified has their own preschools. They also run preschools for San Joaquin County Office of Education, and San Joaquin County Office of Education has their own preschools. And so you have these complex relationships. And the good thing is, lessons we learned from CalPADS is there are complex relationships in the district world between SELPAs, the non-public or nonprofit, essentially private schools for students with disabilities. They're sharing relationships between districts. So we actually have the architecture to build that. And so, but that was, again, going through our interviews with the EED, learning about those differences. Whereas K-12, we pretty much do have a nice hierarchy between county district school. It's legally defined, but that doesn't work in the CSPP world. Another large thing is a lot of our work, Liberty brought it up, in 1999 is when NCLB was passed. And that started this large unitary student data collection in all the states. And every state had to develop a longitudinal data system. And there's a lot of federal and state accountability around that system. State preschools are a state program. We pretty much just have that state accountability. So we don't have the same pressures on us. We don't have those annual federal audits and reviews and data affirmations. So there's a different pressure. Really, our accountability is those monthly payments to support and then reporting to the legislature about the success and the value of the program. So with CalPADS, to meet all of our demands, we have those 3 certification closes every year. The big one for end of year, where we close out the records for all 6 million kids, is Friday.
Yep.
So all 2,000 data submitters are currently in a high drive. We're working lots of overtime. We're really supporting the LEAs on this. With the CSPPs, they've been started submitting the data just at the beginning of August for July. It's a much more leisurely cadence. You don't have those pressures to that close. They can always report a little late and still get funded. It's a little bit more relaxed, not to them, but it is a little bit more relaxed. The data reporting and use, we have a high frequency, high intensity data operations use now with CalPADS. It was not built for that. I've been fortunate to be able to develop a team that can really meet that demand. We transmit daily to California's assessment vendor, every child in the state. Liberty mentioned CCGI goes weekly. CSAC, our work with FAFSA there, goes weekly. Our work with summer EBT, where we're providing an EBT benefit with social services, that happens on a monthly cadence. And again, that right now, that's at 3.9 million children receive a summer benefit because of the data transmission we're given. We receive data from DSS and DHCS on a monthly basis and process that for direct certification of children for free school lunches or reduced price meal lunches. So we have a high operational cadence. And again, we don't have that over on the state preschool side. So it's a very, very different tempo there. And next slide, please. So because of the timing that we had and the criticality of the data, we had to break this into 2 phases. And also, like, one of the things we learned about working with the CSPPs when they were separated from the existing CalPADS operations, they really aren't used to this longitudinal data collection, is easing them into it. And so we implemented a short-term solution, taking the language instrument that we had, and we added about 40 additional elements to it to be able to start collecting fundamental data, more data on the child, more data on the family, what their classroom is and who their teachers are and who their aides are, and really starting that identification process, putting them someplace in an experience. And then also, one of the challenges we are still working through, I talked about the complexity of the relationships between an LEA and who their service provider might be or who that preschool is really kind of articulating that and bringing those preschools into our CDS system so we have positive identification of them. We don't have duplicate data in the different systems. We know we know where that site is, and we know who's at that site. So that's been a lot of work. So we're easing the program into this data collection, this new rigidity of things that we need to know and the positive identifications. And the other good thing was the preschool language information system, PLIS, they have already been using that. So for them, it was just literally adding those additional fields. And they had about a 6-month runway of time to be able to start to collect that data, organize it, and bring it in. And they started testing in April. And again, we just went live at the 1st of August on the system. I know we said live July 1. It was open on July 1, but nobody was submitting data really until the 1st of August is what we found out. And next slide, please. So phases 2 through 4 is where I get really excited. This is where we're doing the full alignment of over to, I'm going to call it a smaller CalPads, the state preschool longitudinal data system, where we're moving from those 75 elements to 212, where we are bringing in those incident response records. There are aspects of education code that describe how the process needs to be handled for a child who's acting out. And it's a behavior inclusion. It's around social supports, familial supports, but we're going to start collecting that data at CDE. It's currently collected in a separate system and it's reported in aggregate to the department. We're going to start collecting that directly. We're collecting the language information. We're collecting all the household information. And part of the goal for that is really, one, Cradle-to-Career needs to inform what we need to do. And we want to make sure we're collecting enough data for that, informing that. We also, as a department, want to create what I call a gold record for all of our data systems, that we know who that child is in each system. We've done this with the Migrant Student Information Network system, where we have a gold record. We know who those kids are in that system, and if they are in a public K-12, and we have their SSID. And we want to do that with the CSPP. So we make sure we have that gold record, and that just benefits farther matching. Earlier today, Dan was talking about data quality measures. That's really kind of core of what we're talking about, is how do we have quality data ourselves so you have quality data. Again, I've talked about, this is going to be the full alignment to CalPads and operations. So we are looking at how that data will be certified, how it can be attested. Really, the goal is for it to be used for federal reporting. My personal drive there is that increases grant funding to the state, because federal title formulas, our federal grant funds are title formula. They're formulas. And so you have more children with needs, you get more resources. We really also want to make sure that we've planned for the addition of CBOs and community colleges. We've architected that flexibility in. That was key to the beginning. I don't like systems that can do one thing and can't expand. So we built that flexibility, and we've talked about what that structure would look like. We've talked about how we would communicate that, how we would work with them and support them. And again, kind of talking about really about the supporting the data use, federal program reporting, Cradle-to-Career. We really also want to make sure it's rich enough for research. We want to make sure we're also answering the legislative questions, that we can do that. We have an understanding of the value of the program. I think that's it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So we want to thank everybody for listening to our very dense presentation. We are just really excited to be looking forward and seeing what this work will transpire into this larger linked system, and seeing it linked to other data providers' data. So taking it to that next level, we're super excited about it. So we'll open it up for any questions, or I guess that's you.
Thank you.
Gavin can use
Thank you, Glenn and Liberty. I really appreciate it. I actually have a question. It's probably applicable to sort of everybody in the room who's providing data into the system as well. You both mentioned sort of increased asks of the LEAs, the local agencies, the local vendors, the local sort of people who are dealing with the kids themselves, for increased cadence and volume of data. How are you managing that interaction with them as well? Because that's a sort of a key component of both quality and value of the data.
So one of the things that we've really learned is I worked with the field for a long time for the department. And so there's a high pressure, and working with districts, speaking with districts, their ask is that the cadence is fine as long as we give them enough warning so they can be prepared. And I've started engaging the vendor community, so Power School, Aries, Infinite Campus, et cetera, that exact same conversation. Like, what is it? We treat them at arm's length, and I'm not used to that. When I worked in New York, I worked in several other states. I used to work for Power School, so full disclosure, I used to be on the vendor side for a number of years. It's really us being able to prepare the vendors so they can prepare their LEAs, and at the same time, we're preparing the LEAs, and that we actually know what we're doing. And I always say it's cogent. Everyone understands, and it makes sense to everyone. So it's really, again, to me, it's all about communication. It's about how do we forward communicate? How do we tell them our strategy? How are we going to tell them tactically how we're going to get there? And again, even within the department, one of the things we're trying to do is, again, we want to remove the barrier of a human having to push a button or pull a file out of their system and shove it up. So my team, we're working on system-to-system API implementation right now. So we're in the R&D stage. We have something we think will work, but we're trying to figure out how to implement it. And that's the key to talking to the vendors, is how to implement this.
Marvelous, thank you. Questions from, go
I
ahead.
would add too that our partners at CSIS really support the districts when it comes to submission time. So, right now they're working overtime and they'll be working through the weekend if there are any districts that can't get across that finish line, and they do some really one-on-one hand holding. So we have a lot of different levels of support that we try to apply.
Yeah, I'm actually missing our strategy meeting on how we monitor CalPads to make sure it's not getting in the way.
Got it. Thank you very much. I imagine there's a lot of handholding that has to take place.
There can
Great.
be. Yeah.
Questions? Yes, Catalina.
I just want to say thank you so much, Catalina Cifuentes from Riverside County Office of Education. Definitely, I understand every slide because I'm dealing with 911 techs certifications Friday.
Yes.
So we're counting state solar bioliteracies and making sure all the data is clear in Riverside County. So I want to say, just like I said, thank you so much. But also, when we first started my first interaction with Tessa and the California Colleges team, I saw almost 10 years ago the opportunity to, once we got here, where you're at today, to be able to not say, I got you to school districts, but to be able to say, hey, I noticed your A through G end of year data isn't really aligning too well with we're seeing as certified in California colleges. And so I personally, because all of our districts are partners, that's what we've been doing since the end of the school year, taking Cal Colleges reports and marrying it to what they were certifying in CalPEDS to clearly find students. We're still doing some things manual, which I love that you don't want us to do that anymore. Thank you. But I'm no longer going through 10,000 transcripts the month of June and July, right? I don't have to do that. So I don't know, as the department has started to think about we still have 2 years left of this A through G grant, right? We still have money sitting there, and we really still, as a state, will get there to truly understand what's the on-track status. Like, that's always been my dream, is for anyone to say at a state agency, how many students are on track in the following zip code for A through G, because we're trying to get them ready for the CSU Channel Islands. Like, we can get there, but have you thought about how to start looking at end of year CalPADS data? Because I think the number one data indicator we make the most mistakes in out of all the end of year is A through G. The most mistakes I find is A through G.
So Liberty doesn't know this, and I don't think Chris knows this, but we just started consuming the CMP successfully on Monday. It's been in our test and staging environment through a couple of loops. There was a permutation over the weekend, but Monday was our first successful production load. So it's actually getting prepped for the analyst side, for them to actually start looking at seeing what we can do. Because that's, so my disclosure, my wife used to work for CCGI. So yeah, that's everything. She worked there, and I've known Tess for about 12 years now. Same thing. How do we actually try to get that data better, sooner, faster?
Okay.
So it actually reduces their issues, and it helps the students. So yeah, but yeah, we got CMP fully loaded on Monday.
I think you can, with the kindness of ways and heart, to really get people to truly understand admissions, and it'll become more of a conversation. It cannot live just in a counseling office, right? It's going to become more of a statewide conversation by you being able to, we notice that your reports, when we get a letter from you, it changes the game, right? Like the conversations, we get the phone calls, can you come help us? So I just think there's just an opportunity. And when you think about the investment that's been made in Cal Colleges and the support from all the higher ed partners, we're talking thousands of hours, that alone. If we could get close to that, we'll save the state so much resources, which is the whole point, right? Of what we're trying to do here. So I just think that's great news to hear. And there's other opportunities to do that. And I just want to say, when it comes to the early ed, we've looked at data. For example, like Head Start programs, they have requirements for their parents to get into post-secondary. A majority of our students coming to college are adult learners. And I just think there's opportunities, in addition to the students, connecting those or tracking their parents and what that looks like. I know that's more like the Head Start requirement, but I just think that as we're looking at making connections and trying to find students back to our campuses, or adult learners, or what that looks like. So just thank you for the update on being able to get the earlier data, especially around reading scores, and we have to start earlier. We can't wait till they start in kindergarten.
One of the things I want to do is make sure that we link DRDP over and bring that all the way through. So see what those DRDP results look like and how do those cascade up into later results. So
Thank you. We have a question from Chris on the Zoom. You're up, Chris.
Hello, thank you. And thank you for this is Member Nellum, by the way. Thank you for the presentation and all of your hard work. I know the slides cannot capture all of the really great work that you all do. I'm just curious, mostly for my own understanding, the preschool data collection that you talked through a little bit, is there any relationship there with ESIDS? And if so, do you all work with DSS to get that up and going, or what does that look like? I'm just curious.
Well, we don't have it at the student level yet.
Not yet. Yeah.
But I think the ultimate goal of the state is that it is in ESIDS. For a true ESID system, it would require our preschool data as part of the larger early ed child data system. So I think that is the ultimate plan, whether it's ESIDS or matched up through Cradle-to-Career. Ultimately, it will be joined with a larger data set for all of our early ed programs that we have in the state.
Yeah, we're actually in the process with the MOU with DSS to amend it because it only describes the CDMIS system, which is the financial reporting system, to accommodate that we're going to change over to CapStack and that they will be getting different elements, including a statewide student identifier for that CSPP child. So yeah, we're working on that pretty actively.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from members? Marvelous. Thank you very much for the great presentation. Appreciate the continuing work. Next up is agenda item 11. I want to invite Member Cochran and to join us up in front of the dais, who will be joined by Elizabeth Elias, Enforcement Chief of Compliance and Discipline for the Bureau of Private Post-Secondary Education.
Just to confirm, I am leaving it to my colleague. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
No worries.
All right. Thank you. Again, thank you for inviting the Bureau today to present. My name is Elizabeth Elias. I am the Deputy Bureau Chief of Enforcement at the Bureau. And I'll be sharing how the Bureau's role and how we ensure compliance among private post-secondary institutions and our integration with Cradle-to-Career data system. I'll also be providing an overview of our enforcement mechanisms, the data we collect, and the importance of our work in safeguarding students and consumers. Next slide. The Bureau's mission is to protect students and consumers through oversight of private post-secondary institutions. This involves ensuring these institutions meet minimum operating standards, monitoring compliance of Bureau laws and regulations, combating unlicensed activity, and using our enforcement mechanisms when institutions fail to comply with state laws and regulations. We aim to foster a fair and transparent educational environment for all students in California. Housed within the Bureau is the Office of Student Assistance and Relief, which is also known as OSAR. OSAR provides information, resources, and support to students when they face challenges such as sudden school closures or issues within their educational programs. OSAR helps students understand their rights, navigate their educational options, seek recovery of tuition or other financial relief. OSAR plays a critical role in advocating for students' rights. Next slide. The Bureau enforces a set of minimum operating standards as outlined in the California Education Code, Section 94885, which are found on this slide. These standards include ensuring that educational programs meet their stated objectives, maintaining specific standards for student admissions, providing adequate facilities and instructional materials. that institutions' personnel are properly qualified, and ensuring that the institution is financially sound. The Bureau also requires that institutions maintain adequate records and comply with applicable laws. Next slide. To ensure these standards are met, the Bureau employs several routine monitoring mechanisms. The first step in the process is application adjudication. When institutions apply for an approval to operate or make substantive changes to their programs, the Bureau thoroughly reviews these applications. We assess whether the institution meets the required standards, and we ultimately approve or deny the application based on our findings. Compliance inspections are another tool in our oversight efforts. Each approved institution undergoes a minimum of at least 2 routine compliance inspections every 5 years, 1 unannounced and 1 announced. These inspections allow us to verify that institutions are continuing to meet the standards over time and not just at the point of approval. In addition to these routine inspections, the Bureau investigates complaints received from students and other stakeholders. Our investigators follow up on these complaints, often through mediation. This complaint-driven approach allows us to address specific issues as they arise, ensuring that institutions remain accountable for their actions. We also require approved institutions to submit annual reports. These reports provide us with valuable data on enrollment, program outcomes, and financial stability. By analyzing this data, we can identify trends and potential issues early, allowing us to take a more proactive enforcement action when needed. Next slide. When it comes to enforcement, the Bureau has a variety of enforcement actions it can take, depending on the severity of the non-compliance. One of the first lines of enforcement is the application denial. If an institution's application does not satisfy our established standards, or if we cannot verify the information provided, we deny the application. This ensures that only institutions who meet operating standards are allowed to operate. For minor violations discovered during routine compliance inspections, we issue notices to comply. These notices are a way of addressing small issues without escalating to more severe actions, giving an institution the chance to correct the violation. However, if those institutions fail to comply with the notice to comply, or if we identify more significant or material violations, we can issue a citation. These citations may include an order of abatement requiring institutions to correct the violation and include a fine. Fines can be assessed up to $5,000 per violation that we identify. For institutions who are operating without approval, the Bureau can issue fines of up to $100,000. In such cases, any loans issued to students enrolled in these unapproved institutions are void, offering some protection to students who might otherwise be left with significant financial burdens. In more severe cases, we can file accusations. These are a formal legal action seeking to revoke an institution's approval to operate or place it on probation or some other kind of discipline. If there is an immediate danger to public health, safety, or welfare, we can take emergency action in the form of an emergency decision to restrict the institution's operations immediately. These emergency decisions are rare, but they are crucial when situations demand immediate intervention. Next slide. This slide presents some key statistics from the 2023-24 fiscal year, which just ended, and highlights the scope of the Bureau's work. Currently, we oversee 969 approved institutions, of which 519 are unaccredited. This large number reflects the diversity of the private post-secondary sector in California, ranging from small vocational schools to larger degree-granting institutions. In terms of compliance, we conducted 323 inspections, which included both announced and unannounced inspections. We completed over 1,000 investigations, which were driven by consumer complaints. As a result of these investigations and inspections, we issued 102 notices to comply, and 277 citations. In the more severe cases, we transmitted 28 enforcement actions to the Attorney General, which included statements of issues, accusations, petitions to revoke probation, and requests for a criminal court order pursuant to Penal Code Section 23. We also filed one emergency decision where we identified an institution posed an immediate threat to the public welfare. The Bureau's work also extends to direct support for students. Last year, we reached over 7,000 students through various outreach and support initiatives. Additionally, we've processed over 11,000 transcript requests, helping students access their academic records when their institutions are no longer operating. And we also dispersed over $6 million in funds to students who are harmed by their institutions, providing much needed financial relief. Next slide. Oh, right here, we're good. Data collection is not new to the Bureau. One of the ways we ensure transparency is through our school performance fact sheet, also referred to as a SPIF. SPIFs provide students with detailed information about an institution's performance. This includes completion rates, job placement rates, license examination passage rates, and salary and wage information for employed graduates. In addition to this, SPIFs outline program cost, average student debt loads, and loan default rates. This comprehensive data gives prospective students a clear picture of what they can expect from their education, helping them make informed decisions. Disclosure requirements for SPIFs are strict. Institutions are required to have SPIFs signed and initialed by both the student and an institution representative prior to enrollment. And those signed copies must be kept in the institution's student record. Further, SPIFs must be easily accessible on both the institution's and the Bureau's website. This ensures that information is available to anyone who needs it, whether they're a prospective student or individuals conducting research. Institutions are also required to maintain supporting documentation to back up the data that they identify on their SPIFs. Next slide. Here is just an image of the template we use for our student performance fact sheets. This template standardizes the way the information is presented across all institutions, making it easier for prospective students to compare their options. Next slide. One important note about the data we collect, it is self-reported by institutions, and while we work to ensure the accuracy of this data, it's important to understand we do not independently verify all of the information reported. That said, that data does provide valuable insights into trends across the sector, particularly in terms of costs and completion rates. And this information helps students and families make more informed decisions. Next slide. Legislation in 2019 and 2020 established requirements for Bureau-approved institutions to submit detailed student-level data, including Social Security numbers or tax identification numbers, graduation dates, specific program details, and how much student loan each student takes on. These changes are all about increasing transparency about how students are doing after they graduate, especially in terms of jobs and earnings. As the Bureau aggregates the student level information submitted and works with the Employment Development Department to convert it into useful information about schools and programs. It's important to remember, though, that more than 500 of these institutions are not accredited and may not have collected this information before, particularly student identifiers that are essential for matching purposes. Many are small operations that often do not keep electronic records, which does make collecting the data and reporting processes more challenging. Since the new rules were finalized in 2022, there was a period to help those institutions get up to speed with these new data collection requirements. And of course, these institutions have to collect the data before they can report it to the Bureau. We have updated our annual report process to make sure they are meeting these new standards, and we are working closely with institutions to offer guidance and support as they adjust to this transition. This cooperation is key to making sure the data we gather is accurate and useful for both our enforcement efforts and for the students and the consumers that we serve. As we move forward, we continue to assess the quality of the information given the different capabilities of these institutions, and we look eagerly forward to the time when the information is available to contribute to Cradle-to-Career. Next slide. The Bureau's planned inclusion into the Cradle-to-Career data system in 2025 is expected to provide more detailed and comparable data on labor market outcomes for students from private post-secondary institutions. This will help paint a clearer picture of private post-secondary education in California, particularly in career-focused fields by including graduates from hundreds of unaccredited institutions that might otherwise be missed. It will also give us better insights into non-traditional student enrollment pathways. While we are aiming to be ready for this transition, we are still working on getting everything in place. And the next slide, that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
That was marvelous. Thank you there. I'm just struck when you were talking about the sort of the amount and variation of institutions and organizations that you have to deal with in this process. I do have one question. Can you share a little bit more in terms of details about what kinds of entities will be reporting individual student level data to you? So for instance, if a California student enrolls in, say, the University of Phoenix, is that something that's captured and will be reported and will be visible in the system?
The data that will be reported is only for institutions who have a physical presence in California.
Okay.
So it would only include the approved institutions. We do have out-of-state registrations where California students can enroll into out-of-state schools, but they are not approved institutions, so that data would not be reported.
So essentially those institutions, since they're not present here, there's no way to compel their compliance.
I would say that would be the case,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. We'll have to figure out ways to encourage their compliance. Other questions from board members? Yes, Sujan.
I think just to follow on, and that's only for institutions that are not regionally accredited, right? If they're regionally accredited, then they don't go through this process with you. Is that correct?
So this would include all institutions that have an approval from the Bureau. They can be accredited or unaccredited. So it would include the 900, over 900 schools that are approved.
Just to add one other piece of nuance, which might tie into the next presentation that we have. So the Bureau has authority over, or has the obligation to approve private post-secondary educational institutions operating in California unless they fall under a certain exemption. There are certain exemptions in state law and said these institutions don't have to have the Bureau's approval. The biggest one of them, I should not say the biggest one, the most visible one of those exemptions is for WASC accredited institutions. It's not regionally accredited, but WASC accredited institutions in particular. Those are generally AICCU institutions. So those institutions are exempt. There are many other categories of exempt institutions. It's a very interesting landscape when you get into this whole world. But that is the biggest one of kind of more established WASC accredited schools.
Thank you. Yes, John.
So I just have kind of sorry, John Hatz, California Community Colleges. My question is, could you tell me a little bit more about the institutions that are not keeping any electronic records? Because that's an interesting subset. So I'd like to know what those are and how they survive.
I would say the scope of the types of institutions that we oversee can vary from small barber Cosmo type schools to pet grooming schools and some of these are very, very small schools, small businesses, and they may not have the resources to have electronic records, and so they may keep paper files. But when we do our compliance inspections, we ensure that they're maintaining all of the required information that's required in our laws.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate your
you.
time. Okay, so now let's move on to the next item. I want to invite Thomas Vu, one of our governing board members always, obviously, who will be presenting on the AICCU contributions to the Cradle-to-Career system. And member Vu is joined by Kristen Suarez. Did I get that right, or is it Soares?
Soares.
Thank you. With the association. So take it away.
Great.
Just one note for folks. This is sort of part of our ongoing and regular cadence of trying to have people highlight the contributions that each of their institutions is making to the system. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And hello, everyone. In case we have not met, Thomas Vu, Vice President for Policy at AICCU, and also a member of the Governing Board of the C2C. I'm joined today by Kristen Soares, President of AICCU. She is also my boss, so please do say positive things about me, or at least lie and try to say positive things about me.
I already noticed where they sat you.
Yeah, at the end. Next slide, please. So today we just wanted to quickly cover several items. One, to give you all and our audience and the public an understanding of who AICCU is, more information about the independent higher education sector, our member institutions, and the students that we serve. We'll go in a little bit into the details about our students, about our sector. We want to break down some of the myths that we see and hear about what an independent nonprofit higher education is in California. Some of the workforce contributions of the sector, and then leading into our work with the C2C. Next slide, please. I think this is.
Is this me? Oh, great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Thomas. And since I'm here, I want to thank Tom for his service on the Cradle-to-Career, the governing board. Thank you also, Executive Director Bates and Mr. Chair. I'm Kristen Soares, President of AICCU, and a role that I've been in for over a decade now. A little bit more about AICCU and how we're organized, who we represent, what we do. So following up on what we just heard about exemptions, we can talk a little bit about that as well. So AICCU was formed in 1955, and the reason that year is important, 1955 is the year that the state came together, and AICCU was the architect of creating the state scholarship program, which is today now known as the Cal Grant program. In 1955, we had a much smaller public system, and we had a large number of high school graduates. So the legislature came together with the private institutions and said, how can we open up affordable access and really utilize the capacity of our sector? So 1955 is the year we were formed. AICCU institutions are defined in Education Code 660B, as a sector of education, along with our CSU, UC, and the community colleges. We're proud of our history. We're California's oldest colleges and universities. The University of Pacific, which is right here in Stockton, originally was in Vallejo. They're going to be celebrating their 100 years of having moved from Vallejo to Stockton in the next couple of weeks. There's a couple universities who vie also to be that first in California historical institution, and that would also be Santa Clara. We try to stay out of that. Santa Clara started off as a 2-year institution by the missionaries. So AICCU as an organizational voice really came together to unify and to bring together resources for the independent sector. Today, we're nearly 90 members strong. To be a member of AICCU, you must be nonprofit WASC accredited or regionally accredited. Accreditation has changed in the last couple of years. And some institutions are grandfathered in who had a physical presence in this state. They are very diverse institutions. Of these 80, 85, 87 institutions are incredibly diverse, and we're really proud of that diversity. We have large research institutions, USC, Stanford, Caltech. We have the Jesuit schools, Catholic universities, faith-based schools. About 40%, a little over 40% of AICC institutions are faith-based. So providing that type of education for the California students who seek it. We're also home to independent art schools. There are several in San Francisco, thankfully, also in Laguna. And I'm sure I'm missing some other schools and some graduate standing institutions. So with that, we come together and talk about the sector. We work with policymakers. We advocate for this sector, both in Sacramento and Washington. Spend an incredible amount of time on advocating for the state Cal Grant program and have done that historically and will continue to do that. And the access that grant provides to students to attend either a private college or one of our public universities. Today, that Cal Grant provides access to about 26,000 undergraduate students to attend an independent institution. Overall, our enrollment is 184,000 undergraduate students, and that's about 20% of the undergraduate enrollment of the four-year institutions. We have 166,000 graduate students. That's 54% of graduate students. We enroll more graduate students than UC and CSU collectively. So really working to prepare California's advanced workforce. Can we have the next slide, please? Good, now I can see that. Really committed to undergraduate and student success. Part of the, with 87 institutions, not only do we have regional access, but with that many institutions, we're able to provide students a small class size experience, which we know really leads to success of a student. Inherent into our institutions as mission-driven institutions are wraparound services that we talk so much about. So really providing those students from the day they walk in and to the day they walk out, what they need in order to graduate. Hopefully in 4 years, it makes it a lot more affordable for those students. So part of our graduation rates are 4 years to 66, or 6 years is 77% graduation rate. The diversity of institutions also reflected in who we serve. 75% of AICCU institutions are HSI or HSI emerging. 78% of our institutions are yellow ribbon institutions. So really serving military students and veterans. Next slide. This, I think, is a really important slide about breaking down myths. A lot of our communication is working with policymakers, working with students and families about what it means to go to a private college and university, and how we're a part of the ecosystem of California here to provide opportunities for Californians and out-of-state students. But over 70% of undergraduates in our sector are from California. And these students reflect the incredible diversity of California. We're proud of this. 66% of undergrads are of non-white backgrounds. 82% of our Cal Grant students, the Cal Grant recipients, are of non-white backgrounds, and including 51% of Latino background. 77% of our Pell Grant recipients are of non-white backgrounds, including 41% of Latino background. So I think that's a really important piece of information to see who exactly we are serving in our institutions. Making higher education affordable is something that we work on. That Cal Grant piece is an important part of it. The federal support is also important. But the institutions also provide incredible undergraduate support. So it is a state, federal, and institution partnership to serve students. 79%, nearly 80% of undergraduates receive some form of institutional aid. I think I already mentioned the next piece, the Pell Grant students we serve today, over 46,000 Pell Grant students. on that average aid to the Cal Grant student is 24,000. The average Cal Grant for an independent student is about 9,300. So really working towards making college affordable, and that when our students graduate, that they have no debt, if not reasonable debt.
Next slide.
This is
Yeah,
you.
This is me. As Kristen mentioned, or no, it was sorry, thank you. Some quick data points. We enroll 37% of new teachers in the state and graduate about 39% of new credentialed teachers in the state, second to only the CSU. 51% of nursing degrees, 91% of clinical and counseling and applied psychology, 95% of physician assistants in the state. But of course, I don't not listed on here, graduating the majority of dentists, of doctors, cybersecurity, and other critical workforce needs in the state as well. Next slide. As Kristen mentioned, AICCU was established 69 years ago to help create the Cal Grant program. And throughout this time, independent institutions and AICCU itself has been recognized in state laws. And that gives us, AICCU under member institutions, a seat at the table in policymaking, in policymaking roles. Of course, now myself being part of the Cradle-to-Career Data System Governing Board by Kimberly White-Smith with the CTC. We're from the University of San Diego. Shannon Gary sitting with the Student Aid Commission. Of course, Kristen participating in the Intersegmental Coordinating Committee with the heads of the public higher education segments, and also various other councils and work groups and task force as well. Next slide. And speaking of the C2C, we've long recognized the importance of a state longitudinal data system. And the part of the tapestry that AICCU can provide with the information that our member institutions have. AICCU was in the really informal discussions with folks from the CSU, folks from the UC, folks from community colleges and CDE, dating back to, 2008, 2010, that these conversations really started. And it wasn't until 2018, 2019, when the formal working group was really put together. With, I believe Kathy Booth is sitting behind me. She was helping coordinate all of those discussions, and good on her. I would have torn my hair out if I were in her position. And then, as a consequence of that great work, the C2C governing board was put together, and AICCU was recognized as a working group member, and then now as a governing board member in state law. Next slide, please. And in addition to myself, as a member of this governing board, there are some advisory board members that hail from AICCU member institutions. I believe one or two might be rolling off, but in the community engagement advisory board, we have Lorenzo Gamboa with Santa Clara University. Very lucky to have Alexis Takagi, having been so involved with us in many different capacities, but of course, as a member of the Community Engagement Board, Advisory Board, but also as a student aid, a member of the Student Aid Commission as their student representative. And of course, we have Helen Norris with Chapman University serving on the Data and Tools Advisory Board. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention Todd Britton from the University of Laverne, serving on the e-transcript and career passport task force, and he's been very integral in those discussions for us. And I know we'll have a separate discussion on that task force later. Next slide. So looking toward the future and AICC's partnership with the C2C, going back to 2008, the main question has always been, how do we bring in the data from 130 nonprofit colleges and universities of varying sizes, of varying resources, of varying capabilities? And I think the prospects of 130 different MOUs is very daunting. That said, under Mary Ann's leadership and partnership, we were able to look toward a different solution, one that incorporated in the National Student Clearinghouse, and looking at the data that is available there that our member institutions already provide to the National Student Clearinghouse, and looking at that as an avenue to bring in that data through a simple expansion of the MOU that they already have, that our member institutions already have with the NSC. Those discussions kicked off late last year, going into this year. Our first cohort of interested member institutions to sign on to that and sign the MOUs took place earlier this year. Admittedly, a smaller group of institutions than we would have hoped, but it's an ongoing effort. I think many are looking at what concrete steps and concrete solutions can come out of this endeavor before they really engage further. But as I mentioned, it's an ongoing effort. We're looking to recruit more each year. But no, I'm confident that over the next several years, we'll get a good amount of member institutions to provide data through the NSC or through other means as well, and contribute to this tapestry that we're all weaving together. Thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, and really appreciate your efforts at encouraging the institutions to participate, and know that's going to be redoubled in the next few years. Thanks so much. Questions? Chris.
Christopher Duelli, University of California. Thank you both for that very fascinating presentation on the scope of the AICCU and its members, and the history was particularly interesting. I had no idea that it dates back to the formation of the Cal Grant program. A two-part question. One is sort of a technical question about kind of working through the National Student Clearinghouse as a way to provide this data. And given that your member institutions already, like you said, submit this data to the National Student Clearinghouse, are we thinking of them taking a copy of whatever they send to the clearinghouse and sending it to Cradle-to-Career, or is Cradle-to-Career going to contractually go to National Student Clearinghouse and pull it out? That's the first part of the question. The second part of the question is more general, like given the sort of kind of the interest as of this point is not maybe what you expected it to be in submitting the data. What does the value proposition of C2C look like to your members, generally speaking, and how might we kind of outreach more to them to communicate that value proposition to maybe boost the interest?
Yeah, I'll answer the first question. I'll answer the second question first. I think the value question is something that we've struggled with. And, I think that's why it's so critical for them to see, for them to see concrete steps moving forward, and, seeing the dashboards being developed. And, so they can see, what really the benefits are and where they can contribute to that. I think to the extent that, they can be made comfortable around the issue of data privacy and the security. I think that would benefit them a lot as well. And, I think, looking forward to future conversations later in this year with our folks and with the C2C staff, and perhaps we can bring in folks from the UC as well to talk about, what made you see data privacy folks and your lawyers comfortable and what you see as the benefits for them and for their students. I think that would go a long way. For the first question, perhaps Marianne can fill this in a little bit, flesh it out a little bit more as well. But yeah, I think the intent is, to streamline that process of the data delivery and the security involved in that as well, having, NSC being the intermediary. Yeah, it would, my understanding is that the idea behind that would be to, for it to have the C2C is to have the MOU allow the C2C to pull the students, the institution's data from the National Student Clearinghouse. I think I have that right.
This is Marianne. That's correct. So we're, for the 14 institutions who've already signed on, they're essentially saying we give NSC permission to send the data we've shared with them with Cradle-to-Career as well. And to underscore what Tom mentioned from a security perspective, that's much preferable because then we have one entity who's submitting through our secure processes data to us as opposed to many. So that's what we're doing there. And I think just to comment on the other part of the question too, when we release our first data story this fall, it will show the paths from public high schools to public higher ed. And I think once something like that is live, it might also help make salient what's missing from that picture and how much more complete the picture could be with the inclusion of that data. So we're looking forward to working collaboratively with EICCU to keep telling that story and to answer any questions or concerns that people have.
If I could just add to that, because I think that this is a really important part of this, of our presentation today. The AICCU is governed by a board, and it was clear from executive committee leadership that we absolutely need to be part of the Cradle-to-Career and part of the governing board. And so now it really is just figuring out how there's real confidence in sharing the data and working with the institutions, that there's a level of that confidence and security. There's just, as you know, incredible liability for institutions. So the more we can share with them and on how it's protected, how it's, the NSC, the pathway. So the first 14 institutions, they have a big role as too in sharing with our other institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Marvelous. Anything else, John?
I hate to be, this is John Hetz, California Community Colleges. Really hate to be this guy, but I'm going to have to ask you to use some attention to the labels that you use for undergraduates, because the data that you're presenting are excluding the undergraduates that are in the California Community Colleges. So when you're talking about the percentage of undergraduates that you serve, you didn't include us. So you either have to include us, or you should be speaking about four-year undergraduates, if you could. And the same thing with your outcomes, right? So physician assistants, nurses, we provide some of those as well. And it would be, I would be remiss if I was not pointing out that our students are also undergraduates and receiving those outcomes.
Absolutely agree. And if you saw my notes here, it said community college transfer students as a data point. So very well received. Currently about over 5,000 and California community college transfer students transfer into an independent institution. And a few years ago, we adopted the ADT, the CSU ADT as a pathway, and are really looking to strengthen that pathway. So thank you very much for bringing that up, and that will be corrected.
Nathan.
Nathan Evans, California State University System. First, just want to appreciate and acknowledge AICCU as strong partners in the higher ed ecosphere, both of you individually, but all those you represent. And Chris's question actually was similar to what I was originally going to ask, but I think as we talk about other ways to encourage your member institutions to sign on, also in looking at and fully appreciating what Member Hetz just shared, but particularly in the allied health fields, the contributions that AICCU institutions are making to that workforce will be evidently absent when that begins to be presented, if those AICCU institutions aren't present. So, as with I know our colleagues around the table, whatever we can also do as members of the board to help advocate so that we are really telling the whole picture of California. We welcome the opportunity to partner in that advocacy as well.
Thank you. I think that voice and perspective is needed, and we will look to find ways to work with you, all of you, and continue to work with the executive director.
Thank you. Anything else? Yeah.
I think that's a really good point that you raised. And I'm just thinking about like what kind of mechanisms you might have for encouragement. I think you raised a really excellent point about some of the career trajectories and really wanting to show those outcomes. And I'm wondering if you all as an association have thought about required reporting as a membership criteria for EICCU.
I'm wondering if you were part of my recent evaluation. It's a really good question. It's a really good question, and it's something that we're looking at. And how do you do that as a membership organization? Do it well and respect the independence of institutions and really of institutional research offices that are under just incredible demand. So part of it is trying to figure out like how to best do it, but it's certainly really important. Data storytelling, it's what we do, and to have the confidence we need in our data, I think requires us to pursue looking at additional mechanisms to work with our institutions, including the Cradle-to-Career.
Thank you. Sujin.
Thank you for this presentation. I'm thinking about sort of once the data system comes together with the private institutions, sort of what's the universe will look like. And Debbie had hinted at the list of sort of what will not be included in the BIP data. Can you talk a little bit more maybe about like who can become a member, what that process is? Is it any private nonprofit institution can join, or is there like, what is the universe for you guys as I feel like the data system and potential users think about what's included for private nonprofit institutions?
Sure. For the private nonprofits, it's, well, they have to be nonprofit, 501c3 nonprofit, WASC accredited, headquartered here in California, so physically based in California. So those are the three requirements. And I think the universe that we generally work with is incredibly diverse, as Kristen mentioned, from very small to very large, faith-based to art and design schools. But we generally consider there are about 130 nonprofit WASC accredited institutions in California. We represent about 87, but the vast majority in terms of student population.
Thank you. I'm going to do one more scan. Perfect. Thanks so much. Appreciate your time very much for coming up here. As we conclude the three data provider presentations, it naturally will just move on to the next agenda item, which is sort of an update on the calendaring of future data provider updates. I want to, before I invite Mary Kate to come to present, just want to do a time check. Immediately after this item, we will go back to item 9 and give Leslie her room and space, and then we'll proceed on from there once we've caught up. Mary Kate.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chair Payne. So I would like to refer members to the staff report that was created for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public and following along, please feel free to access it on the C2C website. So if members remember, that sounds so funny. It was a year ago that we started these data provider presentations. This is one of the legacies that Chair Fong left us with. The implementation of this standing agenda item and asking data providers to present at each meeting. CDE actually kicked us off with our first one last year. So what I'd like to just provide to you all today is the scheduling of 2025. So thank you very much to all of our data providers for showing up, for coming to present. I know that folks have a lot in front of them, and I appreciate the opportunity, and the public as well appreciates the opportunity to learn and hear more. So if we take a look at the next slide, this is what we're looking at for 2025. So again, super excited to say everybody has signed up. So we have full compliance, which is always my favorite thing. And so if folks are, following along with the public and you're specifically interested in any one of these, feel free to tune in. We look forward to this. And with that, I would happily pass it back to Chair Payne. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Wonderful. Okay. So now we're ready. We're going to now move back to item 9, discussion, public comment, and possible action on the budget change concept for next year. Leslie Taylor is here with us. She's our Director of Operations, and she will be presenting the item. Take it away.
All right, good afternoon. I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, you can find the staff report on the C2C website. In this item, I'll provide a high-level overview of C2C's operating budget, a little bit of the context of the state budget cycle, as well as the office's assessment of resources needed to achieve our statutory charge. By way of background, I'll start by describing C2C's budget requests for the prior year. In fiscal year 23-24, which ended June 30th, C2C's budget was $15.26 million ongoing. The office made 2 budget requests for fiscal year 24-25, the current year that just started. The first was position authority for a Chief Information Security Officer role, increasing our position authority from 26 to 27. So still nearly outnumbered by board members 2 to 1. just saying. The second was a $600,000 reappropriation to begin implementing the recommendations of the eTranscript California Task Force, which you'll hear about a bit later this afternoon in agenda item 17. Reappropriation is the action of shifting funds from one budget year to the next year on a one-time basis, effectively extending that deadline to encumber funds. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Thank you. The new Budget Act for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2024 provides C2C with an operating budget of $15 million ongoing. However, the Budget Act also provides for an ongoing budget reduction of 7.95% ongoing, leaving about $14.2 million available for the current year and ongoing. While the eTranscript California reappropriation is not part of C2C's regular operating budget, it may also be subject to reduction, as you can see on the slide. You may recall that C2C is embedded within the Government Operations Agency as a program. So that means we don't receive our own independent expenditure authority as a separate business unit. We're part of the GovOps BU 0511. So if you're searching on eBudget and you want to look for the C2C budget items, you're always looking under GovOps BU 0511. Therefore, it's necessary that the office work in collaboration with GovOps leadership to determine how required budget reductions, including vacancy savings and position elimination, will be implemented within the overall budget line item for agency. So we'll zoom out a little bit for some context on the budget cycle. This may feel like a reminder, but that's a great way to learn and to remember. So our state fiscal year runs from July 1st through June 30th. So today, here in mid-August, we're still really early on in fiscal year 24-25. This is the time of year when agencies and departments are looking at their baseline funding to determine whether they need additional resources for the next fiscal year. So we're already thinking ahead to July 1, 2025. The initial request for resources comes in the form of a budget change concept, a BCC. And then agencies work with their departments to prioritize those budget change concepts and develop the initial ideas into budget change proposals that go to the Department of Finance for consideration to be included in the governor's proposed budget, which is released January 10th. In the months that follow, the legislature will hold budget hearings during which requesting departments will present their budget change proposals, answer questions from members. The governor will release a May revision by May 14th, and by June 15th, the legislature must pass a balanced budget bill. So that's that big cycle in a nutshell, the same that we go through each year. So for the office, the development of any budget requests for the upcoming year start with a review of our statutory charge. That's what does the law say that we have to do, and our workload, together with the fiscal resources, the funding, and the human resources, the positions provided in the Budget Act. A thorough review of our statute pointed to dozens of specific requirements that we organized into these themes or categories of objectives listed here on this slide. And I'll describe each of them in a little bit more detail. Security, privacy, and data quality emphasizes these priorities of the office in managing the technical infrastructure of the data system and the analytical tools that it will power. For security and privacy, we have 2 staff positions, the Chief Information Security Officer and the Chief Privacy Officer, which is a role currently assigned to C2C's General Counsel, Julia Blair. The office also contracts with security and privacy consultants. We receive, just moving down the chart here, we receive our IT services and support from the Department of General Services, Enterprise Technology Services through an interagency agreement. We also have position authority in this area for 1 information technology associate. Related to the data system build itself, we contract with a system integrator. Project activity is directed by our data infrastructure vertical. You heard from Dan this morning, the update on how that's going. And we have authority for 4 positions in this area. The vacancies of senior data engineer and cloud architect have proven extremely difficult to fill. Both of these opportunities will be reposted yet again to CalCareers and the C2C website in the coming days. For each of these themes, as we think ahead to what a fully established C2C office might need to look like in order to achieve our ambitious statutory charge, we need to ask questions about the long-term allocation of our resources. So some of these possibilities are described in the staff report and can help to kind of think of them in if-then type of terms or statements. For example, if the office established an in-house security and privacy team, then we might reduce costs while increasing our internal capacity. If the office established in-house IT support services, then we would have direct management over our Active Directory and assets for staff, contractors, and board members. If the office expanded architecture and engineering roles, then we could bring the overall management and deployment of C2C's data system assets in-house and more directly control the workflow. So these are kind of long-term choice points that we need to make that are described in the staff report. And for each area, I'll give kind of some examples of what could be. Thank you. So statute details work in the area of effective tools. Statute details workload for the office related to operational tools that we're now calling practical tools, including eTranscript California and californiacolleges.edu. The office has 2 positions focused on this work. Our Deputy Director of Digital Services and 1 Research Data Specialist. Contracted support from WestEd provides significant bandwidth in support of this work. Statute also specifies the 3 types of analytical tools C2C will develop: the dashboards, the query builder, and the research request process. Under the general direction of the Director of Data Programs, the office has 2 positions focused on this work: the Research Manager and 1 Research Data Specialist. Contracts that support this work include the Possibility Lab at UC Berkeley and a UX/UI designer. The effectiveness of C2C's tools and the realization of the equity focus that was envisioned by the legislature require a suite of engagement efforts that prioritize inclusion and student voice. That's what makes our tools effective. Under the general direction of the Director of Engagement, the Deputy Director of Communications and Communications Coordinator advanced this work, supported by interpretation, translation, and graphic design contractors. The California Education Lab at UC Davis supports the Student Experience Audit Report. Right, so this should all sound like somewhat familiar. You're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I'm sort of familiar with the org chart. I know what major contracts the office has. So what we're doing here is we're mapping our statutory charge to the resources we have to get that work done, and then thinking about some of these possibilities. So in that research or resource matching for effective tools, if the office has a significant role in scaling practical tools or implementing the recommendations of the forthcoming master plan for career education, then new staff capacity may be needed to meet these requirements. If the office dedicates specialized bandwidth to each type of analytical tool, to the dashboards, the query builder, the research request process, then concurrent development of those tools could be accelerated and the benefits realized sooner. If C2C expanded its engagement team, then the office would have bandwidth to provide professional development and technical assistance to build data literacy. Next slide, please. Thanks. So a little bit more on data requests and research. C2C's research request tool is described in the statute as a one-stop shop that will address the needs of academic, nonprofit, and governmental researchers to analyze data and evaluate programs to enhance policy development. The office must design and implement the tool itself, along with all related data infrastructure, on-site physical infrastructure, and policies and procedures, including a fee structure. The C2C website must provide transparency of the criteria, status, and responses for each research request. C2C's research manager is the primary staff resource responsible for initial planning of the research request tool and related policies and procedures, and would be the resource dedicated to supporting and evaluating research requests and consulting with requesters. If the office focused additional bandwidth on user experience and differential privacy, then implementation of the research request process could be accelerated. I think we heard a little bit this morning about what that process might look like, similar to the e-transcript task force. All right, in the area of governance and policy, 2 dedicated staff resources support 53 board members and approximately 20 meetings annually across 3 boards. Our Chief of Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships, and our Board Liaison and Governance Specialist. Just because we gave them long titles, there's still just 2 of them. If the office expanded governance bandwidth, then support capacity for board members and public meetings would be better balanced, and the office would have more capacity to respond to member requests, such as adding student members. All right. In the area of legal and administrative requirements, the office is the neutral body charged with initiating the data system and serving as its managing entity. Complex legal agreements with data providers, memoranda of understanding, interagency agreements, and contracts are among the vehicles that bring resources into the data system. C2C has 1 established position for legal services, our general counsel. C2C currently relies on a retired annuitant for supplementary legal bandwidth. C2C is required to comply with a host of federal and state laws and regulations and is subject to oversight from the state's control agencies, in addition to the governing board. The office must build capacity for risk management and continuity planning and align technology-based plans and operational plans within a compliance landscape. Under the general direction of me, the Director of Operations, on my team, I have an administration manager, and 2 analysts who provide fiscal and administrative services such as budgets, contracts, procurement. DGS Contracted Fiscal Services provides budget and accounting services for us. And we have 3 additional staff roles that support office operations across teams. If the office established a legal team, then the risk of single-person dependency in that area would be mitigated. If the office created dedicated bandwidth for risk management, then compliance requirements could be better integrated across control agencies and planning activities completed more timely. If the office had a larger staff footprint overall to support, then an expanded operations team would allow the team to specialize in more narrow roles while providing team members more opportunities for cross-training and professional growth, ultimately strengthening our organization. So back to this list of 5 themes. The office has identified these areas of resource needs by analyzing our statutory charge, considering our work plan, the board's strategic plan, and our current workload, and then putting that into the context of the state budget climate and the potentially significant effect of the forthcoming master plan for career education on what that budget request for next fiscal year 25-26 might look like. With the board's action today, the office would work with the chair and chair-elect to submit a budget request within these categories as I've described them today. The office would finalize the request in collaboration with GovOps leadership and the Department of Finance. That's a regular activity that happens every year during the annual build of the governor's proposed budget. And then the board would receive an update on a more refined budget request at the November meeting. So for this item, staff recommends, this is kind of a three-parter, that the board move to approve the areas of resource needs specified in the staff report, delegate the board chair and chair-elect to work with the office to create and submit a multi-year budget request aligned to the areas of resource needs, and authorize the office to finalize the request in collaboration with GovOps leadership and the Department of Finance, and to make any related changes to the final request. So just being transparent with you all about what that process would look like. And I'll turn it back over to Chair Payne to lead member discussion and a potential motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you much, Leslie, for that great presentation. I like the if ands and if thens and the set of choices that we have long term to make, and the characterizing of the aspiration as we move forward into those future discussions with agency and the governor's office as well. I want to open it up to any questions before I ask for a motion. Yes, John.
Member Hetz for the California Community Colleges. I have a couple of questions. So the first one is, you were talking about how Cradle-to-Career is within GovOps. As a consequence, so one of the conversations that we've been having facing the 8% budget cut is, there are lots of places in state agencies across the state that have lots of unfilled positions that have been unfilled for a very long time. And so what that means is they have an easier route to budget cuts. And so my question is, since you're within GovOps, does that mean you potentially have flexibility that GovOps has to achieve that 8%, or does Cradle-to-Career also have to achieve an 8% cut within GovOps?
I'm going to give you the short answer, and then I'm going to add a little bit more context. So the short answer is that we are part of GovOps, and GovOps is the decision maker on how the required cuts will be implemented. And then I'll add some of this context for both drills. So there's two important control sections in the budget that we're tracking. Control section 4.12 is the vacancy savings and position elimination sweep. So this reduction is first, and that drill is still in progress. So that has not been decided for GovOps, how that will be implemented and what that will look like. The other is control section 4.05. That is the 7.95% reduction ongoing. And we don't yet have the instructions for that drill from the Department of Finance. There's been no specific budget letter on what that implementation will look like. So we can't speculate just yet about its implementation, but the lens that we're being asked to look at those reductions is through a BU 0511 lens, of which we are asking some of these difficult questions about how do we parse out what is GovOps, what is C2C. Just as a point of reference, they're about the same size as we are. I believe they have 26 authorized positions. So work needs to be done kind of internally to pick apart how that would work. And that has not begun yet on that.
Okay, I have two more questions. The second question was to the position sweep. So we've gotten the initial communication. Have you had any conversations with the Department of Finance as a relatively small and new organization about differential protection? I'm mostly concerned about the two positions that you mentioned that are currently vacant and haven't been able to be filled, and the recent communication we got about that.
Yeah, so we work through the GovOps leadership to have conversations with Department of Finance about our concerns related to the potential sweep.
Okay, that's a fair answer. And then the last one I have, I just want to add to the kind of if-then hopper, right? So going back to the data request form, right, and the support for it. One of the things that there is some in other places, state agencies are able to recover costs for responding to informational requests. And so one of the if-then statements could be, if we can't get the support that we need, we can look at cost recovery. And I think that might be worth thinking about. I don't think that's what anyone wants here, but I think that, we may have to explore options like that. So I just wanted to throw that. It's not really a question. It's just like a suggestion for consideration.
Sure. Thank you. And the statute does envision that there be some kind of fee structure and mechanism established.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Leslie, for the formal response to the question. Others? Great. So if I could please, just one note from my perspective. What's before you today is a approval of a concept. It's that last year you had sort of numbers and line items last year. It proved to be difficult to manage because, as you see, there's an iterative process throughout the fall. Any of you who are in agencies and other organizations know how iterative that process is. So what the team decided was to sort of identify the areas and themes that we wanted to emphasize and enfranchise them to engage in that iterative process throughout the fall and report back out to you. The check, of course, is the check and balance of having two members of the board, myself and another, do the final sign off and check on that. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve, or the motion that's up on the screen.
Member Romero, motion approved.
Member Romero, thank you.
Second, Member Nellum.
Thank you very much for the second. Any comment? Marvelous. Now we'll go to public comment. Well, any comment on this item? Let me just go back and do it right. Any comment by members? Seeing none. Any comment from people in the room? Seeing none. Now, could you see if there is on the Zoom any comment from the public?
Perfect. We will now open it up to Zoom. So if you'd like to make a comment on this agenda item, please feel free to raise your hand at this time. Just sharing that I'm not seeing any hands raised, but we'll give it another moment. Seeing no hands raised, we will close public comment.
Marvelous, marvelous. Well, with that, seeing no comment, a motion and a second, could you please call the roll?
Member Payne.
Aye.
Member Cifuentes. Member Cochran.
Aye.
Member DeGear.
Aye.
Member Evans.
Aye.
Member Fong. Member Ferjueli.
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Hetz.
Aye.
Designee Bierke for Member Irwin.
Aye.
Member Jazz.
Aye.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird.
Aye.
Member Lee.
Aye.
Member Moldoff.
Aye.
Member Nellum.
Aye.
Designee Rikachevska for Member Ohanian.
Aye.
Member Romero. Member Sublé.
Aye.
Member Tagorda.
Aye.
Member Van Natten.
Aye.
Member Vu.
Yes.
With 20 ayes, the motion passes.
Marvelous. Thank you for that unanimity. And thank you, Leslie, for your patience in delaying your presentation. That takes us to item 14, the advisory boards update. The Data Tools and Community Engagement Advisory Boards had their joint meeting on July 10th. The meeting was important as it laid the groundwork for the recommendation process that the advisory boards themselves are going to partake in every year. So now with item 14, I want to invite Mike Nguyen, the Community Engagement Advisory Board member, to present that item. And he's joining us by Zoom. Oh.
Good afternoon, governing board members. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you, but now we can see you and hear you. Thank you.
Wonderful. My name is Mike Nguyen, and I'm a Community Engagement Advisory Board member. I am also an undergraduate student at the University of California at Berkeley. I appreciate you allowing me to provide this update for you today. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can also be accessed on the C2C website. Today, I will be providing you with an update on the most recent data and tools and community engagement joint advisory boards meeting. This presentation will have a strong focus on the 2024 advisory board proposal process. However, I will also be touching on two other highlights, which include advisory board member feedback on user-centered design and a farewell to our 9 advisory board members who will be departing from the data and tools and community engagement advisory boards. As Chair Payne mentioned, the Data and Tools and Community Engagement Advisory Boards met on July 10th. Advisory board members are charged with making recommendations to the office about the development and implementation of the data system. On this slide, we can see a visual depiction of the advisory board recommendation process. At the Summer Joint Advisory Boards meeting, the office provided a high-level overview of the PW20 dataset, which laid the foundation for the question and answer session with data provider subject matter experts. The question and answer session allowed subject matter experts the opportunity to provide more information, insight, clarity, and also provide a space for the advisory board members to ask questions of the subject matter experts or the office. The office also provided a high-level overview of the community engagement framework, providing members the opportunity for further discussion and the development of proposal topics. Afterwards, the office reviewed the proposal process, providing key resources to advisory board members. In addition to the presentations, both the Data and Tools Advisory Board and Community Engagement Advisory Board voted to establish ad hoc committees who will convene publicly and be charged with writing a report with the recommended prioritization of the proposal forms received. This year, the Data and Tools Advisory Board received 6 data and tools proposals, which are linked in the staff report. The ad hoc committee met on July 31st and will meet again on August 20th. The focus is to review, prioritize, and draft a report with the top 3 proposal prioritization and reasoning. The final report will be shared with Data and Tools members along with the pre-meeting survey on August 26th, where Data and Tools members will individually rank their top 3 proposals. At the October 1st Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting, the Data and Tools Advisory Board will receive a presentation from the members who submitted the top 3 ranking proposals, discuss the proposal to evaluate whether the proposal would effectively address the issue being flagged and would meaningfully advance the work of C2C, and then vote on whether the proposal should be advanced to the office to conduct a feasibility study. There were also a total of 6 community engagement member proposals submitted, which are linked in the staff report. This ad hoc committee will meet on August 22nd and September 4th in order to review, prioritize, and draft a report with the top 3 proposal prioritizations with justification. The final report will be shared with community engagement members with the pre-meeting survey on September 9th. As I mentioned with Data and Tools, community engagement members will rank their top 3 proposals, and at the October 16th Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting, members will receive presentations from the members who submitted the top 3 ranking proposals and ultimately vote on whether the proposal should be advanced to the office to conduct a feasibility study. Members also had the opportunity to learn about C2C's user-centered design process and provide feedback in a participatory feedback session for the most recent designs of the Student Pathways Dashboard. UCD and testing processes are central to the work currently underway on the Student Pathways Dashboard, which will be the first dashboard released by C2C. As part of the UCD presentation, the office shared prototype elements of the Student Pathways Dashboard. The feedback session focused around discussions about what works well in the current design and what could be improved, as well as ideas for how the office might improve the current design. Advisory board members greatly appreciated the opportunity to provide feedback on such a critical tool. At the conclusion of the summer joint advisory boards meeting, the office and advisory board members had a moment to express their appreciation and gratitude to the 9 advisory board members who will be offboarding this year. The 9 advisory board members departing were part of the first cohort of C2C advisory board members and have been a part of C2C from the beginning. After the meeting, a group photo for members offboarding was shared on C2C's social media channels. On this slide, we can see members Montez and Joditis on the top row and member Curry Nunez on the bottom left from the Community Engagement Advisory Board, and members Orlick and Livingston from the Data and Tools Advisory Board. We have all learned from these members and appreciate their service to the advisory boards. That concludes my presentation for today. I would like to pass it off to Chair Payne and thank Mary Kate and Stephanie for helping with this agenda item.
Thank you, Mike Nguyen, for that informative update. We appreciated hearing about the July 10th Data and Tools and Community Engagement meetings. On behalf of the governing board, I want to take the opportunity to express our gratitude and deep appreciation to the 9 departing advisory board members. Their dedication, insight, and contributions have played an important role in the work of C2C, and we're grateful for their time and their effort. We are also grateful for their expertise and their passion and the resources they invested in our mission, and we wish them continued success in all of their future endeavors. With that, I would love to open it up for member questions or comments for Mike or myself. Seeing none. Thank you, Mike, very much. Thank you again for a great presentation.
Absolutely. Thanks so much again.
With that, members, we have earned ourselves a break. So that's about 5 minutes. I count 3:15. Let's be back at 3:20. Thanks so much. Comment. Thank you. Sorry. Update, discussion, public comment, and possible action for the formation of the Executive Director Review Committee. I want to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the report can be found on the C2C website. The governance manual, as you know, states that a yearly performance review of the executive director is a critical activity for the board. In fact, it's probably our most important activity. It's intended to support the individual leading the Office of Cradle-to-Career Data and ensure that the data system fulfills its mission. The performance review is part of an ongoing, forward-looking, and clarifying process between the board and the executive director. There are 2 parts to this agenda item. First, we need to review and approve the charter, and second, we need to receive volunteers for the committee. That doesn't have to happen right now. It can happen after the fact, after our deliberations and approval of the committee. So I want to bring members' attention to attachment A of the committee charter. This committee will be tasked with conducting the performance evaluation of our executive director. It will include presenting recommendations or modifications to the current executive director performance evaluation survey for approval by the board, and reviewing and providing feedback to the draft performance review written by the board chair and determining whether to recommend or not a salary increase. For this committee, we're asking for a total of 4 volunteers. Please indicate if you'd like to participate by emailing Mary Kate. I'll be serving as the chair of this committee, and the work of the committee will begin in September of this year and will continue through February 28 of 25, where the board will convene in closed session to consider adoption of the report of the committee's recommendations. As members consider volunteering for this committee, I ask that they take their commitment with the board into consideration, and for that, please see attachment B. As I conclude my presentation, it's recommended that the committee move to approve the committee charter, designate 5 board members, including the board chair, to form the committee and complete the work as specified in our charter. As we conducted last year, or excuse me, earlier this year, end of last year, earlier this year, it was a fairly involved and lengthy process, including surveys for each board member to fill out, a set of surveys and a set of inquiries with outside individuals, as well as a set of interviews with the executive director's direct reports here, to then come up with a compendium report that we then presented to this board. And so in that construct is generally what we're proposing to do again going forward. There might be some tweaking to questions. There might be some other components of it in minor detail, but generally that's the structure that we want to undertake again for this evaluation, to keep it consistent. And we found through a postmortem of last year's, the process itself worked generally very, very well. So with that, I'd like to open it up for members' questions or comments. Okay. Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the charter, designate 5 board members, as yet unnamed, including the board chair, to form the committee and complete the work as specified in the charter?
So moved, Member Moldoff.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a move by Member Moldoff.
Member Tagorda seconds.
Second by Member Tagorda. Thank you very much. Before we vote, let's pause for public comment. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that comments should be limited to the agenda item. Do we have any speaker slips here?
No.
Thank you. Do we have anybody in the public in the room wishing to comment? Seeing no hands raised, Mary Catherine, could you please open it up to Zoom public comment?
Sure, let's open it. Let's open it up to Zoom. So if you'd like to make a comment at this time, please feel free to raise your hand. The same drill we've been doing all day. I'm just sharing. I don't see any hands raised, so we'll just give it another moment here. Seeing no hands raised, let's close public comment.
Marvelous. Motion and second having been made, comment being made. Mary Catherine, can you please take us to a vote?
Member Payne.
Aye.
Member Cifuentes. Member Cochran.
Yes.
Member DeGear.
Aye.
Member Evans.
Aye.
Member Fong. Member Ferguelli.
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Hetz.
Aye.
Designee Bierke for Member Irwin.
Aye.
Member Jez.
Aye.
Designee Stivers for Member Laird.
Aye.
Member Lee.
Aye.
Member Moldoff.
Aye.
Member Nellum.
Aye.
Designee Rikachevska for Member Ohanian.
Aye.
Member Romero. Member Sublé.
Aye.
Member Tagorda.
Aye.
Member Van Natten.
Aye.
And Member Vu.
Yes.
Okay, with 19 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. As I mentioned a couple of times, if you are interested, and I encourage you to do so, please indicate interest to Mary Kate via email. Thanks so much. All right, on to the next item, user-centered design. We'll now be moving to item 16, update and discussion on the P20W dataset data visualization. I want to invite member Lee and Ryan Estrellado, to Director of Data Programs, to introduce and present this item. Take it away.
Great. Thanks, Chair Payne. The upcoming launch of the Student Pathways Dashboard, C2C's very first, is an exciting milestone that brings together key ingredients from the data reflecting journeys of millions of students across the state to the C2C office and extended team who has been laser focused on iterating and testing, to the user-centered design process itself, a process that is very intentional, open, and inclusive to engage the public and invite input and feedback on prototypes before the dashboard is launched. A quick reminder from earlier this morning, Shannon Serrato mentioned a community conversation August 26th at noon Pacific, in just a couple of weeks, for the public to preview the dashboard. As Ryan walks through this item, I hope you'll see that the data stories, framing, and the planned half-dozen visualizations represent this natural opportunity for the data to come to life for a variety of audiences. If done well, people will learn something. Hopefully, they'll learn many things. And this resource will spark curiosity and discussion. For example, what's included and what gaps might there be, what's missing. And this will happen hopefully both upon the release and as it's updated and evolves. In closing, I just want to share appreciation for how this first dashboard really paves the way for both broad and deep user engagement. You can have both. And it's this type of engagement that will really supercharge the insights and the public value that C2C is poised to generate. And with that, over to Ryan.
Member Lee, thank you for that introduction, and also thank you for all the help that you've given us in your feedback and guidance so far. I would like to refer members to the staff report for this agenda item, and if you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be found on the C2C website. Also, I'd like to thank research data specialists Elizabeth Parati and Emily Schneider, who prepared this item for me to share with you today. Purpose of this agenda item is to discuss user-centered design at Cradle-to-Career. This agenda item has two parts. First will be an overview on what user-centered design is and what it looks like here at the office. After that, we will have a participatory feedback session on the wireframes for the Student Pathways dashboard. There will also be opportunities after that for feedback and questions, and I'll have Research Manager David Lang in the audience here for that as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so the purpose of this agenda item, this first part, is to discuss user-centered design at Cradle-to-Career. And I'd like to start with just an overview of user-centered design, just in general. I'll note, connecting back to the office, that, of course, as a reminder, we are charged in the statute to use user-centered design to create our public-facing tools and services. But beyond the statutory requirement, we also believe that involving the audience in the creative process really does give us the best chance of making a dashboard that our audience will connect with. User-centered design can be broken into several steps in general. You often see these called different things. Sometimes there are more steps in this, less steps. But in general, these different interpretations fall into these basic categories. And these categories are, as you can see in the diagram, research, synthesis, brainstorming, ideation, and prototype testing with revisions. And on the next slide, I'll provide a brief definition of each of these. On this slide, you see a table with definitions of the 6 steps of user-centered design. The first step is research, where we learn about user and stakeholder needs, goals, and constraints. The second step is synthesizing, where we discover patterns and themes in our research. It's here that we start prioritizing the principles that we want to stand out in our designs. The third is brainstorming designs and ideas that address these patterns and themes in our user needs. Next, we prototype and create mock-ups of these products. Here is where we often learn about what's going to work best. And it's the idea of building to learn in contrast with building to deliver, which happens later on. At this stage, we create wireframes and prototypes that we can use for the next step. That next step is prototype testing, where we test our ideas by bringing tangible products to our audience, getting feedback from our users and stakeholders. And of course, today in the second part of our time together, this is what we'll be doing during our participatory feedback session. Finally, using the feedback we receive during testing, we revise our prototypes over and over and continue to test our products until the needs of users have been met. And so that was a quick summary of the general steps in the user-centered design process. That is fairly abstract, but if you would like to review more concrete examples of how Cradle-to-Career incorporates each step of the process in the design of our dashboards, I invite you to review the staff report for this item where that's described in more detail. As we get closer to our planned November launch, I've been thinking about all the ways that the user feedback experience for our audience has evolved over the last couple of years. Started in 2019 when the planners of the data system, which included our data partners and other stakeholders, created the original descriptions of the analytic tools and shared them with the public. After that, our task as an office was then to take that description and bring it to life by engaging the people who would use the dashboards. Since then, our office has started a conversation with our community about dashboard designs, and what followed was a series of conversations, both formal and informal. Interactions with the community helped deepen our empathy and perspective for how we should display the data, like when a community member at a recent event commented on the sequence of degrees in a data display and how that inadvertently sent a message about perceived hierarchies and degrees. In other cases, these conversations led to specific changes in the dashboard designs, like when a legislative staffer at another in-person design event shared with us about the importance of legislative districts in their work, and that started a design exploration that ultimately led to the inclusion of the legislative regions in the dashboards. Next slide, please. So now we'll segue to the feedback session, during which we will be showing you the most recent wireframes for the Student Pathways dashboard. The Student Pathway dashboard is one of several planned dashboards. You can see the description of all the planned dashboards on our website. In general, we envision the dashboard to be not one visualization, but in fact, multiple interactive visualizations combined with text, carefully sequenced to explore in a way that feels logical for our audience. Next slide. Okay, let's establish some shared expectations before I show you the data story. We are previewing these designs for you at a special place in the process where the designs are starting to be locked so that the infrastructure team can build them on the website. Feedback we get at this stage is extremely valuable to us and will be reflected in collateral material at launch, storytelling elements at launch, and in future versions of the dashboard. Also, you've heard me use the phrase wireframe a few times now, and I think it's useful to make a distinction between a wireframe and something that's coming further down in the process, which are functional prototypes. So these two terms are often interchangeable, but we use them in a very specific way. So what you'll see today is wireframes previewing the design and overall structure of the dashboard. They are limited in their functionality, interactivity, and features, but give you a sense of where we are in the process and where user feedback and engagement has led us to over the last few months. Contrast this again with the idea of a prototype, which resembles more closely the final product, and we'll be seeing those as we get closer to launch. Last, important to note that this preview uses synthetic data and not the actual P20W dataset. The actual dataset will also be included in future prototypes ahead of launch. Okay, so let's have a look. So Angelique is going to share the screen, and I'm just going to give a little bit of an overview of the wireframe. I'll sort of walk you through each of the visualizations and the basic story structure, and then we'll stop for some questions and feedback, and then I'll offer a reflection before we end the agenda item. Okay, so this wireframe shows how the student pathway dashboard will appear on our website. It's our best thinking so far based on the engagement that we've had with previous versions of the wireframe. On the student pathway story are life milestones, including finishing high school, enrolling in college, earning a degree, and working. Each visualization has a focus on equity, specifically through the ability to disaggregate by region and student population, like race or foster student status. In the legislation, this kind of analytic tool is called a dashboard. It is that, but we've also designed it as a story. As users scroll from the top of the page to the bottom, they explore student milestones through data question, logical and intuitive order. So we kind of scrolled from top to bottom, giving you a just sort of brief preview, but now we're going to scroll back up to the top if you can, Angelique, please, and we'll just go through these visualization by visualization. So we'll start first with the Sankey diagram. Thank you. First, the user explores the movement of students to and through college and to different award outcomes. Here you see pathway milestones and the number of students who move from milestone to milestone. In the next visualization, the user explores college enrollment. Here, the user can see the share of each student group, in this example, race, who enrolled in college in a given year. Also, if the user wants to, they can compare outcomes for students in a specific school district to the outcomes for students in all of California. And when a user selects a student district, this plot then becomes two that you can compare. In the next part of the story, the user explores award types in a given year. And then after that, the user explores a histogram to see how long students take to earn these awards. So that's the one below this one. There you go. Thank you. That's the histogram to explore the length of time it takes for students to earn the awards. After that, the story then turns to wages, starting with this visualization, where users explore the median wages of students working while enrolled in college. And then finally, the last visualization is a summary of wages that college graduates earn over time, grouped by award type, starting from the time that they complete college. Okay, so Angelique, let's leave this up, but I'm going to transition us to our discussion. And in general, this is a time to ask questions and we can scroll back through and look at more things together. I know I've just given a brief overview, but it's also a time to give feedback. And that'll help us learn as we near launch the way that we should frame this with our users, give us a chance to make changes that are possible, especially to the narrative and the storytelling elements that we want to add to this whole experience for our users. If you're the type that benefits from specific prompts, I can give you a couple now, a couple of straightforward ones. First one, what works well for you in the current design? And then the second one, what can be improved? And do you have ideas of how we might improve it? But of course, any reflection is both welcome and valued. So I'll stop right here and now turn it to the group to go off mute and share reactions.
Terribly sorry.
Don't worry,
Go
he's
ahead,
as excited as I am. Thank you. This is like what we need, right? For our students, for our state, for all of us here at this table to work together for, we say California for all, truly a California for all. So thank you, thank you. I can't wait till it goes live. And so my question is, how much work or what does it look like? Because you know you're going to get more asks. So I love that that's a legislative area. I can already see 2 mayors in my county will say, I want to be able to put these 4 zip codes for my area by county. You know, I know we can't get that, we're going to have too many requests, but how easy to add a little bit more to that, to look at those areas, because the whole goal is to get, I don't think enough community leaders understand the impact of higher ed and their communities. When I have 10% of my students' financial aid applications still incomplete, that's 3,000 less students going to college in one area, not getting Pell Grant, not getting state grant, not buying a laptop. There's huge fiscal impacts, and I think being able to drill it down so more people can participate in the conversation than just what usually happens. So how much harder is it to go deeper to go into different layers as we go through the year?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I'll just answer broadly that to the question, how do we respond to upcoming asks and the fact that those will keep on coming? We expect that. Our philosophy is that the feedback in the design process never really stops. What the public sees as changes speed up and slow down depending on how close we are to the launch. We expect them to speed up more with other products and future versions of this after the launch. But really, we're listening all the time, and there are more activities planned even between now and the launch to hear those types of asks. And so I would say that we will respond to those asks in the way that we respond to all the other ones, which is to analyze them in terms of themes and what will offer the best benefit for the public and for the use case for this particular dashboard. I'll say also that one of the tensions we were trying to resolve is how do we make this a guided experience that felt logical and intuitive, but also honor that most people will want to know more and get into more specific things. And one of the ways that we're hoping to serve a wider audience in that way is to have the underlying data available for download. And so that'll be each of the visualizations will have the underlying data that power them, of course, aggregated so that the privacy standards are met and all of that is safe, but also still usable. And so the hope is that for folks who want to dig in a little bit more, they can then download the underlying data set, import it into an Excel spreadsheet or however they want to analyze the data, and then look at it at in a way that is not sort of guided in the story. Of course, we expect that even that won't be enough for some folks. And for those folks, we're looking ahead and have already started doing some really hard thinking about what the query builder needs to be able to do as a companion to this, so that folks can have the experience of enjoying this and finding it useful, still having that curiosity that we want to help feed, and then be led immediately to a place where they can then either download the CSV, analyze more, or go into the query builder and explore there. Yeah, you're welcome.
Other questions? Chris.
Christopher Dwelly, University of California. Thank you, Ryan, for this presentation. And Meredith, thank you for this presentation. It's interesting to learn how rigorous and comprehensive this user-centered design process is. And I'm just curious, is the process specific enough to the product to where you have to start from scratch every time you're doing a new product and see it all the way through? Or are some of the lessons you learn generic and transferable enough and universal enough to where they could apply to future products and potentially expedite their production?
Yeah, I love that question. If you'll allow me just to nerd out here for a second on design stuff. This is something that we think about because it takes a lot of planning and resources to do an event to gather any feedback. And so what we've done as a team is begin to store all of that feedback in one place and analyze and reanalyze. In fact, it's a process that's happening right now where we're going back and looking at a lot of the older feedback, because the belief is that there are lessons to be learned from the themes that apply to a very specific use case, like the pathway diagram. So for example, the including legislative region that is a very specific student pathway piece of feedback that shows itself in a very particular way in the dashboard. On the other hand, there are a lot of lessons that just need to be applied for, we believe need to be applied to all the products. I'll give you an example of that is location and region and locale matter a lot to the audience. It's almost, I would say at every event it comes up, people want to know, how do I see my own town or something like that. And it comes up so often that it almost would feel strange now to build any kind of product that doesn't have that, unless there was a real specific use case that just didn't need it. But I think that's an example that that shows how important it is for us to reanalyze this sort of mountain of feedback that we've accumulated and that will continue to accumulate, so that all of the products both respond to general needs, but also feel at home with each other, because they're just looking at data in different grain sizes, but are responding to a sort of general idea that where folks want to explore a data product, see their own locale, compare it to larger areas, and kind of go back and forth. And that's a pattern that we see that we hope to apply to different things. Yeah.
Other questions? Perfect. Particularly want to thank you, Ryan, and especially thank Member Lee for her contribution and advice and input as the liaison in this work. And so really appreciate both of those pieces. Really looking forward to next iteration and launch, and next iteration after that and launch after that and all that kind of stuff. So thank you very much for that. Next item, if I am correct, is the e-transcript task force recommendations. So this is item 16th, update on the e-transcript task force recommendations. I want to invite Member Hetz and Judy Chen, Deputy Director of Digital Services, to present this item for us. Take it away.
Okay, would you like me to kick it off? Okay. All right. I feel like we need to bring the energy up a little bit because it's the end of the afternoon. So just gonna, I hope everyone saw that we have these dashboards that are about to go live, right?
Right.
And so our collective nerdy excitement, enthusiasm about all the tremendous possibilities that are representing there are coming true, right? And but as Member Moldoff rightly reminded us earlier, right, our task is not just to make all of the state's data aficionados excited like a kid on Christmas morning, but is to turn these things into actionable, usable things. And to take the infrastructure that we've built, the relationships that all of us have built at the Cradle-to-Career team and staff has done, that all of us have done, and turn that into real change on behalf of students. And I think one of the things we were talking about here is another one of those opportunities. As we've heard from the student experience audit, as we've heard directly from students, one of the real and ongoing pain points that students experience in higher education or in their transitions from K-12 to higher education and within higher education is the transcript process. Getting those transcripts, paying for those transcripts, collecting them all, transmitting them to the folks that have to receive them, and making sure all that happens in a timely way so that they can continue on their journey. This has real practical, financial, and meaningful barriers for students that I think is stripping away educational opportunity for the most vulnerable students in California, right? The people that have the least cultural capital to be able to know, like, oh, this is this set of things that I have to navigate through, and this is how to do it. And there are people that can support you. There are lots of folks that hit that. They try and submit something and it doesn't happen, and that's the end of their journey, right? And so this is this real powerful opportunity. The Cradle-to-Career has convened a task force to develop a comprehensive statewide view of how we could transform an existing tool that the California Community Colleges has stood up, and it's creating this profound opportunity for us all, right? For us to really think about how to solve this real, meaningful, concrete set of problems that students have and make their educational journeys easier and faster and ultimately better. And so I just wanted to take a moment up front to publicly thank the dozens of members of the task force and the subcommittees on the task force who really engaged deeply in this, represented many of your organizations as well as others. You know, they never cease to impress me with their impatient but thoughtful urgency around this work, right? That I think many of you have gotten the sense that I am very impatient about some of this stuff. And I was impressed that there were people out there that are more impatient than me, which is always, I feel like a little safer under those types of circumstances. They wrestled with an array of really thorny and difficult issues and came up with some, and really kind of powerfully committed to reaching meaningful, practical solutions to that. And so I hope you can take their recommendations thoughtfully. And so one of the things, I don't know if I should say it now or if you want to say it, like we at the California Community Colleges are really committed to working collaboratively with all of you to take up this mantle. To build this on behalf of the system. Like we take our stewardship of this very seriously. We have an initial investment from the state to help move this forward, as well as moving forward the mapping articulation pathways work, which is a very complementary set of work, trying to better understand making sure that students get credit for prior learning and skills that they have. And it's just going to make applying to colleges easier and more seamless. And it's going to help students better get credit for the work that they've done, right? It's for them to get fair credit for the skills that they have, the work that they've done, wherever they go. And so as a system, we're committed to enacting the task force recommendations thoughtfully and collaboratively with all of you to ensuring that all of our systems colleges are participating. This has been a problem for us historically. We are going to solve that this time. That's part of what we built into the plan to make student transmission of transcripts easy and free. Right, so that students, we're going to remove that barrier from students, that we are going to work as much as possible to take that away from students, to make sure that the tool is integrated with existing applications and planning tools across the different systems, so that when students apply, they don't have to do anything. There will be something that will automatically move the information that they need to go to their next stop on their journey seamlessly. We're super excited by this. I hope all of you can too. This is just a really remarkable opportunity that's been made manifest by the work and the conversations that we've had. And I look forward to your questions about the recommendations of the task force. I'm going to turn it over to Judy to give you more details about that.
Hey, so thank you for that introduction and for kicking us off, member heads. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was created for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. Next slide. So the purpose of this agenda item is to provide an update on the recommendations put forth by the E-Transcript California Task Force. I'll provide some brief context on the task force, review key issues that the E-Transcript can address, and highlight the recommended actions and next steps. We'll have time later for some member comments and questions. We are also joined here today by Kathy Booth from WestEd, who is our facilitator for the task force and who can help answer a lot of detailed questions should you have any. Next slide. I'm going to start by sharing how the E-Transcript work connects to the larger goals of C2C. First, scaling a system for sharing transcripts provides an opportunity to positively impact the journey from education to employment. Second, the work contributes to the office's goal to collaborate with the California Community College's Chancellor's Office to scale E-Transcript California in service to educators, students, and families in California. And finally, the E-Transcript work connects directly to the August 2023 executive order that calls for an updated academic transcript that reflects skills and competency-based learning, as well as learning that occurs outside traditional academic settings. C2C convened a 6-month task force consisting of members representing entities named in the Master Plan for Career Education. The goal of this task force was to consider how E-Transcript can be scaled to improve student access to higher education and support skills-based hiring. With the focus on connecting systems that are already in place, the task force created recommendations and actions that can be taken in the next several years to advance this work. The recommendations will be included in the Master Plan for Career Education. Next, we'll talk about the context which give rise to need for the revamp of E-Transcript California. During its 6-month run, the task force considered many of the barriers that students face as they navigate to and through higher education to their careers. First,
Applying to college or transfer can be a challenging process. In addition to filling out the application, students must understand eligibility and transcript requirements and document the courses they've already taken. This is especially important for students who participate in dual enrollment. Second, as the number of students who participate in dual enrollment and online learning increases, students attend multiple community colleges and have to keep track of multiple academic records for admissions to college. Third, students have to navigate complex systems to access their academic transcripts and can incur transcript fees. So each year, the office puts together a student experience report about students' experience transitioning into higher education. Last year's report was very revealing. When asked about the difficulties they experienced with transcripts, some students described the experience as stressful, tricky, or taking a long time. Some worried that it won't be processed in time or indicated difficulty navigating how to order transcripts. One student shared that it costs money to send transcripts, money that amounts to gas money for the week, and how they wish that colleges had better technology to transmit information to each other instead of them doing data entry for the schools. Another said, "It's hard to find. It's like the college system was built to be slow and confusing, so we give up and not attend." So it's true that not all students had issues with transcripts. In fact, most did not. However, for the ones that are impacted, it can make a huge difference. The burden should not be so heavy that students feel as if they're being discouraged from applying to or attending college. Next slide. Drawing again from the student experience report, one student mentioned that only some credits were accepted and wished they knew more earlier about which credits would transfer because it would have changed the classes that they took in high school and community college. Another student that was interviewed said they had a lot of credits, but they didn't count for anything. So the next set of issues relate to helping students succeed and achieve their goals. We recognize that students need more targeted advice about how their courses help them achieve their academic goals. Another issue is that there's no systematic way to document credit for prior learning, which can advance degree attainment. And finally, students need a better way to represent the skills they have developed in both academic and employment contexts. Next slide. So that was a high-level summary of the problems that the task force wanted to solve. Now I'll review some of the recommendations. The recommendations can be found on the C2C website. You can access them using this URL. The link is also available in the staff report. Next slide. So I will touch upon just a few key ideas from the recommendations, from the long list of recommendations that came out of the task force. First, the task force recommends that e-transcript be designed to allow sharing of academic records across all California public post-secondary institutions. This expansion would enable dual enrollment records and credit for prior learning also to be shared through e-transcript. Second, e-transcript could be embedded into CCC, CSU, and UC college applications so that the application process happens much more seamlessly for students. Students can authorize sending their California post-secondary transcripts to colleges to pre-populate the courses they've taken on the applications and also send final transcripts. The task force recommends that e-transcript be free for all students as well, which can reduce financial burden on students for transcript submission. Another recommendation is to improve advising for high school students who take college courses through dual enrollment and help them understand how those classes count towards CSU and UC eligibility. Furthermore, by connecting to californiacolleges.edu, we can leverage the californiacolleges.edu infrastructure to inform LEAs about high school students who are taking community colleges, the community college courses, and that can further support counseling. Next idea. The task force also recommends that eTranscript California be added to existing student academic planning tools such as CSU Transfer Planner. This would help students by linking their academic records directly into these planning tools and allow them to plan their coursework using verified data. Another recommendation is to include credit for prior learning in eTranscript California and implement a statewide faculty-led process for evaluating new forms of CPL generated through opportunities such as military, apprenticeships, and industry certifications. This would make it easier for students to get academic credit for their experiences, which can streamline pathways to degree completion. Next slide. Next, the task force recommends building a career passport that can be used by employers for skills-first hiring. The career passport should document verified learning by linking eTranscript California records and drawing from a credential registry to provide validated competencies. This would enable additional ways for individuals without degrees to demonstrate their abilities and access opportunities to secure living wage employment. It will be important to engage employers in specific industries to ensure that the career passport will be used and is integrated into the hiring process. And finally, the task force emphasizes the importance of securing sufficient funding to implement these recommendations in multiple phases over time. So this graphic shows how the reimagined ecosystem would work with eTranscript being the connector to enable coursework and credential information to flow between data systems and eventually into the career passport. This ecosystem would facilitate access into higher education, accelerate students' time to degree completion, and enable opportunities to secure a living wage. So next steps, more information about the priorities of the master plan on career education will be coming in the next several months. C2C's role in hosting this task force was to create space for partner entities and the public to define what solutions would best serve students. Going forward, C2C can help advance priority recommendations by serving as a convener to facilitate communication, collaboration, and consensus building so that we can create a shared tool that will meet the needs of all Californians. That concludes my presentation. I will now pass it back to Chair Payne.
Thank you very much for a very informative presentation. I want to start first by thanking Member Hetz for your work and role in the e-transcript work. Clearly, it was something that excited you and was valuable work for all of us. I want to thank you too, Judy, for your very informative presentation. Now, as customary, we'll open it up for any member questions or comments. Yes, Nathan.
Nathan Evans, California State University, and I also want to appreciate Member Hetz's leadership and Judy's as well. And on behalf of the whole CSU, just want to express appreciation to the entire task force and our full support and enthusiasm for these really forward-looking recommendations. Certainly look forward to the ability to integrate eTranscript with our CSU transfer planner, which we're been very excited to launch. And I also personally appreciate looking at the recommendations, the incorporation of the ability for institutions to actually do batch requests. We have not a lot, we have a number of CSU campuses that have done this for many years with their largest feeder, but that had to be done outside of eTranscript California, ironically. And so the ability to sort of do that in mass to remove that friction for individual students will be tremendously helpful. So we look forward to, with these recommendations as a foundation, to adapting and modifying our own policies and procedures to follow this. So thank you again, really looking forward to it.
Thank you. Yes.
Javier Romero, EDD, and also representing the labor agency. I also want to thank John in the Chancellor's office for engaging us all. John, you referenced your task force members. Amongst them is a colleague of mine, Abby Snay, who's our Deputy Secretary for Workforce Strategies. I work very closely with her. She submitted something in writing regarding our support. And amongst the reasons, there's many reasons why. I mean, as far as removing the barriers to transcripts, but embedding something innovative such as credit for prior learning, though it's been something that's been around for a while and discussed, but hasn't really been institutionalized or been done in a systemic way. To take that on, amongst our role in the labor agency, we look at workforce policies and we look at planning and funding and circumstances that are occurring out there. And it's well documented what our labor market looks like today with the disruptions happening more often, technology, climate change, policies in response to climate change. We have industries that have provided good paying jobs, didn't require a whole lot of credentialing. And towards the end of their career, they're finding themselves displaced and they're not ready to retire. So our job is to find a way to, because their next job is not going to pay as much, but how do we shorten that fall? And it's by accelerated credential attainment, goals attained, credit for prior learning is something can answer that. The concept of passports, something that actually where we could actually document in a systemic way, a skills first approach, kind of position people, employers to consider such a thing. So these are all cutting edge things. I think the theme from this morning was California being out in front. This will keep California out in front for a while. So we're looking forward to it. We'll be supporting the work all along the way.
Thank you. Member Vu.
Yeah, thank you. First, a comment, just to echo, the words of my colleagues, giving thanks to John and to Judy and the members of the task force for their great work on this. We AICCU totally, endorse the work of the task force and the recommendations that have come out. So no, thank you everyone for that. I also appreciate, incorporating Todd Britton, as I mentioned before, from the University of Laverne on that task force. And definitely, we appreciate the one of the recommendations of of developing publicly available standards for e-transcript for independent nonprofit colleges and universities to incorporate into their application form. I think I know the difficulties of working with 130, possibly upwards of 130 different institutions and keeping them engaged and accommodate their needs. So, it's, I think a standard like that they can use and incorporate in as they are ready to, I think that's very helpful. I know about 40% of our member institutions use the Common App. So the first question is, has any thought been given to, at some point in the future, reaching out to Common App and seeing how to incorporate eTranscript California into the Common App for institutions based in California? And how can AICCU assist in that conversation? The second question, I know a lot of discussions are happening across the country from the federal level down to 49 other states around the topic of digital wallets, different terms for the passport, career passport. A lot of different companies are involved. A lot of different technologies are being used. Have any thought been given to whether California through C2C or what have you, would we be creating our own career passport, or would we be looking at purchasing, a different an existing technology and then adopting or adapting that to our own needs?
Well, I will attempt to answer that, and I will ask that Kathy Booth join us, and I'll give you my answer first. Yes, I think you pointed out the having publicly available standards that will allow independent colleges.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Tom, for your questions. I'll start again. I think you mentioned that part of the recommendations was include publicly available standards that independent colleges can then integrate into their college application systems. I don't know that we've looked specifically into the Common App, but we're looking into it for the work that's between now and the end of the year to come up with a detailed implementation roadmap for that. And your second question was related to, the career passport. I think that one, maybe John can speak a bit more about that, but It's, we're looking to leverage what currently exists in California, which is the MAP program, to build a career credential registry, which can then feed the career passport. And Kathy, please add more if I've missed anything.
Yeah, so I think that was well covered. So we are in the point of we've got the recommendations, we have the funding, and now we're going to move forward with designing the requirements collaboratively with the state to make sure that we are capturing all those types of things. Making sure that it integrates with the CSU transfer planner, like Member Evans was talking about, that it works with UC tools, that we're cognizant of the types of application systems that individual entities use, and transcript systems. So that's all part of the real heavy duty work of the next 3 to 6 months. It's the harder, less exciting work, but the very important part of the work. I'm actually going to defer conversations about the career passport as slightly outside of the scope of this conversation, in that we're designing this to be something that can feed into that overall effort and support that, as well as the MAP platform. I don't know if Kathy, if we're in a space to be able to say more about where the career passport is going, but from my perspective, I don't have a ton of additional details about what the next steps are there.
So this is Kathy Booth from WestEd. So what's happening right now is that this task force is feeding into the planning process for the career education master plan. And where that is right now is that the agencies are bringing forward their recommendations for how to move on. So basically their recommendations that came from the field, and now the agencies are saying to the governor's office what it is that they would like to do. So the way that a career passport might be built will be contingent on the input that comes from the agencies. But Tom, to your question about like, how do you create this thing? There are many states around the country that are currently in the midst of similar planning processes. So like Colorado and Kentucky come to mind, as well as states that are further along like Alabama and North Dakota. And so there's been platforms that have been designed and tested. There are vendors that are moving into this space. And so I think that what's going to be important is, once it's understood what the state needs, is to figure out how to evaluate all those options to end up with something that's going to work for California.
Thank you. Other questions? Chris.
Christopher Dwelly, University of California. I just wanted to take the opportunity to second many of my colleagues' comments here and express my appreciation for the leadership of Member Hetz and Judy and the Office of Cradle-to-Career in leading the work of this task force. The University of California is very strongly supportive of the work of the task force. We share the governor's vision for expanding pathways for California students to access higher education, to build a strong foundation for a successful career path, and to receive credit for all the work they do on that journey and all the different directions they go, which I think, as Member Hetz mentioned, is really kind of one of the pain points that we're facing here, is people are acquiring credentials and skills in different places that our traditional systems are not able to recognize and give people credit for as they enter the workforce. So we're super supportive of that. We're looking forward to working with you and implementing these recommendations. We recognize that building strong connections between K through 12 and post-secondary is where the sort of locus of a lot of these pain points are: the application process, the complexities, avoiding scenarios where people fall through the cracks and their journey ends prematurely, as Member Hetz mentioned. And we maintain a strong and ongoing commitment to constantly revisiting our application process and streamlining it and making it work as best as it possibly can for students to access higher education. And through our work on both the Governor's Council on Career Education and the task force for e-transcript, we're committing to integrating the e-transcript into our application within the next 2 years, and also ensuring that all of our 9 undergraduate campuses streamline applications for transfer and e-transcripts, that they streamline that as part of their application process. And this is all really part of our strong commitment and belief in the Cradle-to-Career data system, and linking data of all kinds in all places to reveal and provide critical information that can help people move on and progress and achieve their college and career goals. So thank you very much for your leadership on this, and we look forward to moving forward on the recommendations.
Other comments? Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you all three again for that presentation. I appreciate it. Bear with us. We're almost there. We're moving on to item 18, general public comment. This time we'll open it up again for members of the public for general public comment. It is customary that we do this at a number of points throughout our meetings, and for transparency purposes, it's a valuable tool that we have. And do I have any speaker slips?
No.
Is there anybody in the room that would like to make general public comment on any item not on the agenda? Seeing none, Mary Kate, is there anybody in the Zoom room?
Let's open it up right now. So please raise your hand. Seeing no hands raised at this time, but I'll give it another second. We can close public comment.
Thank you very much. With no comment being made anywhere, we will move on to item 19. This is again our customary item where we open it up for members and the public to offer any ideas for future board items. Again, this is for future board items. Any suggestions for those by members or anybody in the room? Seeing none, do we have any in the Zoom room?
If you'd like to make a comment at this time, please feel free to raise your hand. Seeing none, we can close public comment.
Great. Seeing no comment, we will move on. We have one item left. We're going to move on to agenda item 20, elections for the chair-elect. And I will be presenting this item as the most recent occupier of that seat. I want to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed at the C2C website. During this agenda item, we'll walk through the 2024 elections for chair-elect and talk through next steps going forward for board leadership planning. So per our practice and per the governance manual, the following are the responsibilities of the chair-elect. Convening topical committees for tasks, onboarding new governing board members, conducting exit interviews without going governing board members, as something we talked about with regard to task force members before, working with the office to onboard new advisory board members themselves. We opened at the last board meeting, we talked about applications being open and for people to submit statements of interest for the chair-elect position by July 19th. Mary Kate did a very diligent job of reminding folks about that as well. As of that date, we did not receive any board members' statements of interest for that position. In my own self-interest in not wanting to do all the tasks of either the chair-elect or the chair, I imposed upon former chair Tagorda if he would be willing to put his name forward to serve as an interim chair-elect. But it does speak to a larger issue, and I think one of the things that we have to do to address that issue is that we need to revisit the governance manual about how we do our elections and how we do our succession planning and succession processes. And so sort of the two parts of this motion I would like for members to vote on are those components that we both revisit the governance manual with regard to succession planning on our board, and that we elect the Robert Tagorda as the interim chair-elect. You will have an opportunity in the November meeting to convene and conduct and to approve the formation of a new governance manual committee for the group. It's been a couple of years, and I think there are a number of things beyond this that are probably agendized or might probably be agendized for that review process. And so there will be an opportunity to visit a number of issues then, but look for that at our meeting on November 14th. So as I conclude my presentation, I recommend that the board moves to approve Robert Tagorda as the interim chair-elect and include succession planning revisions to the governance manual as noted in the staff report to the scope of work for that governance manual review committee. If I could, I'd like to open up the floor for any member questions or comments. Seeing none, may I have a motion?
David DeGear, Commission on Teacher Credentialing, so moved.
Thank you, David. Moved by Member DeGear.
I'll
Second?
I'll second.
Second by Member Cochran. Thank you very much. The motion, that's not the slide we want. We have a motion and a second on the floor. It's time for public comment on anything that we vote on, as we know. If you want to comment on this agenda item, please note that the comments are limited to this agenda item. Do we have any speaker slips?
No.
Thank you. Is there any comment from members of the public in the room? Seeing none, can we check to see if there's any comment in the Zoom room?
If you'd like to comment on this item, please raise your hand, noting that there's no hands raised, but I'll give it a moment. No hands raised. Let's close public comment.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Public comment is closed. If you would, please call the roll. Sorry.
Sorry. So Jessica Moldoff, California Standing Commission. Just wondering how interim is the interim position for Robert? Is this going to be like he will be interim, will be a chair-elect until next time, basically?
That's a great question. I think the assumption is, at least my assumption is, that this will be interim until the next election cycle, because what needs to happen in the intervening period is that governance manual conversation. And we should assume that at some point in the next year, after that committee has met and has deliberated, it will present its findings and that will govern. I think timing wise, it means it's through the next year's period. Thank you. Call the roll.
Sure, please. Member Payne. Member Cifuentes. Member Cochran.
Yes.
Member DeGear.
Aye.
Member Evans.
Aye.
Member Fong. Member Ferjueli.
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez.
Aye.
Member Hetz.
Aye.
Designee Bierke for Member Irwin. Member Jez. Designee Stivers for Member Laird.
Aye.
Member Lee.
Aye.
Member Moldoff.
Aye.
Member Nellum.
Aye.
Designee Rachevska for Member Ohanian.
Aye.
Member Romero. Member Sublé.
Aye.
Member Tagorda.
Aye.
Member Van Natten.
Aye.
Member Vu.
Yes.
17 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Congratulations. Okay, so we have gotten ourselves to the end. Before I officially adjourn the meeting, I want to thank all of the speakers we had today, both board members and others. The time you invested in preparing and presenting today was enormous, and we really appreciate it. I want to also thank the members of the public that joined us, and for those of you who both in the room and on the Zoom commented. Thank you for your questions, comments, and continued support, which help ensure that our work remains transparent, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of Californians. There were a lot of important conversations that took place today. I really appreciate everyone's questions and insights. The office will be holding a community conversations on August 26th from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. about exploring the Student Pathways data story, and would love to invite interested members of the board to participate. Also to invite members to join the Data and Tools Advisory Board for their fall meeting on October 1st and the Community Engagement Advisory Board for their fall meeting on October 16th. You don't have to write any of this down. You can just check and we'll give you those dates. At those meetings, the advisory board members will receive a presentation from members on the top 3 proposals that were prioritized during